Welcome to You Are What You Eat, an informal discussion with Paul Chek. Paul is the founder of the Chek Institute in California, licensed as a holistic health practitioner and certified as a neuromuscular therapist and a clinical exercise specialist. He is internationally recognized as an expert in the fields of corrective exercise and performance conditioning, and has taught his methods and techniques to thousands of health and fitness professionals. Paul is also passionate about the importance of leading a healthy lifestyle. To help his personal clients reach optimal performance and vitality, Paul coaches them on stress management, lifestyle modifications, and the importance of healthy eating. He has done extensive research in these fields and is eager to share with you some key issues regarding the foods that we eat. Included with this program is a manual which contains all the references mentioned by Paul. There is also space to add your own notes. At the back of the manual is a page for you to list important issues you want to address, identified as you go through the program. Take a moment to fill this out as you listen to Paul. At the end of the program, you can return to this page and develop a plan of action to improve your own health and vitality.
Have you ever stopped to think what you're made of? From the moment that you're created, from the moment of gestation, your cells begin to divide. We end up a collection of 100 trillion cells, and we literally have to replace about 2 million blood cells every second just to keep this body functioning. Now, very few people actually stop and think, well, what are those blood cells being made of? What are these muscle cells and bone cells and tissue cells and organ cells throughout our entire body being made of? Is it that Starbucks latte that you just drank? Or is it a piece of rock candy, a Hershey's bar? Or is it a piece of organic chicken? Now, stop for a minute and ask yourself, well, if I'm replacing cells somewhere in my body, what do I want to replace them with? If you look at that latte and think, is that going to be my eyeball tomorrow? It might make you stand back for a minute and really think, is this what I want to put in my mouth? Yet we have an interesting problem on our hands today because most people are spending a lot more time putting garbage in their mouth than food in their mouth. And that is why I want to talk to you. We have some real interesting challenges today with our food supply, and many of the health problems that people are facing and even the performance challenges that athletes face are related to what they're eating. And I see this in my clinic all the time. A small example of some of the things that I find deeply concerning that I really want to share with you in this program is environmental toxicity. For example, we have tremendous problems with pesticides today. In the United States alone, about 1 billion pounds of pesticides are being sprayed on our crops. We also have a massive bombardment of industrial chemicals making it into our grounds, our waterways, into the air. Everywhere we're being swamped by industrial chemicals and farming chemicals. Our water, our soil, and our air are highly polluted. Over 173,000 miles of waterways in the United States alone have toxic levels of industrial chemicals and farming chemicals such as pesticides in them, and this is causing tremendous problem for our entire ecosystem. We have cities along our coastlines worldwide that are dumping all their sewage right into the ocean. Imagine if you were a fish and somebody was dumping feces into your home every day, how that might affect your health, and then realize that we eat those fish. Well, these are all really, really important things that I think we must consider today as we progress through You Are What You Eat. Just to give you an example of the kind of situation that we have with our lack of consciousness, I'd like you to do this little drill. Find a McDonald's, an Arby's, or any fast food restaurant and go to the drive-thru and stand there. And what I want you to do is take 10, 15, or even 30 minutes and count how many $50,000 cars come through that drive-thru. And what you're going to find is that today we have got our focus very, very out of line with what it takes to live a healthy, vital life. What I mean by this is when you watch Porsche Carreras coming out of McDonald's after purchasing $1.99 hamburgers. It makes you realize that people have gotten their priorities so off that they're more concerned about driving a $75,000 car and looking good than they are about what they're putting in your mouth. And now I'll take you right back to that moment of gestation. All your cells literally are what you're putting in your mouth. So don't you think it's kind of odd that people are driving around in $50,000, $60,000, and $70,000 cars and eating at Burger King and McDonald's and Dairy Queen the cheapest food they could possibly put in their mouth? Well, as you're going to see in this program, there are a number of problems, one of which is a huge amount of disease worldwide now that is directly related to driving the fancy car and eating the garbage food. It is my sincere interest and desire in this program to show you that we must enter into a relationship with farmers. We must enter into a relationship with our ecosystem. This relationship must be symbiotic so that we can survive. We've got to step away from mass commercialization of farming, and we've got to move into supporting your small, local, organic farmer to keep our food supply protected, close, and clean, so that those cells that will become your blood every second can actually be healthy, vital cells, allowing us to have mental, physical, and spiritual freedom. To help you achieve this, in this lecture series, we're going to cover a number of topics, which I will overview right now. We're first going to start with commercial versus organically raised foods, cooked versus raw food consumption. We're going to look at food processing and food storage. We're going to talk about things like, what is that plastic wrapper doing to your food? Then from there, we're going to move on to food packaging and its effects on your health. We're going to look at genetically modified foods, which is a topic that I'm quite concerned about. We're going to talk about food irradiation. If you don't know what food irradiation is, it's like having your food x-rayed at very high power, except they blast it with gamma rays from a radioactive source, or they use a high-powered electron beam. This is done so that they can so-called sanitize it. Well, we'll look closely at what that sanitization really means to your health. We're also going to look at fiber, colon health, and detoxification, as many of you have probably read in magazines and been told on television that you need a high-fiber diet. So we're going to look at that and see, is that really the case for everyone? We're going to look at grains. Grains is a big, big topic. Americans in particular are very connected to their pancakes, their chips, and their boxes of cereal. We'll look to see, is that really ideal? We're also going to look at alcohol consumption. What's going to shock you is when you find out how much the average American is actually drinking. We'll look at dairy. And if the alcohol doesn't shock you, well, when I present the dairy section to you, you're probably going to really need to have your seatbelt on if you're driving your car so you don't just jump out the window. We'll look at animal products and eggs. There's some definite concerns there. We're going to talk about seafood because, as I've just mentioned in the introduction, our oceans are very polluted. And just like the food that you eat becomes the cells of your body, well, if the ocean's polluted, what do you think that means to your seafood? We'll talk about a highly controversial topic in fats and oils and investigate the reality of what is a good fat. We'll look at sugar. I'd like to say it's a sweet topic, but when you look at what sugar does to you, it's probably more of a sour situation that we have going on, but we'll discuss ways to overcome that. We'll talk about salt. We'll talk about water, and we will end on a very interesting topic, which is microwave ovens and their effect on your health. With that in mind, let's begin with organic versus commercial farming. Can we really improve on Mother Nature? Many people today don't even understand what organic farming is or what organic foods are. So I think the most important thing for us to do first is to actually explain those concepts. Organic farming is a farming process whereby no pesticides, herbicides, fungicides, or toxic chemicals are used to raise the food. Organic farmers are very, very conscious, as I'm about to show you, of the soil and all aspects of the ecosystem and how that relates to the production of healthy, life-giving food. Before a farmer in the United States can actually become a certified organic farmer, they actually have to go through a 3-year gestation period. During that 3 years, they must farm the soils and the land organically. This is a very important period of time because it is during that 3 years that the microorganisms in the soil metabolize, digest, and eliminate any of the residues of previously used pesticides and farming chemicals that could potentially end up in your food. And as I said previously, if there's chemicals from industrial farming practices in your food, it's not organic. So this 3-year gestation period is very, very important. If you see organic, that doesn't necessarily guarantee you that that farming organization or farming practice has gone through that 3-year gestation period. If it says certified organic, that means that that farmer has been certified by a recognized organic farming certification body and that they have met the criteria to be classified as a certified organic farm. So this is particularly useful when you're going to the, shopping markets or farmers markets where a lot of farmers get together, because today a lot of people are hip to the fact that organic's really popular. So they'll call their foods organic, but really they may have been grown in their backyards or they may have been grown on farms where pesticides were used 6 months or a year ago, yet they have not gone through that critical 3-year period. Now, if you look in your manual, you'll see a diagram called the Wheel of Life. To truly explain organic farming and organic foods, we're going to have to follow the Wheel of Life. Now, if you look at the triangle shape on the Wheel of Life labeled soil, underneath soil you see humus and microorganisms. Let me explain what that means to you, because really, humus, microorganisms, and the soil are the foundation, not only of your plants and animals, but of man. Let me explain that to you. Humus is what is called organic matter. Say in the fall when the leaves fall off of your tree, those leaves land on the ground, that's organic matter. That organic matter lays on the ground, begins to decompose, and it becomes food for microorganisms in the soil. It becomes food for things like earthworms. When you make compost, I'm sure some of you are familiar with the term compost. That means you save all your table scraps and you put them in a pile out behind the house and they begin to decompose, and your mother or yourself puts them on the garden and the plants seem to be healthier because of that compost. Well, that's organic matter. Humus is compost at the end stages when it's ideal for feeding microorganisms. This is a very, very important concept to get here, because many people actually think that plants eat dirt, or that plants just go ahead and suck minerals right out of the soil. The organic matter in the soil, the remains from last year's leaves, the clippings from your lawn, the plants in nature that grow and naturally die. You got to realize in nature, every single living thing eventually dies, and it goes back to the soil where it becomes organic matter, and that organic matter is decomposed by and feeds the microorganisms in the soil. Now here's where it gets really interesting. The little microorganisms in the soil, of which there are some 600,000 to 1 million or more in 1 teaspoon of soil. So there's literally a huge population of microorganisms in healthy living soil. Most people, when they're walking across the ground, think it's dead. But healthy organic farmlands are full of microorganisms that digest the humus, the organic matter, and those microorganisms have a very symbiotic relationship with the plants. They actually break down this soil matter and literally feed it to the roots of the plants. So there's a very, very intimate working relationship between humus, or the organic matter that feeds the microorganisms, and the health of those microorganisms as determined by their food, because they then protect and feed the plants. The microorganisms actually break down organic matter in the soil. They break down minerals in the soil, and they actually feed it to the roots of the plants. There's actually a group of fungi called mycorrhiza, and these little fungi send little filaments up inside the roots of the plants, and the fungi have a very, very important working relationship. The fungi break down things in the soil. They even actually protect the plants from some parasites by capturing them and eating them. They send little filaments inside their bodies and eat them from the inside out, and they take that energy and they feed it to the plant as nutrition. In trade, the fungi gets to eat some of the nutrients in the plant's sap. So there's a very, very important working relationship between the soil, microorganisms, and the plants. If you look at your diagram, you see the arrow pointing up past soil. It says plant nutrition. Well, the soil is the nutrition for the plant, and the soil has to get its nutrition from Mother Nature. But when you're talking about a farming environment, really the nutrition for the soil is what did the farmer put on the ground? Well, commercial farmers put all sorts of toxins and chemicals on the ground, and organic farmers spend a huge amount of time making compost to produce humus to feed the microorganisms, to keep that soil healthy so that you have these really, really healthy plants. And those plants actually are used to feed animals and human beings. Now we've talked about the soil, and I think you can see that the plants can only be as healthy as the soil. You can't grow a healthy plant out of damaged soil. You now have a unique situation in that the animals eat the plants. So if you're buying an organic chicken or an organic lamb roast, you're buying a lamb roast, for example, or a chicken that was raised on organic plants and organic seeds that came from organically farmed soils, produced in absence of chemicals such as pesticides, herbicides, and fungicides, which, as I'll show you later, are very toxic to your body. Now, we come full circle in this evolutionary chain, or the feeding cycle, if you wish, and you see above the soil is the plants and the animals, but man eats animals and plants. So it's pretty safe to say then that man can only be as healthy as the animals that he eats and the plants that he eats, and the plants and animals that he eats can only be as healthy as the soil they grow from. So this is called the wheel of life, because as you go around the wheel, starting from the soil, working up to the plants, and then into the animals, and finally to man, you can see that there is a cyclical relationship. Now let's just look at it from one other perspective. Every single living creature in nature dies. Human beings are the only ones that dig holes to bury themselves in and put gravestones on them, or that cremate themselves. Everything else in nature dies, and it goes back in to feed the soil. Think about it. If you were a moose and you'd reached the end of your life cycle and you died, you just lay on the ground and feed microorganisms. So all these living creatures die, they go back in, and they feed this wheel of life. Here we have man, and we have the soil, and an interesting thing is, what does man do? Man ships all of his fecal material out into the ocean, while the animals and everything else puts their fecal material into the soil to feed these microorganisms. Now, before we move on to the next point that I want to make in this lecture, I want to just tell you that research shows that conventionally farmed fields, that's not organic farming now, that's conventionally farmed, like the great big farms you see driving down the freeway in some portions of the United States. Conventionally farmed fields have been found to have 85% less microorganisms in the soil, and therefore what famous organic farmer Friend Sykes called our unpaid labor force is greatly diminished. So just look at that one statistic alone. From the application of chemical fertilizers, pesticides, herbicides, fungicides, and driving tractors back and forth across the soil, this little unpaid labor force is reduced 85%. Now, knowing what I've just told you, if you have an 85% reduction in the little microorganisms that feed and protect your plants, can you see how that would affect the health of the plants? And if the animals are eating plants that are raised on a soil that's 85% reduced in microorganisms, can you see how that might affect the health of the animals? And then at the top of the food chain, you see man eating these deficient plants and animals. Well, you can clearly see that the wheel of life does not roll nearly as efficiently in a conventionally farmed field. Another interesting statistic is that they find that there is a 40% increase in bird life on organic fields. Why? Because when they put chemical fertilizers and all these toxic chemicals on the ground, one of the first things that it kills is earthworms. And birds love worms, as I'm sure you know. So what you see is that whenever they have conventionally farmed fields, it disrupts the entire ecosystem. So the entire ecosystem just basically shuts down, comes to a grinding halt. So what you end up with is a plant like a tomato that can only be composed of whatever the roots can suck out of the ground, which is chemical salts that have been applied to the soils and water. This is why we have these great big tomatoes that you bite into them and they taste just like nothing, just a water sack. This is why a lot of kids don't like vegetables, for example. They have no taste to them. They've got no flavor, no life to them. Children are sensitive and intelligent. They put it in their mouth and they go, "Mom, this tastes terrible." They spit it out. An interesting experiment you can do to prove this to yourself is cook up some organic vegetables right next to some conventionally farmed vegetables and have the child taste them, and I will guarantee you your chances are extremely good that that child will all of a sudden find a new interest in vegetables. Now that you have a basic understanding of the wheel of life, I'd like to talk to you about another class of nutrients found in foods in general, but they're much higher in organic foods. They're called secondary compounds. I'm sure most of you have heard of enzymes, for example. Well, these secondary compounds, of which there are some 5,000 to 10,000 of in plants, are referred to often as metabolites, or secondary metabolites, or phytonutrients. If you go to a health food store, for example, and ask them if they have phytonutrients, they'll oftentimes have special supplements that come under the heading phytonutrients. Now, those secondary metabolites or secondary compounds that are microscopic nutritional factors that you get more of in organic foods are broken down into four main categories. They are phenolics, terpenes, alkaloids, and sulfur-containing compounds. In organic foods, there is much greater quantities of these vital secondary compounds than there are in conventionally farmed foods, and it just goes to show you that we really don't know that much about nutrition today. We like to think we do, but really, Mother Nature always has a lot more surprises for us. Now, secondary compounds, as I've been discussing, are very, very important to our physiological processes. For example, detoxification. Now, if you look in your manual, you'll see a picture. It says enzymes and cofactors are greater in organics, and then there's a picture of what looks like a circle with a notch taken out of it, and there's a couple of other pieces that look like puzzle pieces that fit in there. Well, in your body, enzymes actually need keys to activate them. Well, vitamins, trace minerals, and these secondary compounds are like the keys to the lock. They're what turns those enzymes on. Now, why this is important is because if you're eating conventionally farmed foods that are diminished in secondary compounds, vitamins, minerals, and trace minerals, for example, you will not have nearly the supply of cofactors that are needed to activate your enzyme pathways in your body. When your body is low on these nutrients, you cannot effectively detoxify your body. This is one of the reasons that so many people today have skin problems, for example. Their body cannot detoxify itself, the liver gets backed up, the intestinal tract gets backed up, and it pushes all the garbage right out through the skin, which is simply an indicator in many instances that there is a lack of nutrition in the diet to activate the pathways of detoxification. Now, just to show you how important organic foods are and how important all these vitamins, minerals, trace minerals, and secondary nutrients are, most natural cancer treatment centers in the world will only feed their patients organic foods. They do this because they've realized that in order to get the physiology of the body to come right, to get the body to the point where it can actually heal itself, it has to have the nutrients on board. Now, the kind of nutrients that you get from organic food are in the exact package that Mother Nature wanted to deliver them to you. They're not in capsules with 5,000 units of vitamin A, for example, which, as we'll discuss later, is really very much like a toxin to the body. For example, 5,000 units of vitamin A would require the juicing and or extraction from about 6 pounds of carrots. So just imagine what your body thinks when it's spent millions of years evolving eating food alone, then all of a sudden you put a dose of vitamin A equal to 6 pounds of carrots in your mouth. Your brain thinks, oh my God, this guy just ate the entire carrot patch, which is not ideal. Now, the next thing in your manual you're going to see is a picture of a couple of Indians that were given to me courtesy of the Weston A. Price Foundation. I show you these pictures because they really bring up a very interesting point, and I'm going to go through these types of points over and over again because I think you can never hear this enough. These are the natives of the United States of America, and every country has its native races. But one of the things that I think is valuable to look at with regard to organic foods is that the Indians, were not farmers. Everything they ate was farmed by Mother Nature, by God if you choose. Indians were extremely healthy people. They survived hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years, thousands and thousands of years of living in the wild, eating animals and berries and root vegetables and whatever they could get as they moved in their life pathways following the animals. Indians were nomadic, meaning they followed the meat. If you look at these people, you can look at the beautiful bone structures in the face. You can see Sitting Bull, who as an old man still had fantastic posture and had fantastic facial features and great skin, for example. These people were very, very healthy. Most native populations that base their diets on natural, organic whole foods were very healthy civilizations. You're going to see me refer to these types of people because they serve as a model of health. Now I'd like to talk a little bit about mineral losses in the soil from commercial farming, and you can see we're now in this section called Do We Really Need Organics? Well, you can see here mineral loss in vegetables from 1963 to 1992. Let's just have a look at this chart because it really, really makes a very profound point with regard to what we're doing to our soils and the food that we're eating. So if you look at the average percentage of change in the mineral composition of soils based on this resource from Shukla here, you can see that calcium is reduced 29.8%. Iron in the soils is reduced 32%. Magnesium minus 21.1%. Phosphorus minus 11.1%. And potassium minus 6.5%. Now, this is going to vary from soil to soil, but this is basically an average loss. It makes a very important point because if you're growing a carrot, a tomato, a bean, or anything on those soils, you can clearly see that the nutrition available to the plant is diminished. Now, to take it a step further, Shukla shows here in his article, Organic Foods, Present and Future Developments, the loss over a 50-year period. So if we look back from now 50 years back, and the article was published in 2001, so you go back 50 years, you can see we have vegetable ratios and fruit ratios. So what it's showing now is how much of a loss of these nutrients are showing up in your food. In other words, you look at your vegetables, and the average vegetable that you pick up at the store, if it's conventionally farmed, is going to be 60% reduced in magnesium. The average fruit will be 90% reduced in magnesium. Now, If you were to go out and get a book on minerals and study the effect of magnesium on the body, you would see that magnesium alone is a really important element. Yet what I just told you is that your fruit is up to 90% reduced in magnesium, and your vegetables are as much as 60% reduced in magnesium. Why? Because the soils are depleted. Now, many experts will tell you that's not true, but unfortunately, there's a whole lot of research saying otherwise, and as a clinician, I can tell you that I see borderline malnutrition every day in people that are eating so much food that they're fat. So we've got a real problem going on here. Now, if you look at iron in your vegetables, it's reduced as much as 80%, in your fruit, 70%. Copper, it's reduced as much as 20%, and in fruit, 60%. Sodium, minus 60%. And in fruit, minus 90, potassium, minus 90 in your vegetables, and minus 80% in your fruit. So no matter how you slice it, you can see right here from this research paper that the soils are depleted, and it is showing up as depletion in our fruits and vegetables. Now, there's a lot of varying opinion out there on organic versus commercial foods. And quite frankly, there's a huge movement on right now from the commercial farming industry and other organizations to minimize the appreciation or the awareness of organic foods and to actually bastardize the term organic. Currently, only about 6 to 7% of all the foods sold in the supermarkets in the United States are organic foods. But just imagine what would happen if everybody was all of a sudden to come to the store and insist on organic foods only. Well, the commercial farmers would go out of business, because to get a license as a certified organic farmer and to farm organically is far more technical, and it requires that you pay attention to what you're doing to the soil, and it requires that you tend the field in the field, not from the window of your truck driving by at 60 miles an hour as an airplane is spraying poisons all over the field. So just to show you a current comparison done by Virginia Worthingham here, she looked at 1,230 published comparisons of organically grown and conventionally grown crops. And what you see here, of these 1,230 published comparisons, 56% of these published comparisons found organic foods to be better. Now, interestingly, 37% found commercial or conventionally farmed produce to be better. But if you just look at what I discussed based on the Wheel of Life, you can see that there's got to be some serious ulterior motives with anybody that says conventionally farmed produce is better than organically farmed. It's, in my opinion, not possible. And I can say that not just as a healthcare professional and someone that spends their life in clinics rehabilitating people and teaching them how to eat. I grew up on a farm, so I can tell you a fair bit about it from the trenches. Now, 7% said that there was no difference between conventionally farmed and organically farmed. Well, there's a couple of things that we can look at with that regard. How do people come up with these kinds of results saying that commercially farmed is as good as or better than organically farmed? I mean, you got 37% here saying that conventionally farmed foods are better than organic foods, and 7% say there's no difference. Well, let's just take a moment to look at that. If you go back to the Wheel of Life that I showed you, and you look at the fact that the soil is the foundation for the plants, for the produce, then you have to ask yourself, well, is the soil in each region as good as the next region? Well, the soil is only as good as the farmer. Many of these studies are comparing what they call organics, but very few of these studies actually state whether or not it was certified organic produce. Another thing they often don't tell you is that some university in Wisconsin in December might decide they're going to compare conventionally farmed versus organic farmed. So they go to the supermarket, they buy something from Safeway, and then they call some organic farmer in Southern California who is growing produce in the middle of December, where the weather allows that and greenhouses allow that, and then they ship it across the United States by truck. So by the time this organic food gets to the university, they go ahead and do this comparison but there's really no way to quantify or qualify how much damage was done to this organic food on the way to the laboratory. So we have to consider soils. We have to consider the farmer. There's a huge variance from one farmer to the next. We've got to consider how was the food handled? How was it stored prior to these tests being done? So those are some of the variables that lead to a lot of confusion in the market. Again, beware of the research. Many industrialists would love you to believe they can't feed the world through organic farming, and that, my friends, is a lot of garbage. There's a very, very interesting old book out there, but it's full of legitimate research. A man named Professor King wrote a book called Farmers of 40 Centuries, and what he showed through the research, particularly on China and some of the Eastern countries and Asian countries, is that they are way better farmers than Americans, and for the most part they use organic farming principles. And the reason it's called Farmers of 40 Centuries is that they've been farming the same fields for 40 centuries, and the nutrient values have remained not only high, but in many cases improved. And the Chinese have a very interesting situation. They have a huge populace of people to feed on a fraction of the land that Americans do, or even people in England do. Therefore, they don't have near the window to mess around with their soils. It's interesting in my research to develop this program and to write my book, Flatten Your Abs Forever, I found research showing that the average American farming family between about 1800 and now ruins somewhere in the neighborhood of 7,000 acres of land by farming it incorrectly using commercial farming principles. They actually ruin it, strip it of its values, wipe out its microorganism populations, and leave it basically in desert state. That, my friends, is a concern, because we are running out of land, we are running out of water, we are running out of resources, and people are just living a life of oblivion and ill health without realizing it. Now, if you look at your manual, you'll see the next diagram is what I have named the Wheel of Death, which is the antithesis of the Wheel of Life. My goal here is to show you exactly why I believe there is such an effort by commercial farming and other interests in poo-pooing, shall we say, organic foods and other forms of advanced agriculture, such as biodynamic farming, which is even more advanced than organic farming. Now, if you look at the Wheel of Death, if you start in the top left-hand corner, you see damaged soils poisoned by industrial waste and agro-farming chemicals. As we've already discussed, they use a tremendous amount of pesticides, herbicides, fungicides, and chemical salts as fertilizers. In fact, in the United States, last year, they used over 1 billion pounds of such chemicals on our farmlands. If you go to the next phase of the Wheel of Death, the top right-hand corner, you see that we end up with damaged, nutrient-deficient plants that are heavily contaminated by pesticides, which I find very interesting that many government resources and even so-called healthcare professionals say in current books and media that there's no need to be concerned with pesticide residues. Well, we'll talk more about that shortly. I will actually show you proof that that's very incorrect. At this point, then, we've got damaged soils, and I think we can all agree from the research I just showed you that our soils are depleted and our fruits and vegetables are depleted, and in a minute I'm going to show you proof that they are maintaining tremendous amounts of toxins from these commercial agrochemicals. Well, if you think back to the Wheel of Life, I showed you that the soil is the foundation for the plant, and that healthy soil and microorganism populations make healthy plants make healthy animals. Now we're going backwards. We've got damaged soils with minimal to none microorganism populations. Chemical fertilizers are known to kill off the earthworms, which are extremely beneficial to the soil for aerating it and making it much more favorable to plant life, not to mention the fact that the castings, or the poop from the earthworms, turns out to be highly nutritious to microorganisms and therefore nutritious to the plants. So you come around, you've got your damaged soils, and you've got your picture of your airplane spraying the plants there. Well, what does that result in? That results in sick, drugged animals eating sick, poisonous plants under inhumane conditions. We've got all these factory farms now raising animals under conditions that are literally barbaric. For example, there's many recordings in the journal The Ecologist. You can visit the website www.theecologist.org, and you will find numerous reports of situations such as commercial pig farming, where pigs are raised in barns, thousands and thousands at a time, where they have no room to move. They stand, live, and eat out of their own feces, and these animals are fed these commercially raised foods, mostly in the form of grains, which are not natural food for most of these animals. They only use these grains because, one, they're cheap. Two, we have so many cheap grains that are subpar quality for human food consumption that the farmers can buy them cheap, and it fattens the animals quickly because a diseased or unhealthy animal fattens quickly because fat stores toxins. So what you see here is a very, very interesting situation in that this commercial farming environment is producing a greater need for vets, which are animal doctors. It's creating a greater need for animal drugs and antibiotics, which, by the way, animal drugs and antibiotics in a large part are the exact same drugs, or very close to the same drugs, used on human beings, and it's the same companies that manufacture these drugs. Well, all you need to do is look at the amount of drugs being sold in the United States and look where all the money's coming from. If you look at your top Fortune 500 companies, you'll see several of them that are directly related to the manufacture of drugs and related products. Well, we come full circle now on the wheel of death, and just as before, we said that good soil made good plants, and good soil and plants made good animals, and human beings eat plants and animals. Well, here we are. We've got damaged soils, damaged plants, and sick, drugged animals being raised under inhumane conditions, being eaten by, guess who? You. You and everybody around you. And all you've got to do is look around you at the people consuming these plants and animals, and you can see that they are tired. They're not very vital people. Oftentimes they are addicted to stimulants such as sugar and caffeine and a variety of other drugs. It would be safe to say that 100% of all commercially farmed animals that end up on your plate are on prescription drugs. So we're eating sick, unhealthy animals that are on drugs, and it's producing sick, unhealthy human beings that are on drugs. Well, what is the result? Increased visits to medical doctors. The average expenditure on medical last year in the United States of America was approximately $4,000 per person for the entire population of the United States. I would say that that is a booming business. We have increased diseases, which again means more drugs for the medical and drug industries, and we have a loss of vitality, which means more addiction and more sales of stimulant products and sugar-based products, which is literally the greatest majority of foods on the market. So what you see here is that the processed food manufacturing industry comes out the winner because they sell us tons of stimulants and addictive substances. The medical system comes out the winner because more disease and more dysfunction means more drug sales and more MRIs and more surgeries and more visits to the hospital. So there you have it. It's a very simple economic situation. It is far, far more advantageous to continue to put poison on the ground and feed people inappropriately because it drives the financial wheel. You can see here that we have a very interesting situation that is not getting better, it's getting worse all the time. People are losing their vitality, they're becoming highly addicted, unhealthy, and interestingly enough, last year, for the first time in history, there was about an equal expenditure on allied or natural healthcare professionals as there was on traditional medical professionals, showing that although they're selling more drugs than ever in history, people are finally realizing something's wrong. They're not getting better with these allopathic approaches, and they have to do something else. And one of the first things that natural healthcare professionals like myself do is say, hey, listen, we've got to get the foundation principles right. There's no sense buying drugs and going from doctor to doctor if you keep on putting poisoned garbage food in your mouth. Now, a lot of people are going to say, well, Paul, I don't really think that our foods are that poisoned. Dr. So-and-so or expert so-and-so says that there's not enough pesticide residues on our foods to be of concern. After all, it's only parts per million. Well, let's have a look at that, because that is far from the truth. I found an interesting research study that I'd like to share with you now, and it was from New Zealand. And what the food scientists did that wrote the study is they went right into the school, and they actually stood in line with a tray in the school and just got everything that was being fed to the children just like any other kid. And what they got was some sausage, some tomatoes, some butter, some white bread, and an apple. And they analyzed this, and as you can see from the picture and the listing of chemicals here, they came up with 21 pesticide residues amongst 5 foods evaluated, many of which were in concentrations of many times the safe level for each of those given pesticides. Now, you can look through here and you can see all sorts of these chemicals. Look, for example, at butter. Butter had DDE, which is a metabolic derivative of DDT. I want to make a point here. This is New Zealand that this was done in. New Zealand has some of the most strict rules for utilizing pesticides and agro-farming chemicals of any country in the world. If this same study was done in the United States, they would have found much higher levels and probably many more toxic chemicals than they found in New Zealand. Now, when you research what these chemicals do, you will find many of them affect your brain function, your nervous system function, your immune system, your endocrine or your hormonal system. These chemicals are toxic and they are very, very damaging. And most of these agrochemicals, particularly the pesticides, come in 2 classes. One class that attacks the nervous system of the insects, and the other one attacks the hormonal system, creating a massive hormonal imbalance using estrogenic chemicals so that the insects cannot reproduce. Well, that's exactly what happens to human beings. These things get into your body via your food, and they either attack your nervous system or your hormonal system. And by the way, whenever you attack either one of those systems, it affects all systems of the body. I would say it's safe to say we've got quite an interesting problem on our hands, and unfortunately most people are just oblivious to it. Now, one of the things that they don't talk about is, although many researchers say, oh, these pesticide residues are not harmful to the body, etc., etc., when they do research on these things, there's 2 interesting points I want to make here. One, the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, allows the people that manufacture these chemicals to do their own research to validate the safety. You've got a situation then where the FDA allows people to provide the levels of safety on their own chemicals and prove that through their own research that they're safe, which is really quite ridiculous. And then you have another interesting situation in that most of these chemicals are approved, their safe ratings are in parts per million. Well, an interesting finding comes from recent research where scientists found that in parts per million, in other words, in the levels of the so-called safe levels of residues from these commercial farming chemicals, that the immune system will work and the detoxification systems of the body will be activated to try to rid these chemicals from your body. Now, think back to a little bit ago when I told you about secondary nutrients, enzymes, minerals, and trace minerals, and I said that in order for your enzyme systems to work correctly, you had to have adequate nutrition in your body. Well, granted, parts per million traces of a lot of these chemicals will activate the immune system and the detoxification pathways, but in order for those systems of the body to even begin to work effectively, you have to have adequate levels of nutrition on board to run these systems. And I can tell you honestly, as a healthcare professional, very few people walking around out there today do, which is why you have a massive consumption of medical drugs and you have a massive number of people going to doctors. Now, what's really interesting that I want you to be aware of is that there is new research now coming out showing that residues in levels of parts per trillion, not million, parts per trillion, are potentially more damaging to the body. Well, it turns out that there's a whole field of medicine called homeopathy, and homeopathy is based on an energy imprint, and it's based on communication systems within the body, and basically they can give you such a microscopic dose of a given plant substance or a homeopathic dose that it causes a shift in your physiology because the body reads the electromagnetic signal or trace from that given nutrient or therapeutic substance. Well, we now have an interesting situation in that the scientists are finding that pesticide and chemical residues in parts per trillion, which is a microcosm in amount compared to parts per million, are worse for the body because the immune system does not recognize these microscopic traces, so the chemicals get into your body, they get into your cells, and lo and behold, they found that they actually go in and damage the DNA of your cells and your body unchecked because the immune system is blind to them. Now, this is what I call a homeopathologic dose. In other words, the dose is so small that the body doesn't even recognize it, but it is definitely enough to cause tremendous damage to your body. And I can say that quite honestly as a healthcare professional because I've had a number of cases where clients of mine either lived on or near farms where they were getting exposure to enough chemical pesticide residues to magnify the symptoms that may be fairly salient or stealth in other people. Yet when I researched these chemicals, they had a tremendous overlay of symptoms. And I personally do not think this is uncommon at all. I just think people don't know where to look for it because they are reading and believing a literature that says these parts per million doses are safe, yet they're not safe at all for reasons that I will describe later aside from what I've already told you. Organic foods results in no chemicals on your food. It's against the rules and laws of certified organic farming to use industrialized plant-based chemicals such as herbicides, pesticides, and fungicides on your food. It's against the rules to poison the soils. They have very strict regulations. So when you eat healthy foods that don't have chemicals, it results in your body achieving a level of health and vitality, which means you have an improved quality of life. And between now and the time that you die, and you know we will all die, you have to ask yourself, what level of vitality do I want in my life? How much quality do I want in my life? Do I want to literally run from an aspirin bottle to soda pop, to coffee, or to stronger drugs? Or do I want to enjoy my coffee and my espresso because it's something that I enjoy, not something that I need, and that I have enough nutrition and vitality in my body to detoxify that espresso or the occasional donut or whatever? Most people have it backwards. I teach my clients what I call the 80-20 rule, which means that 80% of your time should be spent living correctly and eating correctly so that you can absorb 20% of the time. But most of the people that come to myself for help and other healthcare professionals are at best living 20-80. In reality, most people don't even think about what they're putting in their mouth until they're sick, and then all of a sudden they say, oh, geez, maybe I need to have some chicken soup.
Checkpoints.
To close this section now, I'm going to give you what I call my checkpoints.
Checkpoint 1.
Always make certified organic foods the focus of your diet. It may cost a little more, but it is well worth it in terms of quality and long-term benefits to your body.
Checkpoint 2.
When choosing meats, ask for free-range, grass-fed organic animals. Your local soil association or farmers association will be able to help you locate good supplies of meat, or just ask your local quality butcher.
Checkpoint 3.
Support your local organic or biodynamic farmers by buying their produce. If you don't support them, they will not be able to grow the good foods.
Checkpoint 4.
Be cautious about purchasing packaged or processed foods that are labeled organic. These foods may contain as much as 50% non-organic ingredients and may also have any number of toxic chemicals, additives, preservatives, and colorings. Look for labels that say 100% organic or certified organic. If you're not sure, ask the store manager where the food came from. Is it an organic farm or a certified organic farm?
Checkpoint 5.
The best natural medicine doctors and clinics recommend the use of organic foods exclusively to treat and heal diseases. Don't wait until you're sick before making the switch to organic foods. Look after your body by eating the best quality foods possible, and your body will look after you.
Checkpoint 6.
Look carefully at the funding and validity of research studies. Ask yourself, who benefits from the study, or is it conducted by impartial parties? Good scientists are truth seekers, not spin doctors. Much of the research today is produced by rent-a-scientists and is designed to program you for a conditioned response. Therefore, unless you want to become like Pavlov's dog, investigate the motives of those behind a study and try to determine who funded it. Well, that's it for the organic section, and we will be right back with cooked versus raw.
This is the end of this CD.
Cooked versus raw. Why do most people kill their foods before they eat them? Have you ever wondered about that? Well, today we're in the tradition of cooking everything. We cook milk, we cook cheese, butter, fruit juices by pasteurization. We cook the life right out of our vegetables. We often cook meats till they're not only well done, but charred around the edges, burnt. You have to wonder, what started our desire to cook everything to death? Well, it was the desire for food preservation. The developing food industry in the late 1800s and early 1900s led to extensive canning, pasteurization, and other means of improving transport time and shelf life, such as dehydration of foods. Well, while this may have been beneficial to allow us to, say, have a can of peaches in the middle of winter when otherwise they wouldn't have been available, it caused another problem, a loss of nutrient value in our foods, because these processes such as canning and pasteurization denatured the food such that it damaged a lot of the nutrition in the food. So all the while we were maybe having our fruit, we weren't really getting the benefits that nature offers us in fresh fruit. So when you cook foods to can them or preserve them in any way, when you use pasteurization, for example, this involves the use of heat. Now, one of the things that's in food that gives life to the human body is enzymes. And enzymes are extremely heat sensitive. As a matter of fact, there's a variety of opinions out there, but most experts agree that anytime you cook a food beyond about 118 degrees Fahrenheit, it will kill the enzymes, and it is also very likely to damage a lot of the secondary nutrients that we spoke about earlier when we talked about organic foods. Now, another problem with high temperatures, such as when you're cooking foods, like for example, if you fry a piece of meat or if you boil milk, for example, then you begin denaturing proteins and destroying a number of the other food qualities and the vitamins. For example, there's a number of trace minerals that are so sensitive to heat, they'll literally disappear. If you took high quality water, did an analysis on the minerals in the water, including trace minerals, and then boiled it, you'd find that you had lost some percentage of the nutrients that were previously there before it was cooked. Now, there's a number of different research papers out there, but one of the things that I want to point out is that there is indicators, a number of indicators, that heat denatures proteins. And when we cook things like pasteurizing milk, which we'll talk about more in the dairy section, we end up actually altering the structure of the proteins, and we also can damage fats. So these are all very, very important things to consider. And we also need to consider whether or not cooking is really ideal. And we will look at that with regard to how we got here. One of your definite indicators that cooking foods and processing foods is not healthy is by the simple fact that foods are now fortified. Fortification began in the period just prior to the Second World War. What happened was, and how we led to this need to fortify foods, was that in the First World War, 40% of the recruits that were brought in were unfit for military service. Now, think about that. The quality of the foods in 1914 is, safe to say, much better than they are today. If you just look at how much damage we've done to the soils, the foods coming from any soil would have been in better shape than they are today due to the number of years that the soils have been traumatized by farming. So here we had recruits showing up in 1914 that were unfit for military service due to health reasons. Well, about 50% of British and American recruits showing up for military duty were turned away prior to the Second World War. This caused a tremendous level of concern amongst the British and the American governments, because how do you fight a war when your soldiers are so unfit that they will not be able to handle the rigors of military duty? The doctors and the nutritionists of the day fairly quickly realized that all the canned and processed food that people were eating at the time was basically denaturing and stripping the food of so much nutrition that they had to start fortifying the foods. So that brings us to an interesting point. Whenever you see a food today that says fortified, you know that the Food and Drug Administration or some government organization has mandated that that food have some level of nutrients or nutrition added back to it, because the very process of cooking it or preparing it or adding shelf life to it has stripped it of the life-giving elements. And as they found out with the recruits, it can cause such a problem that people will be unfit for military duty. Now, in your life, it means that you'll be less fit for work, or less fit to play football on the weekend, or less fit to dance, whatever it is that you like to do, but ultimately it ends up in a lack of vitality. And a little tip for you, what they use to fortify and enrich these foods is generally cheap synthetic vitamins. They're garbage. If you read the book Beating the Food Giants by Paul A. Stitt, he describes how they buy these synthetic vitamins and they spray them on the cereal grains, interestingly enough, on the way into an oven where they're heated to several hundred degrees. Well, not much in nature can survive several hundred degrees of heat, particularly with vitamins and secondary nutrients and the things that the body needs to stay healthy, particularly not enzymes. So here we have a situation where they've completely damaged your breakfast cereals and they spray synthetic, cheap vitamins that they buy by the semi-truckload and put them on the product on the way into the oven. Well, Paul Stitt talks about a research study that he found in Quaker Foods' library where they had 3 groups of rats. They fed one group nothing, just starved them. They fed one group the box from the puffed wheat cereal, and they fed the 3rd group of rats puffed wheat. Well, the puffed wheat group was the first to die. The rat group that ate the box outlived the other 2 groups, and basically the conclusion of the study was that you would be better off eating the box or eating nothing than eating the cereal in the box. Yet we have kids living off of sugar water drinks called juice and box cereals that have been so-called fortified or enriched with cheap synthetic vitamins. So if you're interested in being healthy, I would stay away from anything that says fortified or enriched. So what we need to do now is look carefully at how we are designed to eat and how we ate during our evolution. Although there's a few good resources out there, one of the best resources in the world is the man I've mentioned before, and I will mention many more times because he did the most thorough documentation of developing races and of people that were untouched by white man's foods, and that was Weston A. Price. Now, Dr. Price was a dentist, a scientist, and an expert in human nutrition. And he was one of the few people to actually study and objectively document civilizations or tribal societies that had not been touched by white man's food, and he documented them in his book Nutrition and Physical Degeneration. And I highly recommend you read this book, which is available at www.pricepottenger.com. That's Price, Pottenger.com. What Price pointed out in his book and in his studies of some 15 native populations, which he did in the early 1930s. Now, he traveled around the world for several years, analyzing their diets and studying their bodies, their health, their teeth. He took samples of their diets and sent them back to the States for laboratory analysis. He did a very, very thorough job, and some interesting things arose. One, he found every society that had not been touched by white man's food were so healthy they didn't even have a word for cancer in most of their languages. They had never, ever come across cancer. It was something completely new to them. They also exercised a minimal processing of foods. Now, when I say processing, even cooking, I mean, if you took a raw piece of steak and cook it, that is processing to some degree. What Price demonstrated was that they practiced minimal processing of foods. Now, he found that where the natives did cook certain foods, it was generally to soften fiber and improve digestion. It wasn't because they were afraid of the food or afraid of parasites or any of the common fears that lead people to cook things till they're charred around the edges, as I mentioned earlier, but basically they were trying to improve the bioavailability of nutrients and or improve digestion by using heat in the form mostly of fire to soften the fiber and improve digestion, as I said. A great number of these societies did not cook their meats at all. And if they did, as I said earlier, it was just minimal. They would generally just seal the surface of the meat or sear it. For example, when you're eating high-quality fish or sushi-grade fish, you would just sear it, which means leave it on the surface of the pan just enough to close the surface. Now, an interesting thing is research on fossilized human fecal remains indicates that fire was minimally used for cooking even thousands of years ago. What the research shows is that the heat or fire developmental man was using, or early men, was more for making tools and keeping their bodies warm and far less for cooking than most people today would believe. And they can determine these things through a laboratory analysis of fossilized human feces. So this is an important point here because we did not use fire to cook most of the foods we ate. Most of the foods that we ate were in their natural, raw, unadulterated state. A classic example of that was demonstrated by Villemar Stephenson, who was the first white man to ever live with the Eskimos for an extended period of time. And he wrote all about these experiences in his book, The Fat of the Land. Stephenson pointed out that the Eskimos ate their meat raw. They ate most of their fish raw, and they ate their meat raw. When I say most of it, if they didn't eat it raw, it wasn't that they were cooking it. What they would do is they would bury it or leave it in the ice for extended periods of time, and they would actually let the enzymes and microorganisms within the food itself start to decay that food. Stephenson describes eating meat that they had stored in a hole for months, and the microorganisms and the enzymes had self-digested the meat to the point that he describes it like eating a pudding. Most people would be afraid to death to do that today, and of course they would because, as we mentioned earlier, the meat that we're getting is so damaged to begin with from all this commercial farming, and there's probably so many unfriendly organisms in commercial meat that to practice eating that meat the way the Eskimos eat might be a little risky, I would say. Now, another thing that he found that the Eskimos did is that they would take the upper small intestines of the animals and they would cut them open and they would literally eat the vegetable life out of the animal's intestinal tract. That was considered pre-digested, high-quality vegetable matter. And because in the region of the North Pole, or where Eskimos live, there's not a lot of vegetation available, they would get sea vegetables, for example, out of a seal's upper intestinal tract. Now, these vegetables were so important that they actually made them primarily for the females first. Another thing that the North American Indians did and Eskimos did was they ate the adrenal glands from many of these mammals that they killed, because the adrenal glands turned out to be the most concentrated source of vitamin C in an animal's body, and therefore they were able to get adequate vitamin C by consuming the adrenal glands. Now, another fact that will pretty much guarantee you that we did not do a lot of unnecessary food processing or cooking is the fact that most of our ancestors were nomadic, which means they followed the meat around. All your Indian tribes and in most civilizations, because meat was the primary staple. As a matter of fact, in Price's research, it's very clear, and he made it clear, that he found no vegetarian societies anywhere. Every single group of people that he studied around the world that were considered to be healthy peoples ate meat. The only ones that had reduced meat intake were the people of places like Central and South America, and it wasn't because they had anything against meat. It was simply because there was a lack of meat available to them. Now, I bring this up because, as I said, most developmental peoples were nomadic. They had to follow the meat because the meat was the primary source of nutrients that kept people alive, and the plant life, seeds, berries, etc., were secondary sources of nutrition. In other words, they didn't try to survive off plants. They survived off meat and supplemented with plant life. When you have to move to follow animals everywhere you go, you don't really have the ability, especially back in those days, to carry all sorts of cooking utensils with you. We didn't have modern technology where we could make super light cookware like they give us in the military. So these people really had to stick with the basics. Now, another very important fact that would indicate that it is not a good idea to cook most of your foods is that we all need a certain amount of essential fatty acids, one of which, for example, is omega-3s. You have several different types of fats or fatty acids that are needed for your body, and they're generally broken down into saturated, polyunsaturated, and monounsaturated fats. Your saturated fats, or the majority of what's in an animal fat, is much more resilient to heat, where the fats that you find predominantly in vegetables are your mono and polyunsaturates, like your omega-3s and your omega-6 fatty acids, and they are much more sensitive to heat, particularly the omega-3s, which are really hard for people to get adequate amounts of in today's modern diet. You can pretty much rest assured that if people continued back then to cook their foods, they would have damaged the omega-3 fatty acids, particularly in the vegetable matter. Which leads us to an interesting point today. People cook everything dramatically for the most part. Being a connoisseur of fine food myself, I can tell you that when I was in the military, they cooked the living life out of any kind of vegetable. I mean, when you ate it, if you closed your eyes, you couldn't tell if you were eating a piece of hemp rope or whether you're eating your notebook or a piece of broccoli. I mean, they literally cooked the life out of things, and people that don't appreciate some of these fine facts about the nutrition in foods don't really understand what they're doing when they're cooking these foods. And if you cook vegetable life or plant life, you will damage a lot of these fatty acids that are essential for optimal human health. Fats and oils, for the most part, are heat sensitive. And when you oxidize a fat by cooking it, such as some of these poly and monounsaturated fatty acids, you create free radicals, and free radicals are basically ions that fly around in your body and damage cells. Today, we are being told by many health experts to supplement our diets with antioxidants to protect us against free radical damage. Yet, I believe that's a bit of a this for that approach. I think it would be far more effective to A, eat quality foods, and B, don't destroy the foods in the process of eating them. In other words, you don't have to cook things till they're damaged and then take antioxidants to compensate for it. Another real important issue that I'm going to mention over and over again is Organic foods do not have pesticides and commercial farming chemicals on them, and those things are all denatured and they are very responsive to heat. Current research shows that when you have multiple pesticide residues on a food, let's say you get a vegetable that's been sprayed by 3 different types of pesticides, which happens very commonly because the more damaged the soils are, the more lame the farming techniques are, the more parasites come after the food. Remember, parasites are nature's policemen. They're coming back to return this stuff to the soil. So what you see is that multiple parasite infestations happen in crops, so the farmers will use different chemicals designed to attack different parasites. So what do you end up with? You end up with a piece of broccoli or a carrot or some peppers that have 3 or 4 different types of pesticide residues on them. And research shows that when these things are heated to cooking temperatures, they actually combine and create new chemicals, many of which have never been identified before. So your poor liver is having to not only detoxify the chemical residues that were originally there, but after you cook this food, you're creating a Molotov cocktail of toxins. Another very interesting thing that happened back in the 30s was a man named Dr. William Hay popularized a type of diet based on food combining. Now, food combining is a system whereby people don't mix certain types of foods. For example, you don't mix acid and alkaline foods. You don't generally mix proteins with fruits. You try to keep foods together that digest easily and effectively together. This concept is still alive today. There's many people that believe that we need to food combine and teach food combining. I can tell you that, if you're food combining and it's working for you, in my clinical view, that's one of your primary indicators that you have a digestive disorder. First of all, let's just pretend we were all a bunch of Indians. Well, I think it's pretty safe to say that our primary source of food would have been meat, and while we were out on hunts, we might have had to go for 3-4 days, and along the way we might have saw some huckleberries, and we might have saw some blackberries. We may have seen a couple of root vegetables growing here and there. So we would had to have forage, shall we say, along the way while we were trying to find something a little bit more sustainable like a deer or a moose or an elk. Now, when we finally did get that meat and we did break it down into quarters so we could carry it home, etc., I highly doubt that any of the Indians would say, well, listen, you can't eat those blackberries because you've just eaten some venison, for example. Our bodies are designed to eat whatever we can get whenever we can get it. And the stomach produces hydrochloric acid, which is an extremely powerful acid. So your stomach is designed to break these foods down and prepare them for digestion in the small intestine. Now, when people have to food combine, which means they can't mix fruits or vegetables with proteins or acids and alkalines together, it generally indicates that they are what is called hypochlorhydric, or they have what physicians refer to as hypochlorhydria, meaning that they just cannot produce enough hydrochloric acid to efficiently pre-digest the food in preparation for entry into the small intestine, where the food is further broken down and absorbed into the body for utilization and metabolism. Now, if you look at a cross-section of most Europeans and Americans, you'll see that there's quite a lot of problems with digestion that begin by about the age of 35. And these people generally show that they're enzyme deficient. Hold that concept for a minute and let's look at what we've discussed so far. We've talked about the fact that in our natural environment, we didn't cook things to death. We've talked about the fact that fossilized remains of human feces showed that we did not cook our foods very much at all, and that we were probably using fire to keep warm and make tools. We also talked about how at the beginning of the First and Second World War, they had a tremendous problem with soldiers being unfit for military duty, which they tracked to the denaturing and stripping of vitamins and essential nutrients from the foods in the process of packaging and increasing the shelf life of foods, which led to the need to fortify foods. Well, we also said that by about the temperature of 118 degrees Fahrenheit, you will have wiped out all the enzymes in food. Well, our bodies actually have minimal capacity to produce enzymes. So you have to bring enzymes in from your foodstuffs, which is one of the main reasons we need a given amount of unprocessed raw fruits, vegetables, seeds, etc. in our diet on a fairly regular basis, and even meats provide enzymes. But if you, again, cook the meat, you damage the enzymes in the meat. And these enzymes, by the way, are used to digest foods, which is why the Eskimos would put their food in a hole in the ice and just leave it there. The enzymes in the meat would start self-digesting the meat, making the nutrients more readily available to the body. Well, today, we cook everything. I mean, we've got kids drinking pasteurized cooked milk right almost from the day that they're born because for one reason or another their mother can't breastfeed them. So we have a real problem because people are very, very enzyme deficient. Now, if your body cannot produce the enzymes, you have a hard time digesting things, and that produces a number of common symptoms. When you keep eating foods then that don't deliver enzymes and your body becomes enzyme deficient, your body has to work harder and harder to break these things down, and that means it may need to spend more of its hydrochloric acid on trying to break these things down, which eventually leads to hydrochloric acid deficiency. And the symptoms that we see clinically with hydrochloric acid deficiency and or enzyme deficiency are such things as poor digestion, constipation, age spots in the skin, wrinkles, and poor skin quality in general. Lethargy is one of the most common things I see, coupled with fatigue in the clinic. Many people are they can't figure out why they're tired all the time, and they need to drink coffee all through the day, and they just need pick-me-ups. They need a lot of sugar. Have you ever been to the cafe in the morning and seen someone having a cup of coffee, and they just put teaspoon after teaspoon of sugar? I've literally seen people put as many as 10 teaspoons of sugar in a cup of coffee. Well, this is because people are unable to effectively digest the food, and the food that they're eating is so dead that they cannot pull any energy out of the food. Food is meant to deliver energy. It's not just meant to be fuel. It's meant to deliver energy. And when it's denatured from processing and cooking, then there's no energy to be given. It literally takes energy away from the body because it costs the body energy to try to break this stuff down. Other symptoms of poor digestion that may come secondary to too much cooking of our foods are declining eyesight, poor memory, mood swings and irritability, and food intolerances is a very common problem today. Brain fog, poor concentration, and here's another very common problem today, yeast infections such as candida. Just to give you an idea how prevalent these problems are, in 1960, doctors did research and found that as many as 50% of the entire U.S. population had some kind of a yeast or fungal infection in their bodies. Now, how does your vitality drop down that low? Well, if you continue to eat food that's so processed that it's stripped of its nutrients, its enzymes have been damaged by the heat, and it's had to be refortified, usually with garbage vitamins, then it's very likely that you're leaving the door wide open for fungal infections and yeast infections, which, as we see, are very common amongst people that have poor digestion and eat a lot of processed foods. Now, I've mentioned a number of things there. Just let's run through them real quickly one more time. Poor digestion, constipation, age spots, wrinkling and poor skin quality in general, lethargy, fatigue, declining eyesight, poor memory, mood swings and irritability, food intolerances, brain fog, and yeast or fungal infection. Now, do any of these things sound common to you? I'm sure if you don't have one or more of these things, that there's somebody within an arm's reach of you today that does. Now, as I mentioned previously when we talked about enzymes and secondary nutrients, these enzymes and secondary nutrients that are very easily damaged by traditional cooking and processing techniques are vital to our detoxification pathways. When we get to the section on detoxification, we'll get more technical, but for now, I'll just say that the way your body detoxifies itself and keeps your blood clean and keeps your body functioning and keeps you in a state of health is through a process of enzymes. There's two pathways in the liver. One's called the cytochrome P448, and the other one's called the cytochrome P450 pathway. These are enzyme pathways. These enzymes are primary workhorses in the body, and when your food is devitalized of enzymes due to heat processing, you cannot run your detoxification pathways. When you cannot run your detoxification pathways, you cannot clean your cells out, your vitality goes down, and you literally accelerate the rate at which you die. This is additionally why natural treatment centers for chronic diseases and cancers use a high percentage of raw organic foods, because the organic foods have all the nutrients available to them from healthy microorganism populations and quality soil, and they're generally using raw foods because they're not devitalized. So, if you want to know how to become a statistic, then just continue to eat overcooked, enzyme-depleted, vitamin-deficient food with rancid fats from heat exposure. Now, how many people do you know that do that as a way of life today? That's pretty much everybody. And look around you. As I said, 85% of all Americans are on at least one prescription drug. The average person in the United States spends $4,000 a year on medical assistance. I mean, $4,000 a year. At $100 an hour, that would be 41-hour sessions with a personal trainer or a natural health consultant that could teach you a whole lot about how to stay out of doctor's offices. As a matter of fact, many, many years ago, in 1958, famous biochemist and biodynamic farming expert Aaron Fried Pfeiffer said, most people are dead by the age of 35, and their corpse just keeps walking around for another 30 years. What Pfeiffer was basically saying is that with all the processed food we're eating and all the denaturing of our foods and these commercial farming techniques, people manage to keep walking around, but they really lose so much vitality. By the age of 35, they're just existing. They're not thriving. They're not alive inside. They're just making it day to day. Their poor body's drawing off of itself. Well, another famous doctor who is a nutritional biochemist, Jeffrey Bland, echoed Pfeiffer's sentiments, and he uses a term called vertical disease. He basically states that people just go from doctor to doctor and prescription to prescription, walking around ill vertically until one day they finally die and end up with horizontal disease. So vertical disease just leads to horizontal disease. It's just one progression leading to the other. Personally, I'd like to be vertical and vital. And being vertical and vital means you have to, A, eat top quality foods, and B, not process the life force and the nutrients right out of them. We need nutrition, not just fuel. We've got to get away from this concept of just eating food for fuel, because food isn't just fuel. If food was just fuel, you could drink gasoline or alcohol. But remember, right from the very beginning, we talked about how from the very time we begin, at the point of gestation, when our cells begin to divide and you become a collection of about 100 trillion cells, you've got to replace those cells with something. So it all goes right back to what are you replacing those 2 million red blood cells with every second? A Pop-Tart? A can of Red Bull? Or are you using an organic carrot, an organic lamb chop, or something that has some enzymes, some minerals, trace minerals, and nutrition in it that will help keep you alive? You can look around today and see the absolute obvious effects of what's happened since we've moved away from what Price identified as the optimal way to live amongst healthy civilizations all the way back in the 1930s. We have the most disease-laden society in history right now, in spite of the fact that we have more medical technology than ever before. Clearly, something's wrong. Ladies and gentlemen, let's just get one thing straight here. It takes life to give life. So if you want a higher quality of life, you have to eat something that is still alive. You have to eat something that can deliver life force energy to your body. You cannot get that from packaged, processed garbage that lasts for a year on a shelf. Now, there's a lady named Valerie Hunt who was a professor at UCLA who did some very interesting experiments. Now, I'm sure many of you have heard of the human aura, the energy field that surrounds your body. Well, what most people don't realize is that every living thing has an aura. A strawberry has an aura. A banana has an aura. A sheep has an aura. Well, the aura is actually a measure of the life force energy. In other words, somebody that's dying will have a very small auric field around them, but somebody that's very healthy and vital will have a much expanded auric field around them. Well, Valerie Hunt did a really interesting experiment, which I have on videotape. She used a technology that would film somebody's energy field. And she had a man, she filmed his aura, and she had him eat, I think it was a Mr. Good bar and a fast food hamburger. And you could literally watch this guy's aura. He started out, the aura was about, 10, 12 inches from his body. And literally within minutes, his aura virtually collapsed to where it was only maybe 2 inches tall, emanating away from his head and away from his torso and arms. Then she let him rest for a period, if I remember right, about 20 to 30 minutes. And she gave him an apple and some grapes and, some live food. And the opposite happened. Here was the guy who was eating something with its enzymes intact, its nutrition intact, and its life force intact. And now the opposite happened. His aura literally began to expand right in front of you. And when you watch a video like that, that's developed by a very highly respected university professor that is a scientist, you know there's some definite correlations between the food we eat and our life force energy. So we've talked a lot now about cooked versus raw food, and I've given you some real important concepts to think about. So as we close this section now, I want to give you the so what should I do points.
Checkpoints. Checkpoint 1.
Eat as much raw food as possible for increased vitality and health. This should preferably be organic food for the reasons discussed in the previous section, and also to avoid any harmful compounds from pesticide residues should you cook or use heat with the food. Remember, organic foods are pesticide-free, and that is very important if you heat the foods because heat causes pesticide residues to combine and produce new toxic chemicals that are very hard on your body.
Checkpoint 2.
Wash all produce thoroughly with a non-toxic soap. The skin of fruits and vegetables are very permeable, and the solvents and alcohols in commercial soaps can go straight through into your fruit, which you then eat. Washing is always a good idea. Even if there are no pesticides or waxes on organic fruit and vegetables, you don't know where the hands have been that have handled them.
Checkpoint 3.
Choose juices that are freshly squeezed over canned or bottled juices. From the moment you squeeze or juice any fruit or vegetable, it begins to oxidize rapidly. The amount of nutrition that is lost is amazing. In as little as a minute, you can lose as much as 50% of the vitamin C content in orange juice. Also, store-bought juices are often pasteurized, which means they are heat-treated to kill off bacteria. What you end up with is sugar water that tastes like an orange or a grape. That is not good food, and it does not contribute to your vitality. Take your fruit, squeeze the juice out of it, and drink it straight away.
Checkpoint 4.
Cook your grass-fed organic meats as little as you can handle to retain the full nutritional value of the food. Remember that heat kills enzymes and wipes out trace minerals and vitamins. Food processing and food storage, the inverse relationship between shelf life and your health and vitality. Stop for a minute and think about the last 3 meals you had. What percentage of the food that you ate came out of the can, a sealed bag, was dehydrated or required that you added water to it? What percentage of what you ate in the last 3 meals had a shelf life of less than 5 days? What color is your food and drink lately? Do you know that now they make purple ketchup? Personally, I've never seen a purple tomato, have you? Although with the boom in genetically engineered foods, I doubt it will be too long before you can grow tomatoes with your Lego set and eat those too. Do me a favor, go look in your cupboards and read the labels on any 3 items that you grab at random. Now that you've done that, tell me, how many words were on those labels that you couldn't pronounce? Okay, I bet you there was a lot of them. Today, most packaged food has literally got a laundry list of chemicals on there. As I will show you in a minute, there is a whole lot of chemical additives that the FDA has nicely organized that you don't get to see. All those chemical names that you read on there that you couldn't pronounce are designed to do a number of things, such as stabilize, emulsify. They've been used to bleach food. There's residues of bleaches to texturize, to soften, to preserve, to sweeten, to add scents to cover the smells. For example, when they process various fats and oils, it makes them rancid and the food smells terrible, so they have to add scents to it so that you don't think that you're eating rotten food. There's colorings in there, artificial flavorings, and some of those chemicals, believe it or not, are even designed to addict you. That's a whole science in itself. We'll talk about that later. Now, these chemicals add a lot of chemicals to your diet. I just asked you to go look at 3 things at random. Well, think if I had you do that to everything in your cupboard and everything you've eaten in the last week. Well, currently, the Food and Drug Administration lists approximately 2,800 international food additives and about 3,000 chemicals that are deliberately added to your food supply. That means the FDA lists about 3,000 chemicals that are added to your foods that did not come directly from your foods. They're additional. Now, if you count the chemicals used on food from the ground, i.e. the point of farming, to the time it reaches your stomach, we are exposing ourselves to approximately 15,000 chemicals on any given day in our food supply alone, not to mention the chemicals that are in water. When we get to the water section, I'll tell you about how many chemicals you're exposing yourself to, and I think you'll probably be a little bit surprised. But just in your food supply alone, from ground to stomach these days, the average person is dealing with as many as 15,000 chemicals a day, depending on where and what you're eating. To me, that's a lot of chemicals. When I've talked to my patients about the importance of getting tested, for example, to see if they're intolerant or allergic to any of these food additives and preservatives, they commonly say, well, I don't eat food additives or food preservatives, which tells me right away that they really do not understand A, what's on the label, and B, what's missing on the label. For example, consider these statistics. Jonathan Brostoff and Linda Gamlin, in their book Food Allergy and Food Intolerance, say that the average person today eats 20 pounds dry weight food additives and food preservatives. Now, in a minute, I'm going to show you just one sample of the listing that makes a flavor, and you're going to see that there is a lot of chemicals on there that do not look like things you'd want to put in your mouth. Now, next time you go to the store, I want you to look at a 20-pound bag of flour and realize that they're saying that the average person's eating 20 pounds a year of these chemicals. Now, there is a lot of variation in the literature, though. In my library, I have a book called Surviving in a Toxic World. That's also a recent book written by some physicians, and they say that the average person eats 150 pounds of food additives, preservatives, and colorings a year. Well, I don't care how you calculate it, whether it's 150 pounds any old way it comes or 20 pounds dry weight. When you consider that and that we're exposing ourselves to about 15,000 different chemicals from ground to stomach, food processing is definitely, in my opinion, not contributing to anything but shelf life. It has nothing to do with how healthy you are. It only has to do with increasing the ability for them to truck so-called foods around the country and leave them laying on the shelf until you decide to buy them. And the longer they can do that, the less they have to throw away and the more money they make. As a matter of fact, today, almost all the money spent by food manufacturers is spent on how to effectively make the food cheaper and how to package it to market it more effectively and more attractive. There is literally no money being spent in the United States or any of the industrialized nations on how to make foods more nutritious. The only people that have to do that, by the way, are food manufacturers for dogs and cats. The veterinarian societies require that you produce research demonstrating that your foodstuffs will support life for animals, but not for human beings, which I find rather interesting. Don't be fooled either by the term food additives or food colorings or even natural flavor when you're reading your labels. Food additives as a term and food colorings as a term is just a signifier. The FDA allows you to use that term if the additives or colorings do not compose more than approximately 2% of the total volume of the ingredients of the food. Well, that's interesting. Consider that a lot of these chemicals have never been researched and they are potentially hazardous. And believe you me, if you read The Safe Shopper's Bible by Samuel Epstein or a number of the other books that I'll quote throughout this program, you will see that just because something is untested does not mean by any means that it's safe. And like I said earlier, they let these food manufacturers provide their own research saying that their own additives and preservatives and colorings are safe, which is definitely, in my opinion, a date with the devil. Another common term they use that tricks people is natural flavor. Well, mercury's natural, hemlock is natural, alcohol is natural, so don't be tricked by the term natural flavor. There's all kinds of things in nature that are extremely toxic and poisonous, and they're happy to just put natural flavor because you think that means it's good. The class of food additives, preservatives, and colorings that don't have to be listed if they fall underneath that magical 2% marker are called GRAS. So if you ever see the term GRAS, generally regarded as safe, GRAS is what that means. That's a bit of a trick as well. Generally regarded as safe just means that nobody's turned in enough research to demonstrate that it's damaging to you. How do things get off of the GRAS list? That's what you ought to know. Well, let's look at a couple of things. First of all, the way a food gets removed from the GRAS list is that enough people get sick, get cancer, or die from eating it that they go, oh, well, maybe it's not that safe, and they take it off the list. So I will ask you, do you want to be one of the 20 or 30,000 people that has to get sick or die before they finally realize that some given food additive wasn't nearly as safe as the manufacturer said it was after he sold about $6 billion worth of it, and 2 or 3 people have kicked the bucket, then they finally have to take a closer look. Well, these are real considerations. You definitely don't want to wait for the human body, preferably not yours, to be the research guinea pig on whether or not these things are safe. Another classic example that I wanted to tell you about is aspartame. Aspartame is generally regarded as safe, yet current statistics say that 85% of all complaints registered with the Food and Drug Administration have something to do with aspartame. 85% of all complaints to the FDA, I want you to hear me clearly, are related to aspartame, yet it is generally regarded as safe. I could go on and on. There's books written about the effects of aspartame on the body, and it still is on the GRAS list. Why? There is big, big money involved. It has nothing to do with health or your vitality. It's all about money. And my program is all about helping you be healthy and not keeping people rich as a benefit from your disease process. That's what we're here for. As I said, the FDA allows manufacturers to provide their own research, so you cannot trust anything these people say. Generally, the safest thing to do is stay away from anything that has a word on the label that you cannot pronounce. Now, here's a little example that I want to show you. This is going to be printed up in your manual. So just go ahead and have a look in the manual that came with these tapes. Eric Schlosser's book, Fast Food Nation, gives a really good example of what you're not being told when you see the term food additive or food preservatives or food colorings on the label. Here you see the atypical artificial strawberry flavor like the kind found in a Burger King strawberry milkshake. The point I want to make here is that there are 39 additives, most of which you cannot pronounce, all to make up the flavor strawberry. Well, I don't know about where you're from, but where I'm from, a strawberry is something that you go out and you pick out of the field and you put it in your mouth and you really enjoy it. A strawberry, to me, is not ethanol or any of these other weird, crazy chemical concoctions that create the smell and the sense of you eating a strawberry, but are in a package that'll last for 10 years on the shelf and make somebody money indefinitely. A strawberry will last a few days on the shelf, and anything that's vital or alive only has a given shelf life, and that shelf life is usually not favorable for long-term storage or long-term transport. So keep that in mind. A few simple rules for healthy eating that I share with my clients, and I want to share these with you. If you can't pronounce a word on the label, you can rest assured your liver won't like it. I say to my patients, can you say potato or tomato or chicken? Almost everything that we were designed to eat by nature is real easy to pronounce. But when you look at some of the words we just talked about, you have to have a tongue that can do gymnastics. So, again, if you can't pronounce the word on the label, your liver won't like it. It's going to be something you're going to have to work hard to detoxify, and that takes nutrition. And if you've been eating a lot of these processed foods, all you're doing is putting yourself deeper into the doctor's pocket if you keep eating that stuff. Another very important rule that I give my patients, if it wasn't here 10,000 years ago, don't eat it. Research shows that it takes 100,000 years of evolution to change the human genome 1/10 of 1%. Now, we're only about 2.8% different than a chimpanzee. That's 2,800,000 years of development. So it's really safe to say that we are exactly the same people we were 10,000 years ago, yet in the last 100 years, there have been thousands and thousands of chemicals added to our food supply. There's been thousands and thousands of new toxins added to our food supply and our environment. So if you really want to be healthy and vital, just put this little rule in your computer bank. If it wasn't here 10,000 years ago, think twice about putting it in your mouth. Another little rule I like to give my clients is before you put something in your mouth, think, if I fed this to my pet for 2 weeks, would it keep my pet alive? Interesting experiment. Now, there's a syndrome that is a byproduct of processed food. It's referred to by some as the just can't eat one syndrome. I'm sure some of you have had the experience of thinking, oh, I'll just have a few of those chips, and the next thing you know, the bag was empty. Or you've thought, I'll just eat one of those Oreo cookies, and lo and behold, a few minutes later, you've eaten 21. These are all examples of experiences that go hand in hand with the just can't eat one syndrome. But don't feel bad. Unless it's 100% organic, the chances are very good that there's some real science behind your inability to stop at just one. So let me tell you a little bit about what keeps you eating here. Now, there's a section of your brain that monitors your bloodstream for all the nutrients in your blood called the apostat, and the apostat is what controls cravings and hunger. What scientists have found out is that by adding or subtracting some of these nutrients, they can manipulate the apostat's response to the food that you're eating. Now, obviously, if you're any of these companies that makes processed food, their job is to get you to eat more cookies or more cereal or more of everything that they're selling you so they can continue to sell it to you in larger and larger quantities. So what they figured out, for example, is that by adding some nutrients or subtracting others, it causes a response in the apostat because certain nutrients are missing out of the blood. For example, I'm sure you've noticed a lot of processed foods are quite salty. For example, chips. This is because salt just happens to be one of the nutrients that stimulates hydrochloric acid production, and whenever you stimulate hydrochloric acid production, you're going to stimulate appetite. This is particularly true of processed salt, which is really not salt, it's sodium chloride. We'll discuss this more in the salt section, but suffice it to say that natural sea salt, unprocessed sea salt, comes with a host of minerals and trace minerals and elements from the ocean. And when your body tastes salt, your brain knows that there's supposed to be trace minerals there. But when they put a bunch of sodium chloride all over your food and your body tastes the salt, it automatically says, where's my trace minerals? So when that apostat gets the message that salt's arrived, but it's monitoring your blood and the trace minerals are missing, it says, keep eating because you've been tricked. You did not get your trace minerals or elements that normally arrive when salt is present. Scientists have isolated 51 nutrients that must be present in their proper levels in order for you to experience satiety. This satiety means a sense of fullness or satisfaction. In other words, when you've reached the point of satiety, you generally stop eating. And this is well described, by the way, in a fantastic little book that you should all read called Beating the Food Giants by Paul A. Stitt, S-T-I-T-T. Beating the Food Giants by Paul A. Stitt. Paul Stitt was a food scientist for Quaker Oats, and he wrote an excellent book describing to you just what kind of scientific games they play with your food. And I'm just describing one little bit of the information here. But suffice to say, they've figured out there's 51 nutrients that they can manipulate, all designed to keep you eating. And if you just look around at all the obesity today, you'll know for sure that they've been pretty successful. Now, some of the other nutrients that they like to play with are fat and sugar, not just salt. So fat and sugar are also very, very important nutrients to the body. We need fat in our diet and we need natural sugars, but sugar generally arrives with nutrition, just like salt generally arrives with trace minerals. So when they use processed sugar, it again tricks the body, and the body says, well, I've got all these calories, but where's my nutrition? Keep eating. So you eat one Oreo cookie, it tastes sugar, it tastes salt, it says, well, there's no trace minerals in here, and there's no vitamins, and there's no enzymes. Well, eat another one, maybe you'll find some there. So the next thing you know, you've eaten 21 Oreo cookies, and your gut's distended, but your apostat center says, you've still not got any nutrition. So people just keep eating and eating. This is why we have obese, malnourished people all over the world today. They're eating all this processed garbage and they're being tricked into eating more and more. Just to give you an example of how they use salt and sugar, look at some of the places they show up. Next time you go to the supermarket, go to the sandwich meat section or the packaged meat section and look on the back of the package, and you will probably be surprised to see that there is sugar in all sorts of meats. Now, it may not say sugar. What it might say is sucrose or dextrose or maltose. This is because any of the words on that label ending with the suffix OSE indicates that it's a type of sugar, and they commonly disguise sugar because today there's a lot of people that know that sugar is not good for you. So instead of writing sugar, they'll write sucrose because most people don't have enough chemical vocabulary to know what that means. For example, how many of you knew that there was sugar in cigarettes? Well, they put a tremendous amount of sugar in cigarettes. As a matter of fact, they put a lot more sugar in cigarettes in the United States than they do anywhere else. How about ketchup? It's loaded with sugar. It's got salt. All these little tricks that they play on your apostat to keep you eating and get you addicted. Sugar is highly addictive, as we'll discuss later on. What do? You get a bunch of people that can't stop eating. You have to ask yourself, how effective are these little chemical tricks that people are playing, particularly when they're coupled with seductive marketing technologies? Well, let's look at some facts here. In 1970, Americans spent about $6 billion on fast food. Only 30 years later, fast food sales had soared to $110 billion. How? Slick marketing combined with improved chemistry. That's those 15,000 chemicals we talked about, but particularly the 3,000 food additives, preservatives, and colorings. And in those chemicals, there's an entire industry, an entire science behind designing these foods to trigger your brain to make you to want to eat more. Some companies do extensive research. They spend millions of dollars to research these chemical concoctions to get you to keep eating those products. Well, let's look at how successful some of these restaurants have been. Let's take one that everybody knows about, McDonald's. Well, here's a little snippet from a report from The Ecologist, July-August 2000. As of July 2000, McDonald's alone had planned to open 650 new outlets in Asia, 550 in Europe, 350 in Latin America, 200 more in the United States. And if you've ever been to the United States, there's a McDonald's on every second corner. Another 250 outlets were scheduled to be opened in other areas of the world, and that's pretty amazing. I mean, in order to open that many restaurants, you have to be making a lot of money. Now, if we look at McDonald's and Coca-Cola, you see some pretty interesting parallels. They both sell tremendous amounts of what would be classified as junk food with massive ad campaigns. Both use addictive substances such as caffeine and processed sugar and a number of other scientific wonders that keep you eating. Now, McDonald's is probably one of Coca-Cola's largest companies, so that proves right there that they're using sugar and caffeine to addict people for sure. Now, both have selectively targeted children with their marketing. I'm sure you're aware of that just from seeing all their ads. The reason is they've saturated the adult market. Just to give you an example of how much money Coca-Cola spends on marketing, they spent $240 million on advertisements last year. How do they suck you into drinking so much Coca-Cola, which is nothing but sugar water? Well, they use famous icons, such as athletes, cartoon characters, movie caricatures that will attract customers. They tend to use people that you will believe in, and they pay them to say things that you want to hear. Most people want to justify their bad habits, unfortunately, but this is what this program's all about, is educating you as to what you're really putting in your mouth. Well, Coca-Cola has been so successful at saturating the soda pop market, they're now getting into the milk market, and their goal is to further attract children. They're getting into factory milk farming, and they're going to produce all sorts of sweetened little milk drinks that will do nothing but further poison your children. And believe me, they will do their very best to try to convince you that they're nutritious, and they will have your famous athletes and movie stars making huge amounts of money to encourage you to think that that's how they get their body to look the way it does, or how they score so many goals, etc. The point is, you need to be very, very careful, because when you fall into the can't eat one or the can't just drink one syndrome, you are using what Weston A. Price called displacing agents in your diet. You're displacing nutritious foods with foods that are not nutritious, that have lots of chemicals, and that are potentially hazardous to your health. And the more displacing agents you have in your diet, the less vitality you have. You can just bet on that. Now, one of the ways that they trick us is that they use various scents and things that trigger our taste buds. Humans have about 10,000 taste buds. That's a fairly comprehensive sense of taste, and they have quite a keen sense of smell. So you would think that we'd be able to sniff out superior quality foods. But today, most of us have become so detached from what real food looks, smells, and tastes like, we are easily tricked. So let's consider some of the facts, aside from the fact that we know that they're using chemistry to trigger what are called the olfactory senses, which is your sense of smell, and chemicals to trigger your sense of taste. And they're actually even using colorings to color fruits and vegetables to make them look like they should look if they were really healthy. And we'll talk more about that later. So consider some facts here. 50% of the American population have eaten themselves into some degree of obesity As many as 60% of Americans are considered overweight. The U.S. spends more money on medical expenses per person per year than any country in the world, yet we're far from being the healthiest country in the world or from having the highest life expectancy. Current stats, as I mentioned before, show that 85% of Americans are on at least one prescription drug. Now, you can read about that and a lot more at one of my favorite educational resources to keep the body healthy, and that's www.mercola, mercola.com, which is a newsletter that I highly recommend you subscribe to. It's free, and it will give you one heck of an education, and will give you many scientific resources to back everything I'm saying in this program. Now, just to show you how successful the drug industry is, and how this all relates to what I called earlier the wheel of death, drug sales were $145 billion in the year 2000, with another $20.8 billion coming from over-the-counter sales. That's $165.8 billion coming in just from drugs. Untold billions of dollars on medical expenses to doctors and the like, over $110 billion spent on fast foods, and billions of dollars made in the agricultural chemical industry alone, which is pesticides, herbicides, fungicides, chemical fertilizers. Well, we've not only created one big happy family of billionaires, but we have literally purchased the progressive destruction of not only the human race, but our ecosystem, as I will continue to point out to you. Now, here's something that's really sad, and I'm going to have to say it because I like to be as honest as I can. When you look at who is to blame, it's easy to say, oh, those dirty doctors selling us all those drugs, or oh, those nasty chemical companies poisoning our fields, or those terrible people at those fast food restaurants. But really, the bottom line is, it's our fault. Let's face it, if nobody bought McDonald's hamburgers, McDonald's would go out of business. If no one bought pesticides, herbicides, fungicides, and chemical fertilizers to cover our fields with, we would have only organic farming. So really, when you look at who's responsible for all of this, it's us. If we stop spending our money, the money that's driving the death and destruction of not only our race and our planet, they will have to rethink what they try to sell us. Only you and I can stop it. Believe me, the billionaires surely won't. That's how they became millionaires and billionaires, and they're not going to stop as long as you're going to keep lining their pockets. You and I have a responsibility to be conscious of how we spend our money in the stores, and it's our money that will force them back to organic farming and back to an awareness of our ecosystem. They're not going to do it. We've got to force them to do it. So if we're to heal ourselves, we must first heal our planet. We are intimately related with our planet, and the planet is intimately related with us. So, again, it's the organic farmers and organic farming procedures and the food that comes from organic farmers that's going to keep us healthy and vital.
This is the end of this CD.
Next, I would like to give you a basic education as to what processed food really is. I think after you hear what I'm about to say, it'll make you think twice about putting some of these things in your mouth. Well, when you look back at Price's research and the research of other pioneers that studied developmental man or tribal societies, one thing came through consistently. Wherever people were healthy, they were eating whole foods, minimally processed foods. A whole food is food that's not been denatured or processed to the point of losing its vitality, its life force. As I said earlier, many of these tribal societies did not even have a word for cancer in their language. What Dr. Price and others also found is that whenever white man's food made it into these societies, death and disease were right around the corner. These people being exposed to white man's food got exposed to what I call the white devils, which is white flour, white salt, processed pasteurized milk, and then one of the biggest devils of all, white sugar. What I call white devils, Dr. Price called displacement foods. And when he wrote about these displacement foods, he said that these displacement diets generally consisted of refined sugars, refined flours, canned goods, vegetable fats, which the American Heart Association tells you is very good for you, and polished rice, interestingly enough. Now, as you know, millions of people eat white rice all the time. Now, another pioneer who is also an expert in nutrition, who was also, by the way, largely ignored, but unlike Dr. Price, who was a dentist, this particular man, Major General Robert McCarrison, MD, who is a Major General in the British military, did extensive research in the early 1900s. What McCarrison did was extensive studies on rats. He generally used about 2,000 rats, and he used different diets that were modeled after different groups of people to study them on rats to see if he could reproduce the health or disease that was in these different populations in the rats. In other words, he was trying to figure out, is diet the primary factor that produces disease or produces health amongst these given populations? Now, one of the groups that Dr. McCarrison chose to study was the Hunza, still known today as some of the healthiest, longest living people in the world. Now, he took the Hunza diet and he fed it to about 2,000 rats. He fed them this diet for 2 years, which is the equivalent of 55 human years. And this is one of the reasons scientists use rats, is because their correlating lifespan is about 2 years compared to 55 human years. So you can see changes in their physiology fairly quickly because they go through the aging process much quicker than we do. So what McCarrison did was put this group of 2,000 rats on the Hunza diet, and then when they died, he did medical grade autopsies on each one of them. What McCarrison found was that these rats were very, very healthy. They had no disease whatsoever. They had very little problems at birth, such as stillborns, etc. They basically demonstrated beautifully that the diet of the Hunza was also a great diet to make healthy rats. Now, I'd like to take a little interlude here and tell you why McCarrison was doing this research, because today the motive of most researchers is to find a miracle cure so they can make a drug without actually paying attention to the lifestyle factors and foundation factors that lead to health or disease. For example, you've got a headache from smoking cigarettes and I can just give you a pill to take. Well, that's a great pill. Look at Viagra, for example. We've got all these men that can't have normal sex. So instead of saying, well, let's feed you properly, exercise you properly, and get you to bed on time, they say, no, just keep living your dysfunctional lifestyle and we'll give you a magic pill. Well, McCarrison's objective was to figure out how to best feed British soldiers so that they could perform well during times of battle. This is important because McCarrison, like Dr. Price, were some of the few people that were actually interested in health, not for a miracle cure, but for health. So McCarrison then concluded that the diet of the Hunza definitely provided health in the rats. So he needed to test the opposite scenario. So he chose a very interesting group of people. He chose the middle-class English people. He fed another large group of approximately 1,600 rats a diet modeled after the middle-class Englishmen, which consisted of white bread and margarine, tinned meat, boiled vegetables, tea, and of course, sugar and milk. So, what do you think the results were? Well, interestingly enough, the rats did not grow well and became ill. By the 16th day of the experiment, the stronger rats began to kill and eat the weaker ones and had to be separated. Well, the English-fed rats suffered diseases of the lungs, of the stomach, the intestines, and the nerves. Interestingly enough, diseases 1 in every 3 sick people in England and Wales suffered from at the time. So once again, McCarrison's research showed not only did the healthy diet modeled on healthy people produce healthy rats, but a diet modeled after unhealthy people produced unhealthy and unhappy rats that basically tried to eat and kill each other. Well, these aren't just isolated findings. There's another very famous medical doctor whose research was also ignored and quietly swept under the carpet by the name of Francis Marion Pottenger, MD. His entire research project, which is called Pottenger's Cats, is available in book form from www.price-pottenger.org. Pottenger studied the effects of cooked versus raw food on 900 cats for a period of 10 years. Now, this study was run in the late 30s and into the 40s. Pottenger, who was a very, very skilled and highly respected medical doctor, did exactly what Dr. McCarrison did. He did medical-grade autopsies on every single cat that died. Let me just give you a brief description of Pottenger's cat study, because what Pottenger did was study the effects of cooked versus raw foods, and the way he did it is he had one group of cats that he fed only raw milk and raw meat. Now, aside from the raw meat and raw milk diet cats, there were 4 other groups of cats, and the consistent variable amongst these cats were that they were all fed cooked meat. The other ones were fed different grades of processed milk, and the milk ranged from your typical pasteurized milk to powdered milk and sweetened and condensed milk. What happened is that consistently over time, which was over 10 years, the cats that were fed raw milk and raw meat were very much like McCarrison's Hunza rats. They had little at all wrong with them, produced very healthy offspring, and lived long, happy, healthy lives. Now, by the way, Dr. Pottenger did not box these cats in little pens. They had quite large pens that had outside exposure. He took very good care of these cats to try to minimize the effects of environment on them in any negative way. What he found, by the way, was that progressively, the more processed the milk products were, the more degenerative change and disease he saw in these cats. As a matter of fact, in the cooked food cats, by the 3rd generation, these cats had become so ill and so degenerate that when he tried to take the kittens, the 3rd generation kittens from the cooked food, cooked milk category, and regenerate them with raw food, such as, again, raw milk and raw meat, it took 4 complete generations to get offspring that were as healthy as the original raw food or raw meat, raw milk cats. By the 4th generation eating processed milk and cooked meat, the cats became extinct. They had an extremely high abortion rate. They had extremely high disease processes. They literally became extinct by the 4th generation. So this study made a very, very profound series of points with regard to cooking foods and with regard to processing milk. Now, a lot of people that I've told about this study say, well, Paul, we're not cats. Well, we weren't rats either, and McCarrison clearly showed that there was a definite parallel between the Hunza diet and the way the rats lived and behaved, and the English diet and the way the rats lived and behaved, and the diseases they got. Well, Pottenger showed this on cats, and believe me, there's many, many other studies out there. I'm just quoting a few of the big ones. Now, what's even more significant about this is that if you read the book Pottenger's Cats, he clearly states in the back of the book that although this was a study done on cats, he saw many parallels with the findings in his cats and the findings in his human subjects, because Pottenger owned a sanitarium and he was a doctor for human beings and treated people. I would highly recommend you read that book so you can see the effects of cooked food and processed milk products on these animals and see his comments. And he has a significant section in that book showing what happens to human beings that are malnourished as well. And I think if I haven't convinced you, he will. Now, another phenomenal book called The Living Soil and the Holly Experiment by Lady Eve Balfour, who was one of the original founders of the British Soil Association and also is probably the woman most responsible for the entire organic movement today, cites numerous references where people, including entire boarding schools, had switched from commercially farmed to organic produce. Among the many benefits that people noticed after switching to these healthier foods were a disappearance of rheumatism, the arresting of dental cavities, reduced susceptibility to colds and infections, the curing of allergy symptoms, or what would probably more technically be classified as intolerance symptoms, the curing of supposedly incurable heart complaints. Pretty impressive for just organic food. Now, yet another book that's been quietly swept under the rug by the medical establishment is called Biologists in Search of Material, an interim report on the work of the Pioneer Health Centre Peckham, a suburb of London, where they took a large group of people, several thousand people in a community, and they did evaluations on them, and they built an entire center where they fed these people properly, they exposed them to exercise, and they analyzed their blood. They did everything that I would love to see doctors doing for people today, and the purpose of the entire experiment was to see if they could model health by teaching people how to be healthy. In other words, using a coaching system, not just treating the spot that hurts or treating symptoms, but actually teaching people how to be healthy. Well, one of the interesting things that they point out in the book is that they were unable to resolve the health problems in many of their families and clients that were in the study with the food that they were able to buy from the local supermarkets, etc. Now, this study was done before the Second World War, so know right off the bat that the food at that time, even the conventionally farmed food, was far better than anything you could get today. They literally had to start their own organic farm to supply the Peckham experiment and the Peckham Health Center with food sufficient enough to actually bring about healthful results in their subjects. Another really interesting point is that in the early 1900s, sugar manufacturers were so desperate for research to back the consumption of sugar to try to use as leverage points to sell processed sugar that for many, many years there was a long-standing reward of something in the neighborhood of $500 for anyone that could produce scientific research proving health benefits from sugar. Well, that reward was never collected on because no one has been able to show through a scientific study that sugar is beneficial to health, and sugar is yet another form of processed food. Now, before we move on to the checkpoints and conclude the processed food section, I'd like to discuss one more important term with you, and that is the term non-foods. When I'm consulting my clients or athletes on their diets, I often find when I analyze their diet logs that they are eating a tremendous amount of what I would classify as non-foods. Now, non-foods in my vocabulary are any food that takes more out of your body to digest, assimilate, and metabolize than it delivers. For example, if you drink a can of Coca-Cola that has approximately 10 teaspoons of sugar in it and zero nutrition, it's going to require that your metabolic machinery break that stuff down, detoxify it, and get it out of your body. To digest and assimilate and break all that stuff down requires enzymes, requires vitamins, requires trace minerals, secondary nutrients. You are spending nutrition every time you put junk food in your mouth. These are clearly non-foods. But then again, if you eat a carrot, for example, well, a carrot is something that's natural. It comes from nature. It's a whole food. Everything in nature comes with its own essential oils or fats. It has proteins in it, and it has carbohydrates in it. It has vitamins, it has proteins, it has minerals, trace minerals, enzymes. Any natural food in nature is a whole food, and it provides far more nutrition than it takes the body to digest, metabolize, assimilate, and utilize that food. So that's the difference between a food and a non-food. Now, with that concept in mind, if you just look at what you're eating and you go back to those cupboards and you look at the labels and see how many words on the label you can't pronounce, and then you think, is this a food or a non-food? I think you'll be pretty surprised to find out just how many non-foods are in your diet. Now, if we look at Price's terminology of displacing foods, then you could pretty much say that non-foods are displacing foods, because displacing foods were called displacing foods by Price because they displaced whole foods or nutritious foods. So with that conclusion, let's finish with our checkpoints on processed food.
Checkpoints.
Food processing and storage.
Checkpoint 1.
If you can't pronounce a word on the label, don't eat it.
Checkpoint 2.
The more money that is spent to market a food, the worse it generally is for you.
Checkpoint 3.
The longer a food lasts on the shelf, the worse it is likely to be for you. The exceptions to the rule are foods that nature has packaged to last, such as seeds and nuts. Also, high-quality jerky meats and lacto-fermented foods, such as well-made pickles, are quality foods that will last.
Checkpoint 4.
Never eat anything containing hydrogenated or partially hydrogenated fats or oils. These are unnatural fats, and we will discuss them more in the fats section.
Checkpoint 5.
Avoid all fortified or enriched foods. These are foods that have been broken down and damaged so much that the manufacturers have had to put vitamins and minerals back in them.
Checkpoint 6.
Avoid processed foods in general. Food storage and food packaging. Modern convenience may well be slowly killing you. Food processing and food packaging has been glorified by the manufacturing companies since all the way back in the early 1900s. Why? Well, a reliable, non-perishable food supply was a real concern during the periods of World War I and World War II. A great number of the farmers actually were recruited into the war effort as soldiers, so there was concern that there would be a lack of productivity from the farms, although that actually never happened in the end because the women turned out to be better farmers than the men. But they had to prepare for what they thought would be short times food-wise. Additionally, while they were at war, they were concerned, of course, that the war could make it to home soil. So when people start dropping bombs on your fields and blocking your roadways, it's quite easy to cut off food supplies. So there was a real effort to make sure that they had adequate supplies of canned, dehydrated, and readily available foods. Well, this certainly led to a problem because many people started consuming huge number of canned and processed foods. Quite frankly, there was a lot of money to be made by processing these foods. So you had some of your large conglomerates like General Mills all the way back in the early days pumping out massive quantities of canned food. Not only after the war effort, but even during and before the war effort, there was tremendous marketing efforts by these large conglomerates. And one of the mechanisms that they used to sell people the glory, shall we call it, of processed foods was freedom from the kitchen for women. So they really tried to give women the mindset that they could get more done or that they can have more of a life by getting out of the kitchen when all they had to do was open a can, pour it in a pot, heat it up, and so-called dinner was ready. Now, interestingly enough, research covering those time periods has actually shown that they were successful in getting women out of the kitchen, and that has actually been linked to a breakdown in the family unit. Most families got together, if at no other time, they got together and had dinner together. But as women freed themselves from the kitchen with all this processed and packaged food, then there was no time for dinner. There was no definite guarantee people would get together and discuss the day and discuss life. So it became quite a challenge to the unity of the family, and we still see that today. And I've actually been challenged with that in a number of cases where I've had to consult children with nutritional problems. And when I discussed their meal times with them, they literally said there was no mealtime. They just had a closet full of dehydrated noodle soups or power bars or TV dinners. And so not only has it taken the women out of the kitchen, it's taken children away from real food. Just to give you an example now of how processing and packaging altered how much fresh food we ate, I'd like to quote a little passage here or give you some of the information I obtained from a book called Paradox of Plenty by Harvey Levenstein, which is an incredible review of the history of eating, particularly in the United States. Levenstein states that in 1946, the food manufacturing industries had become so successful at getting women out of the kitchen and freeing them from the rigors of shopping that research in 1946 showed that the bulk of food shopping was done 10 to 12 times a year. Now, think about what that means. That means that women were going to the store approximately 1 time a month. Now, think about it. If you went to the store today and bought some strawberries, some celery, some tomatoes, whatever, the longest that would last in the refrigerator, the very longest and still have any nutritional value at all, would be about a week. So here they were going to the store 1 time a month. So that tells you that people were definitely consuming huge amounts of canned, packaged, dehydrated foods, which dramatically affected nutrition, as evidenced by the beginning of the Second World War, when literally 50% of British recruits and American recruits showing up for the wartime effort were turned away due to being considered medically unfit for wartime duties, much of which was tracked down to borderline malnutrition. Now, prior to 1946, in the period of the late 1800s and early 1900s, it was normal for a woman to shop several times a week. Well, that tells you right there, one, they didn't have advanced storage technologies and refrigeration technology, so they had to go to the store to get fresh food. And that also meant that the farmers were bringing fresh food to the retailers on a much more frequent basis, and that the stores were not able to store things for extended periods of time like they do today. Now, having variety in your diet is a cornerstone of health. The average American today only eats 10 to 12 different foods in their entire lifetime. And I have seen this pattern in hundreds of my patients when I analyze their food diets or their dietary logs. They literally eat the same things over and over. Every morning they have Kellogg's cornflakes. Every day at lunch they have a bacon and lettuce and tomato sandwich. And every night at dinner they have hamburger and macaroni and cheese. And I'll see this pattern repeated for 10 days in a row. So there was really some definite nutritional problems that were the direct result of the need to store food and food packaging, and the etiology of this, as I see it, was 2 things. One, food processors and manufacturers wanting to increase shelf life so that they could basically buy food and have it last indefinite periods of time, which meant that they could store things indefinitely, and they had minimal food spoilage, which meant that their profits went way up because they weren't having to throw away wasted food. And B, there was the war effort and the concern that during war we may get bombed, we may get attacked, and therefore we're not going to be able to be out in fields farming when people are dropping bombs on us. Now, along with the increase in popularity in frozen foods in the early 50s came the use of a significant amount of plastic wrapping. The plastic wrapping turns out to have been beneficial for helping foods freeze more rapidly. Because freezing foods was what you did when food was spoiling in the 1920s, there was quite a resistance to the onset of frozen foods. Now, the frozen food technology really started picking up around the mid-1940s, but it took until the mid-50s before it really got in full swing, because most people had ice boxes instead of electric refrigerators, so it really wasn't ideal to have frozen foods on hand. But one of the challenges the food manufacturers faced was that most people thought that you froze foods when they were rotting. It's something that you did as a last-ditch effort to save a food because it was spoiling, like a head of lettuce started to go bad, so you'd throw it in the icebox. Well, because people had this negative association with frozen foods, because it meant, well, it was going bad, they had to use plastic wrappers as a way to change the look and feel of the process of freezing food. So they really used this to almost market the idea of changing the consciousness that a frozen food wasn't a bad food, but now it was a good food. So along with that, and a number of other issues in that period, came some problems that are still with us full force today. And I'd like to look at a few of those issues now. Well, with this packaging upsurge or increase and chemical and refrigeration technology advancing, there was an increase in the numbers of foods and quantities of foods that could be shipped long distances and stored for extended periods of time. Now, one of the ways that they started doing years ago that they're still doing now is they would inject a gas called ethylene oxide into railway cars and into ship hulls to slow the ripening, kill parasites, and minimize spoilage. This ethylene oxide actually leaves toxic residues on your food. It's certainly not something that you want in your body. And Ehrenfried Pfeiffer and other experts have shown that it destroys many of the enzymes in foods. So while you may, for example, get a cart of apples shipped to Russia in the middle of winter from California, these things are basically sprayed with or exposed to ethylene oxide, and by the time your apple gets to you, there's no enzymes left in it. So what was naturally a good product is now really an impersonation of an apple. Well, we have this stuff going on all the time, and we have it going on constantly in the United States. I'll tell you where it shows up quite frequently, but many people are just not aware of it. One of the things that happens in the United States and in other countries now is large food buyers, such as co-ops and price clubs and these types of things, they will actually go out and look for deals on large quantities of food. Frequently, they're looking for lower quality foods because they buy them in mass. Now, what they do is they take these foods into refrigerated warehouses and they actually use ethylene oxide technology and a number of other advanced technologies that they've developed so that they can put these foods in these specialized warehouses and they doctor the foods to slow the ripening process, and they actually buy these things picked prematurely so that they're still going through the ripening phase, and they chemically slow this ripening phase down. Then what happens is when the price points are just right, for example, if you look in your newspaper and everybody else is selling their apples for X number of cents a pound, and that's higher than the normal going rate, well, these guys will then pull their mass quantities of stored apples out of these warehouses and release them onto the market at a very low price, and they'll undercut all the competition. Well, this has resulted in quite an interesting problem. A lot of people think they're buying foods at a real discount price, but what they don't realize is that current research shows that about 80% of all foods in supermarkets is stale. Now, you can read more about that in the book Beating the Food Giants by Paul A. Stitt, but there's a key point here. Remember, I told you that by 1946, people were only shopping 10 to 12 times a year. So they were buying mostly packaged, dead stuff that had to be enriched or fortified to begin with. Well, today, if you're just going to your typical supermarket, 80% of what you're buying is stale before it even gets to your house, and then you're trying to keep it in the refrigerator for a week or more. So you're taking something that's stale, and by the time you're ready to eat it 2, 3, 4 days later, it's pretty much nutritionally void. So this is really, really a common problem that I see when I do analysis on the food diaries of my patients. Some of them are actually going to the store and shopping, but they have all the symptoms of borderline malnutrition, yet they're eating salads, they're eating fruits, they're eating vegetables. The problem is this stuff is not only full of toxic residues, it's pretty much dead before they even get their hands on it. All this stuff that we're talking about here has resulted in a huge chemical industry that's devoted to cosmetic food additives. The food manufacturers and the food warehousers and price clubs and co-ops, etc., they know that you can tell a stale old apple from a fresh apple. So what they've done is invested huge amounts of money in this chemical technology to slow the ripening, but that's not even close to where they stopped. they've gotten heavy into dyes. Many of you don't realize it, but a lot of the fruits and vegetables that you're eating have been exposed to sprays that have dyes in them to make them look a richer, darker, or more appropriate color. They use scented sprays so that your food smells fresh. How many times have you gone to the store and noticed that the pears, the apples, the plums had a waxy sheen on them? Well, I'm sure you've noticed that. Well, these waxes are part of the technology that they use. These waxes carry some of these chemicals, and that's how they slow the ripening process to allow you to have food that's really already nutritionally wiped out and it's been stored in a warehouse for an untold amount of time, yet it's in the store and it looks to you and even smells like it's fresh, but it is not. Now, there was also some problems with plastic packaging that really began in the late 40s as the onset of frozen foods came along, because as I said, people had this psychology from the 1920s that a frozen food was a food that was going bad, so who wants to eat a frozen food? And so what they did was they had to utilize the plastic packaging creatively to create a new consciousness and to create a new look, to get people to think of this food as something different. So you really started to see the packaging of foods becoming almost like miniature billboards. Well, I found a number of reports in old naturopathic medicine texts of people getting, for example, lead toxicity, because in the old days they used to use lead-based paints to make these plastic labels. And I actually even heard a case from a patient of where they had a loaf of bread. Bread was sitting on the counter in the sunshine, and the actual emblem had imprinted the lead paint right through the plastic, right onto the bread, almost like you would do one of these modernized stick-on tattoos. Well, it tattooed the label right into the bread, which made this person realize, wow, there's a lot of transfer from plastics into food. Well, lo and behold, today we have a real problem with what are called xenoestrogens. Now, xenoestrogens are chemical compounds that are in plastics that mimic the estrogens in our bodies. So when these xenoestrogens pass out of the plastics into the foods, and they particularly pass through into any food that has any quality or quantity of fat in it, like plastic wraps on meats, for example, because meats have a fair bit of fat in them. Fats attract toxins, as we'll talk about later. That's one of the main things fats do, or one of the most important things fats do, aside from an energy source, is that they wall toxins away from our internal organs. So when you've got all this plastic packaging, the plastic releases these xenoestrogens into our foods and into our water and our drinks, and it causes tremendous hormonal disruption. It basically causes an estrogen or an estrogenic overload in the body, which is very much like the pill does to a woman. It creates such an imbalance in a female's body that she cannot get pregnant. Well, a number of cancers and diseases are now linked to estrogen overload and xenoestrogens in the body. Another thing that has been linked to xenoestrogen consumption is menstrual irregularities. Now, having been dealing with clients for 18 years with holistic health and musculoskeletal problems, I can tell you it is rare for me to have a female client that is not suffering from menstrual irregularities today. And one of the first things that I want to investigate is how much plastic packaging are they utilizing? How much foods are they eating that are coming in plastic containers? Another problem with all these xenoestrogens is it alters our immune system modulation. The American medical approach is to compartmentalize everything. You know, a shoulder problem's a shoulder problem. A hormone problem's a hormone problem. But in reality, all human physiological systems are linked. So if you're getting a whole bunch of xenoestrogens from your food and it's elevating your estrogen levels, that's causing hormonal disarray. Well, that hormonal disarray will cause neurological disarray. When you have hormonal and neurological dysfunction, you have physiological dysfunction at all levels. It'll show up, for example, as menstrual irregularities, headaches, slow healing from injuries, chronic fatigue, you name it. And a lot of this today is being tracked to food packaging. Another problem that we have today is that everybody's in a hurry. And being in a hurry means that you take food that's in plastic packages and you either reheat it in ovens or the worst thing you can do is throw it into a microwave. Now, we're going to talk more on microwaves later, but suffice to say now that when plastics are heated in microwaves, it's suspected by a number of researchers and experts that it accelerates the transfer of the chemicals in the plastic right into the food. And they're basically creating tremendous electrical or electromagnetic activity, but it's theoretically pulling these xenoestrogens into the foodstuffs. Now, if you stay away from food that's plastic packaged for about a month and you come back and then take any food you want, put it into a microwavable plastic container, microwave it, warm it up, I'm telling you, if your taste buds are intact, you will probably be able to taste the plastic coming right out of the container, right into that food, which means you are getting a whopping load of xenoestrogens and it's disrupting your hormonal system. To give you a simple example that I'm sure most of you have experienced, just to show you how easily this happens, have you ever gone to the supermarket and bought a bottle of water, took it home, and opened it, and it tasted like plastic? You take a drink of the water, and as you're breathing through your nose in particular, you smell that plastic smell, and you have the plastic taste in your mouth. If you ever open a bottle and eat or drink anything that came out of it, and you smell or taste plastic, you should throw that away and not eat it at all, because you are guaranteed to be getting a number of chemicals out of that plastic that are harmful to your health. And those things are also working your liver to death. Now remember, when you're storing things in plastic containers, you do not want them exposed to sunlight, because the sunlight will heat the plastic for one, and two, I believe it acts just like a microwave. It actually transfers the chemicals out of the container and into the food. I want to tell you a recent case history that was presented to me by one of the doctors that I work with, Dr. Oliver, who helps teach my nutrition program. Dr. Oliver had a patient who became very, very ill and ended up leaving the country to go to a special holistic health center where they treated diseased and unhealthy people through natural means only with organic fresh foods. Well, this woman was away for several months and ate only fresh fish and organically farmed vegetables, and nothing was stored in plastic. It was all fresh out of the garden every day. She got over her health issues. She came back to the United States, and the first thing that struck this woman is everywhere she went and everything she ate, all she could taste was plastics in it. Now, you have to be desensitized to actually appreciate how much of the plastics are getting into our food. And like I said, there's a real transfer of chemicals into plastic today. Another place you can go to read about a lot of this stuff is Mercola.com. And you will see that there's a tremendous amount of research available to you on what happens when we are overly exposed to plastics in our food supply. Now, today, there's still a surprisingly large number of people eating out of cans. Remember that the great majority of the population is in a lower income bracket, and they can't afford to buy top-of-the-line foods. They don't eat out 4 or 5 times a week and get foods made in fancy restaurants with top-of-the-line organic foods. They food shop. They're always looking for deals, and you're going to find that deals on canned foods are more prevalent than deals on fresh foods of any type. We have two issues here. We have a large population eating canned foods, and as I said, we have a large population today eating plastic-wrapped foods. Well, there's a little problem that's been identified, a couple of them actually, and I'll tell you about those now. It turns out that the resin that they frequently use to line cans has a potent carcinogen in it called bisphenol A, or BPA. When people are eating foods out of cans, they're getting chronic exposure to food from the can. Now, some of these cans may have been containing this food for a year, 2 years. We have really no idea. Most people don't look at the can and say, well, I wonder how long this has been there. Just go to the store, you'll see numbers of cans with rust on them, so you know that they've been around for quite a while. Now, interestingly enough, BPA is a potent estrogen mimicker, just like the xenoestrogens coming out of plastics. So imagine this. Today, almost everything people eat is either plastic wrapped or in a can. So you're getting bombarded with estrogens from your water bottles. You're getting bombarded with estrogens from your plastic bags that you put everything in, or your plastic containers, and the plastic containers people microwave things in. And you're getting bisphenol A, a potent estrogen mimicker and carcinogen from the resins that are lining your cans, which is a concern. Now, research on BPA shows that it enlarges the prostate gland size in mice, and it advances the onset of puberty in male and female rats, which is a classic symptom that you see with any estrogenic chemicals. For example, they have found that children eating soya-based baby foods have tremendous problems with early onset of puberty as early as 3 years of age. They found in a study in Brazil when they fed children baby foods based on soya products, because the soya is also an estrogen mimicker. So we've got a number of developing issues with plastic packaging and can resins as well. If that's not enough, there's a number of toxic solvents used to clean cans and various food containers prior to filling them. So when they manufacture the cans and line them, then they then come along and clean these things with solvents. Well, they don't have an effective system for making sure that all that solvent is cleaned out of the cans. So you get repeated exposures to microscopic or small doses of these solvents. As we discussed earlier, when we talked about the homeopathologic effect, you don't have to have a huge dose of any toxic chemical to have a significant effect on your body. And actually, it's sometimes these microscopic doses that do more damage because they are stealth. They sneak by the immune system, and then they get into the liver, and they get into the body, into the cells, and they damage the body. These are definite concerns, and actually Hulda Clark, in her book, A Cure for All Disease, talks a fair bit about these solvents and the damage that they can do to the body. Now, another popular lining for cans is Teflon, and I've had discussions with many so-called experts on cookware and people that are supposed to know about Teflon, and they always say, oh, it's safe, and yes, you can use it at frying temperatures, and no, the Teflon doesn't leach, but I've got a little test for you to prove that they're very wrong. This test was demonstrated to me by a lady one time that came and sold me some extremely expensive surgical steel cookware by a company called Salad Master, which I've found to be the very best cookware I've ever had. It's very expensive, but when she demonstrated this test to me, it caused me to respond by getting rid of any Teflon-lined pots or pans. And here's the test that she taught me that I think will be quite a shock to you if you try it. Take any frying pan you have, or any can if you like, but I prefer you do it with a frying pan because you don't necessarily want to heat a tin can up to any real high temperature, although a lot of people do. Take that pan, take your Teflon-lined frying pan, which is a much tougher Teflon, I'm sure, than they're using to line tuna cans. Put maybe an inch of water in there and put 1 teaspoon of baking soda and bring that water to a boil and just count 1, 2, 3. Literally, that's all it has to boil for. Bring it to a flash boil, shut it off, and you take a teaspoon and you stick it in that water, and you take the teaspoon out, and first just smell that water that's in that teaspoon, and I will almost guarantee you that you will smell Teflon in the water. Now, if you don't smell Teflon in the water, don't worry, the test isn't over. Cool the water off, blow on it, and put it in your mouth and just taste it. And when I did the test, the Teflon taste was so powerful, I literally just immediately spit the water out. Now, I want you to know that the pan that I tested was probably about $150 frying pan. It was by no means a cheap pan. The instructions that came with the pan, if I remember right, said it could comfortably handle temperatures of 600 degrees or more. Yet we only brought this water to a boil and shut it down. Now, you know water boils at 212 degrees. So that's a very, very low temperature, and the lesson there is that Teflon definitely transfers into your food. It does it easily, and it does it quickly. Recently in the news, there was quite a fiasco because one of the major investigative reporting companies sent reporters into a supermarket, a major supermarket chain, And what they did was they put special markers on a lot of the meat packages. They did a specialized marking technique so that they could identify these meat packages. And what they found was that the meat departments in major supermarkets were redating meats. Well, they found out on numerous occasions that they had caught these people. And then when they approached the butchers in the butcher department and the managers of the butcher's department, every single time they denied that that was ever done and that they did not do it. And they actually showed on a number of packages, they peeled the first label off, and lo and behold, there was the second label there. So once again, it's really important to check. Look to see on those packages if there's a double label on there, because you could very well be duped and you can be eating old meat, and old meat is not good meat. So be very careful, and remember, you literally are what you eat. And not only that, you are what your food is wrapped in.
Checkpoints.
Food storage and food packaging.
Checkpoint 1.
Buy organic foods. Aaron Fried Pfeiffer showed organic produce lasts up to 1 week longer than conventionally farmed foods.
Checkpoint 2.
Shop frequently, preferably once every 3 to 4 days.
Checkpoint 3.
Eat with the seasons. Choose whatever fresh fruits and vegetables are available according to the season.
Checkpoint 4.
Avoid buying water and other drinks in smoky plastic containers. These leach xenoestrogens and plastic chemicals into the water much faster than other types of plastic.
Checkpoint 5.
Store food in glass or food-grade ceramic containers, not plastic. Transfer food wrapped in plastic into these containers as soon as you get home from the store.
Checkpoint 6.
Never heat foods in plastic containers, especially microwave ovens.
Checkpoint 7.
Do your shopping on the days that the meat and produce arrives in the store from suppliers. Just ask the store manager for their delivery schedule, and that will allow you to schedule your shopping days when food is fresh. Genetically modified foods. Can we really outsmart Mother Nature? If there was ever what seemed to be a great idea that could go very bad, in my opinion, it's genetic engineering of our food supply. Genetic engineering of foods come under several different headings, such as GE, GM, and GMO. They stand for genetic engineering, which is GE, GM, genetically modified, and GMO stands for genetically modified organism. You'll frequently see it referred to in the literature as GMOs, which means genetically modified organisms. Genetic modification of plants and animals has been going on for a long time. For example, botanists have been crossbreeding plants for ages. We have crossbred several different types of wheat, for example, to produce more grain per stalk for the purposes of growing cereal grains. Farmers have been working within the confines of a given species to, shall we say, genetically modify. For example, my father spent many years trying to isolate which rams produced black offspring. He would also try to find which ewes produced black offspring, and he would couple these sheep to produce black wool, and our actual farm in Canada was called the Abundance Black Sheep Farm. Now, the reason my father spent years trying to identify and breed these animals was to get the optimal combination of genes to produce sheep with black wool, because he sold this black wool to the local Indians and people that wanted to make Indian sweaters and things like that, because natural black wool is quite rare. Now, these are all examples of genetic modification within a species or within the confines of nature. What has not been going on for a long time is interspecies breeding. For example, there are definite confines put up by Mother Nature. You don't cross cats and dogs, for example. Or if you want to see an example of what the biotech industry is doing, it would be, just to give an analogy, crossing a bull with a sheep to get giant lamb chops, or crossing a fish with a dog so that the fish come when you whistle. These are examples of interspecies breeding which go beyond the confines created by Mother Nature, and there are some definite risks to that. Some current examples of the work that they're doing are splicing genes from insects and bacteria to create disease-resistant pests and pest-resistant plants. That's an interesting concept, and we're going to discuss that in a minute. Now, they're also splicing genes to get plants to manufacture their own pesticides within plant cells, and they actually have corn plants that produce their own pesticides as a byproduct of cellular physiology. In other words, the cell of the corn makes its own pesticides. They glorify this and tell farmers that this is a fantastic idea because they won't need to use as many pesticides, and that'll save them money, and then we won't have to be harming the soil so much. Well, this is really double talk. First of all, if we look back at the works of Sir Albert Howard, who wrote a book, An Agricultural Testament, Sir Albert Howard is still recognized today as one of the most eminent agriculturalists that ever lived. Sir Albert Howard stated very clearly in his writings that the farmer always gets his report card from the pests. The more pests a farmer has to deal with, the more parasites, the more problems that farmer has with his crops secondary to infestation and disease, the worse of a grade he gets on his report card. Sir Albert Howard not only said this, but he proved that using the principles of organic farming and proper farming technologies, rotating crops and doing what Mother Nature suggests we do just by modeling Mother Nature, he showed that you could grow crops that were so disease resistant that to demonstrate his ability to grow these crops, he literally took barrels and barrels of insects that were known to attack the kind of plants that he was demonstrating with. He would dump these barrels into his fields, and he generally had only about a 3% crop loss, which is under any standards extremely good farming. So here's what we've got. We've got genetic engineering, and they're producing plants that make their own pesticides so that we don't have to use more pesticides, which is really nothing but a statement to say how bad commercial farming is. So instead of actually farming correctly, they'll spend millions and millions, if not billions of dollars to come up with a solution. That's kind of like saying, if you have a hard time saving money, then why don't you just learn to rob banks? It's ridiculous. Not to mention the fact that they seem to have forgotten one primary detail here. People actually are supposed to eat that corn. Animals are supposed to eat that corn, although it's not ideal for animals to eat the corn, but the reality of it is that's how they fatten animals. So we have people and animals now are going to be eating so-called corn that produces pesticides. Well, what do you think is going to happen when you eat the pesticide? Great. You kept the pests away, and now you're eating pesticide-producing corn. That's just phenomenal. Blows my mind that that kind of logic even exists. Needless to say, there's a large number of people, including myself, that are very, very concerned over this whole industry and issue of genetically modified foods. And in my opinion, you should also be very concerned about it as well. Now, I'd like to give you just a little bit of history in farming and in this chemical consciousness that has ultimately led to this biotech industry. One only need look back to 1840 when chemical fertilizers got their impetus from a German chemist named Liebig, who was of the opinion that all that was needed to nourish a plant could be found in its ashes. Well, that's kind of interesting. That would be like burning a human being to ashes and saying, everything that it takes to nourish a human being can be found in these ashes, which is really an asinine concept. I'm sure you remember when we talked about organic foods, we talked about enzymes, we talked about secondary components, we talked about how heating can even destroy trace minerals. So needless to say, trying to determine what it takes to keep a plant healthy by using a burn technique to identify what's in the ashes is far, far, far from reality. It's basically ignoring the nutrition and physiological factors that are in water-soluble aspects of the plant and things that are heat-sensitive. Anyhow, Liebig's research was quite well sought after, and he was able to convince a number of people that this was all that was needed. And sure enough, after World War I was over, the British government and the American governments had all these ammunition factories in England and in the United States. And these ammunition factories actually used the exact same constituents to make gunpowder and explosives that basically could be used to make fertilizers for plants based on Liebig's research. So what we had was the birth of a new industry, which was fertilizing plants with chemicals instead of animal manure and the things that are supposed to feed the microorganisms. All you've got to do is look at the wheel of life that we discussed earlier, and you will see that anytime you're putting chemicals on the ground and traumatizing the microorganisms, you're immediately going to denature the plants, which is going to make the animals unhealthy and ultimately man. Yet this has been going on for quite some time. And just to give you an example of how heavily marketed this was, in 1957 in England, the government and the chemical manufacturers spent £24 million to market chemical fertilizers to farmers. Now, you'd be shocked to know how much marketing that would have bought in 1957. Today, top infomercial companies spend somewhere in the neighborhood of $25 to $30 million a year to advertise on television. That's in modern times, and that's running these infomercials several times a day in the year 2002. So just imagine how much marketing and influence you could have purchased in 1957 in England for £24 million. It's just phenomenal, the amount of money that was being spent to ultimately make a lot more money by basically selling farmers on the idea to stop organic farming and get into this chemical farming methodology. Well, the same thing is now being done with genetically modified foods. They're spending huge amounts of money running all sorts of bogus studies to try to encourage people that genetically modified foods are better and they're safe and all this and all that, but it's really going to put us right into the same situation. The next thing you know, we started putting chemical fertilizers all over our fields, and we had progressive increases in infestation of parasites and plant pests, and that was the birth of a whole different industry, the pesticide, herbicide, fungicide type chemicals that we are now spraying 1 billion pounds a year of these things in the United States alone. Well, that's quite a concern, because when you look at the fact that since 1945, crop losses have doubled. Yet in the year 1945, we sprayed somewhere around 2 million pounds of chemicals in the United States. And here in the year 2002, we're spraying over 1 billion pounds, yet we're losing twice as much crops to pests as we were in 1945, with a massive increase in the amount of chemicals being used. So here we have the same scientific geniuses coming along and saying, well, let's just make plants that produce their own pesticides, and we'll just keep on going with our lousy farming techniques. It's very, very clear that the so-called scientist types and people that are of the biotech industry have some ulterior motives, but they tend to operate on a certain model, which I believe nobody does a better job of describing than Arden Anderson. Now, I learned about Arden Anderson by studying his course on soils and agronomy, which was excellent. But Arden Anderson's a unique guy because he's a PhD in farming-related technology or agriculture-related technologies, and he's a doctor of osteopathic medicine. So here's a man that's a doctor of the earth and her crops, and a doctor for human beings, and can make some definite correlations. Well, he does a very, very good job of summarizing these two mindsets. There are basically the commercial opportunists that see agriculture merely as a means to make money and spend their money and their efforts in this regard. These same types of people are pushing GM foods, and their working model, according to Arden Anderson, who I fully agree with, looks just like this. I will describe it to you. A, food and fiber production is a war. B, nature is the adversary. C, insects, disease, and weed pests are viewed as normal and the wrath of God upon mankind. D, the soil is inanimate or dead. E, nature is random, unintelligent, and flawed. F, man knows a better way. Well, the logic of this so-called Church of Agriculture is, and that's an oxymoron right there, because a church is a place where you worship God, but the Church of Agriculture, the scientific Church of Agriculture, is reductionistic. Their idea is that the whole equals the sum of its parts. It's linear, based on straight line in vitro observation and principles. What you get is only equal to or less than what you put in, purely entropic. And if all else fails, get a bigger hammer. Well, Anderson offers another model, which is used by organic and biodynamic farmers as well as many naturally oriented doctors and scientists. Actually, it's the model that I personally subscribe to and I try to live my life by, and it goes like this. Food and fiber production are part of nature. Nature is the guide and the guardian. Insects and disease, or pests, are nature's garbage collectors, and weeds are nature's caretakers. Soil is living and dynamic, analogous to the ruminant digestive system. Nature is ordered, intelligent, and perfect. Nature is the example to follow, ideal plant, soil, and animal characteristics. Now, the comparative logic to the nature is our guide model, or Arden Anderson's model, is holistic. The sum of the parts is greater than the whole. It's nonlinear, keyed to tuning based on harmonics and in vivo observation and principle. In vivo means in life. That means the farmer actually has to go out there and do something. They don't just spray it from the sky and kill the weeds, kill the pests. They actually go out there and investigate, sample the soils, and spend time working with plants and with their farming crops as though they were actually a living life form. It's in vivo observation. Energetics is the fundamental basis of all physiology, animate or inanimate. These are very, very important principles. With the understanding in mind that those seeking to feed humanity genetically modified organisms are of the for-profit, not for nature or man model, I would like to now inform you of some real concerns regarding genetically modified foods and then discuss some options we have to stop it. Now, with regard to genetically modified foods and the research in this area, one of the key problems that pops up in my mind right off the bat is just like the FDA allows people that manufacture food additives, preservatives, colorings, or food chemicals to provide their own research, they've done the same thing in the biotech industry by saying that they can provide their own research showing that these foods are healthy for human beings. Well, think about it. If you stand to make billions of dollars off of a genetically modified crop, I'm sure you're going to go out of your way to make sure that the research is favorable because, like with most medical drugs that have failed, by the time they find out that they're bad for you or that they're ineffective, they've made billions of dollars off of them. So this is purely a date with the devil, in my opinion. Let's just look at some examples of the kind of trouble this has gotten us into, and we'll just start with one prime boo-boo. Look what happened when we allowed manufacturers to produce DDT. We didn't stop DDT until we realized it was causing major, major problems in the environment and in people. It literally took a disaster before they took DDT off the market. Most of you listening to this tape are probably in the UK or in the United States, but there's a whole bunch of other countries out there that still do use DDT. It is used, for example, in Mexico. So what's happened here is the United States, with its normal slick maneuvering, has taken DDT off the market in some of these areas where the resistance was known about and where people got upset about it. But what they do is they ship it across to third world countries, and they have large farming conglomerates using it over there. They have people farming in these fields with no protection, being paid slave labor wages. They grow tomatoes and all sorts of stuff in Tijuana, Mexico, and they are known to be using a number of banned pesticides, etc., and they ship the stuff right across the border and ends up right back in American supermarkets. And as I told you earlier, they use ethylene oxide and other technologies to ship food all over the world. So you could very well be eating all sorts of things right now with DDT in them. Now, this is just one example of a chemical that was so-called hailed as safe for human consumption, but created tremendous disaster that still follows us around today. Food scientists and major corporations like General Mills do food testing as they're required to by law, and if you study the literature, you'll find that in numerous occasions, on almost a daily or weekly basis, they still find crops with DDT residues. Well, how is that happening? Well, it turns out that DDT takes years and years and years to degrade itself in the soils. And it actually converts itself into another poisonous product called DDE. So we've allowed people to do their own research to sell us these toxic chemicals, and the only way we ended up stopping it is by showing that it was killing people and damaging our ecosystem, and then the Americans just sell it to third world countries where there's poor regulations, and they bribe people, and the next thing you know, they ship the stuff back to you and you're eating it.
This is the end of this CD.
We have the exact same problem with food additives, preservatives, and colorings. As I said earlier, things are on the GRAS list, the generally regarded as safe list, until enough people die of cancer. Just look at aspartame. 85% of all the complaints coming into the FDA on all food products are coming from aspartame alone. Yet here we have another one that's so-called safe. Well, who's going to fund an independent researcher to do the kind of research that it's actually going to take to demonstrate the real threat from chemicals like aspartame? Well, there's literally books about it. There's books on endotoxins and how these things damage the nervous system, but no one's paying attention because there's way too much money to be made off the diseases and the dysfunction created by this stuff. While these companies may expose lab animals to one dose of a given chemical, there's no indication out there as to what happens when you start consuming all these chemicals in combinations. And as I said earlier, when you heat these things, they combine with each other and produce brand new chemicals. These are minor problems. Even DDT is a minor problem compared to what we face with genetically modified foods. There's been very little research done by neutral parties. What has been done has left significant reason for caution and has apparently been ignored by both the American and British governments. Now, what I'm going to tell you about was actually published in The Lancet, and the article was by Stanley Ewan and Arpad Pusztai, Pusztai. This study was originally designed to be pro-GM. Pusztai had to get approval. He had to compete for a grant to run this study. It was the most expensive and most comprehensive study ever run on GM foods, and it was run at the Rawway Institute in Scotland. What happened here is Pusztai fed rats GE potatoes designed to produce a substance referred to as Galanthus nivalis agglutinin, or GNA, which is ordinarily found in a type of flour called snowdrops. Now, GNA is supposed to increase resistance to certain insects and pests. So here we go again, right? Making potatoes that have their own chemicals in them to keep the bugs away instead of just farming properly. Well, in his research, there were 3 groups of rats. One group ate GM potatoes designed to produce the GNA. One ate ordinary potatoes without GNA, and one ate ordinary potatoes with a dose of GNA added to them. Pusztai studied the changes that occurred in the digestive systems of each of these rats. His findings: the rats eating GE or non-GE potatoes with GNA were associated with certain changes in the rats' stomachs. In addition, the rats fed GNA potatoes, that's genetically engineered potatoes that produce GNA, demonstrated changes not found in the rats eating ordinary potatoes laced with GNA. The potatoes that produced their own GNA caused changes in the rats that were not found in the rats that ate ordinary potatoes with GNA added to them. So basically what that tells you, it was not the GNA, it was something in that genetically engineered potato that was causing the problems. The researchers did not know the reason for the additional changes. They thought it could be due to a positioning effect. In other words, when they talk about positioning effect, where the genes they injected into the plant ended up. The foreign gene may have been inserted into a location in the existing genetic material that caused it to disrupt the normal functioning of the existing gene. In other words, it caused a genetic malfunction. Now, this is where much of the gamble lies, because there's a myriad of possibilities in these gene sequences and these on and off sequences in the genes. They have such diverse and massive control functions that when they inject these genes, they use these little tungsten balls and they fire them into the plant, just like firing a shotgun at somebody, and these genes just get injected into the plant. Well, that would be like taking a computer chip and firing it at your laptop with a shotgun and hoping that when you turned it on, you had some new software in there that would effectively help you run your business. It's literally that asinine. Yet this is what's going on. Now, if you want to read more about this research, you can read about the study I just quoted at www.mercola.com, mercola.com, and I suggest you just type in genetic engineering or GMOs, and you will find all sorts of interesting information. Believe you, I'm just giving you a little bit of it here. Now, what I find very interesting is that there was a lot more information given in a direct interview with Dr. Pusti that I read in New Zealand Organic Magazine, and I'm going to describe to you a couple of things that didn't show up in the Lancet article. Not only did he describe many other problems in the rats that ate the GM potatoes, such as brain and organ malfunction, the interview describes what happened after he shot a local TV interview after being given permission, by the way, by his supervisor. Now, Pusti has worked for the Rahway Institute. At that time, he had worked there for something in the neighborhood of 30 or 35 years. This guy is a senior, highly experienced researcher. Now, the local television station wanted to know what was going on with his research. So he asked his supervisor if he could do this interview. He was on the air for something in the neighborhood like 150 seconds. Now, Pusti's study was probably the most expensive, well-run study ever done on GM foods. The results of the study were disastrous, and what he basically did was just describe to the TV camera that there's a lot of problems and that he felt that more research needed to be done. He by no means gave away any secret information. Yet when he came back to work the next day, his laboratory was empty. His equipment had been confiscated. His researchers were gone, and everybody that worked in the institute was given a memo saying if they were caught talking to him, they would be immediately fired. I've read other investigations into this, and it turns out that once that little TV spot that he did got out and the people that were funding these studies found out about it, they basically threatened the Rahway Institute, saying that if they continued to allow him to do his research and talk about it, that they would cut off their funding. Well, this is really typical of what happens when people with ulterior motives start doing research, which is the problem throughout our entire medical system, drug system. Needless to say, in Pusti's interview with New Zealand Organic, when they asked him what he thought should be done with all these GM crops, he suggested that all GM crops be pulled out of the ground until further research can be concluded. Now, get this. This is the guy that ran the most comprehensive study ever run on genetically modified foods. And by the way, the reason he was doing the study is because he thought he could make a better potato and make this thing work. He was actually pro-GM. So we're in a bit of an interesting quagmire here. If you do the research, and you'll find what I've found, and that is that today it's almost impossible to buy any processed food anywhere in the United States or the UK that does not already have genetically modified organisms in it. I hope you heard what I just said. It is almost impossible for you to buy a processed food, packaged food anywhere in the world that does not have some kind of genetically modified organism already in it, yet there has been almost no research done to show that this stuff is safe, and the most comprehensive study ever run on it resulted in a man losing his job for letting the results go, and he basically concluded that all GM crops should be pulled out of the ground until further research is done. Yet what are we doing? You and I are now part of the largest study on GM foods that will ever be run in the history of man. And guess who the guinea pigs are? Go look in the mirror. So what are some realistic concerns you should have over these GM foods should you happen to be eating them? Well, not to mention the fact that they already had massive problems in the United States with Starlink corn that led to all this corn having to be excluded and taken off the market because people had all kinds of adverse reactions to it, as one example. So here's a classic example of what happens when researchers start playing God. These GM researchers, for example, combined soya beans with a Brazil nut, and they were trying to make soya beans tastier. But unfortunately, there are a number of people out there that had no idea that these GE soybeans were crossed with Brazil nuts, and these people had allergic reaction to nuts. Now, I'm sure a lot of you listening to this tape know that people have life-threatening allergic reactions to nuts. I mean, there's people that can eat peanuts and go into anaphylactic shock and die from a peanut. So here we have GE researchers crossing Brazil nuts with soya and putting them on the market as soya-based products, yet you have no idea because they've made it so they do not have to label any product that contains GM food. So you have no idea when you're eating these GE foods, yet you could be eating something that's crossed with something that you're absolutely allergic to. Well, here's another real concern. GE foods can produce a variety of genetic combinations that our immune systems have never seen before. You know, our gut receptors take thousands of years to adapt. You can see this in gluten intolerance. We only started farming grains or farming period about 10,000 years ago. Prior to that, very little grains were consumed by human beings. So what we've got now is a society, for a bunch of reasons, that is very, very into grains. The average American eats several hundred pounds of grains and grain foods a year, yet my research and my communication with one of my mentors, Dr. Bill Timmons, who runs a testing laboratory, has showed that about 50 to 60% of white-skinned people are allergic to gluten, one of the proteins in grains. Now, I'm pointing this out because we've only been farming grains for about 10,000 years. Remember earlier in the program, I told you that research shows that to change the human genome 1/10 of 1% takes 100,000 years. We're about 2.8% different than a chimpanzee, which is 2,800,000 years of evolution. So here we are now being introduced to GE foods just in the last couple of years, and you've got things like soybeans crossed with Brazil nuts, and you've got potatoes that produce pesticides basically in them. Now, when these things get inside your gut and the receptor sites in your gut cannot recognize the molecules of these foods because they're not foods we've ever been exposed to, your body thinks you might as well have ground up your bicycle and ate your bicycle. So your immune system attacks the stuff, and that creates gut inflammation. Well, look around you, go do a little website research, and you'll see that one of the top selling types of drugs in the world today are anti-inflammatory drugs. People have inflammatory problems out the yazoo. I deal with this constantly, clinically. I'm constantly having to refer people to doctors for advanced testing because people are suffering from all sorts of gastrointestinal disorders that are linked directly to gastrointestinal inflammation. And what do? We have packaged foods everywhere chock full of GM products. Is it the only problem? No. Is it a problem to be concerned about? Absolutely. Now, here's another real issue, in my opinion. The main company that is behind all this GM stuff is Monsanto. They are also touted, by the way, by The Ecologist as the world's largest polluter, and they are the largest producer of genetically modified seeds. And these seeds are designed, by the way, so that they only grow one generation and they don't produce seeds. So unlike every other crop in the world that grows in year after year. I mean, every time an apple tree produces apples, there's apple seeds. So nature is designed to propel itself. All living species want to have offspring. Our genes, their primary objective is for you to produce offspring. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. So Monsanto, with its infinite wisdom, has come along and produced GM crops that only produce one crop. And then the farmer has to go buy another batch of GM seed from Monsanto. Well, that's a fantastic way to control your food supply, isn't it? Well, we already have had lawsuits because Monsanto's seeds have been planted near other farmers' seeds, and as you know, pollination happens by wind and by insects. Now, in Canada, we've already had a case, and there's been several others, but one of the ones that comes to mind is a Canadian rapeseed farmer who had GM rapeseed growing next to his field, and the seeds were Monsanto seeds, so somehow somebody recognized some of these GM rapeseed plants in his field. So what did they do? They took him to court and sued him, basically implying that he had stolen these GM seeds and put them in his field when, A, they could not produce any receipt or any indication that he had ever purchased Monsanto's GM seeds, etc. Not to mention the fact, if I remember, the guy was an organic farmer, and why would he want to contaminate his own fields with GM seeds? Well, the end-all and be-all of it was this guy got charged $75,000 because Mother Nature planted seeds from the Monsanto crop into his field, and somehow his field ended up growing a version of these GM crops. Well, this is a real concern because we already have cases where GM crops have ended up blowing 25, 30 miles over mountain ranges and everything. Now, just so you don't think I'm contradicting myself, not all of the GM crops don't produce seed. There are some that do. But Monsanto has produced a number of these different seeds that are crops that only grow one crop. So the farmer is basically at the mercy of Monsanto. Now, here's another concern that I have over these genetically engineered crops. As Arden Anderson pointed out in his higher than mighty scientist model, the people that think nature is unintelligent and that pests and weeds are just the wrath of God, well, the reality of it is they just don't know very much about nature, and neither do we. We might think we're experts on Mother Nature, but we're not. And here's proof of a legitimate concern that we still have a lot to learn, and we still are learning a lot. New research presented in Discover magazine, April 2002, in an article titled Talking Plants, describes how plants communicate with insects through the use of chemical messengers. Now, this is something that is really new research. People never had any idea of this before. What they found out by studying these plants is that when a plant is infested with a certain type of parasitic organism, it will send out chemical messengers into the air to other insects that also have a working relationship with that given plant. So when they did this study, this plant they purposefully infected it with this parasite. It sent chemical messengers out, and then another insect came back and attacked the parasite because that particular insect that came back to attack the parasite has a working relationship, a symbiotic relationship with that plant. So the key message here is that these scientists had just now discovered that plants actually talk to insects. Plants actually have working symbiotic relationships with given insects, and this is how comprehensive our ecosystem is, and this is a recent discovery, and if that's the case, how many other things do we not understand and do we not know? For example, if you read The Secret Life of Plants, there's extensive scientific research showing that plants are conscious. Plants are able to sense human feelings. Plants are able to communicate and respond to human interaction. There is so much. People think plants are just these inanimate objects that you can just cut down and so on and so forth. But this is just an example of the level of ignorance that we're dealing with here. So here's what concerns me. Imagine you take your little gene splicing gun, you shoot some fancy new gene into a plant, and it gets out into nature, and it starts sending out all kinds of strange messages, and it attracts some sort of bug. Let's just call it aphids. Well, the next thing you know, we've got a gazillion aphids attacking everything in the neighborhood because aphids are getting this strange message from this genetically modified plant. And the researchers are going, oh my God, I had no idea this would happen. Well, that's exactly what happens when you don't do your research. That's exactly what happens when the government doesn't step in and hire unbiased, independent, highly skilled, highly capable researchers to protect us. But that's not what it's about. What it's about is making quick, big money and keeping the fat cats fat, and they don't care if people get wiped out along the way, which we've seen over and over again with foods, with pesticides, etc., etc., etc. Now, it doesn't just stop with plants. The genetic engineering experts are also working on animals and on fish. Now, I want to tell you about a little interesting piece of research that I came across, and if this doesn't stand you up in your chair, nothing will. In the transcript for the PBS show Harvest of Fear, which you can get by going to www.pbs.org and read it for yourself, you might even be able to get a video of the show, Professor William Muir describes but one of the many possibilities that can happen if GM salmon are allowed into the ocean. So they have these genetically modified salmon now. And this researcher was discussing in his transcript what will happen if these salmon get out of their pens that they're farmed in and into the ocean. Well, it turns out that female salmon are very, very sensitive to the size of their males. Kind of like female women in a sense. You know, women generally are attracted to the big, strong, studly guy for survival reasons. That's a whole different story, but I'm sure you're all aware of the logic there. Well, it turns out that these salmon, these mating females, are sensitive to male size, and genetically modified males are much larger than the salmon that they were produced from. Well, it turns out that the fish just 25% larger, the GM fish just 25% larger than the other males, will get 400% more matings than a salmon of average size. So when William Muir put parameters into his computer and did a mathematical model to see what would happen if these GM salmon mated out into the ocean, his computer system crashed, and it continued to crash. So he had to really look into, well, what was going on? Well, what he found out is that his computer system was crashing because after 20 to 30 generations, the species were extinct. Because the females were only attracted to the larger males, it actually ended up causing such a breeding dysfunction that in 20 to 30 generations, there was no more salmon left.
Checkpoints.
GM foods.
Checkpoint 1.
Simply don't buy foods containing genetically modified organisms. As GMOs are not yet listed on the label, avoid processed foods as these are most likely to contain genetically modified ingredients. Many foods especially say that they do not contain GMOs. Always go for those in preference of the unlabeled foods.
Checkpoint 2.
Ask store managers to identify which foods in their store contain GMOs. They will probably not know, but it will give you a chance to voice your concerns and ask them not to carry genetically modified foods.
Checkpoint 3.
Take action. Read the research and tell other people about issues with GM foods. A groundswell of public opinion against GM foods is needed to make a change in these farming practices. Food irradiation. Irradiation is the use of high doses of radiation on your foods to so-called sanitize them. Radiation doses to sanitize your foods, such as a turkey, can be as high as 450,000 rads of radiation, which is about equivalent to 150 million times one chest x-ray. I'll say that again. 150 million times what it takes to give you a chest x-ray is what they use to irradiate a turkey. Now, that's a low estimate. If you visit www.mercola.com and look at the research there on food irradiation, their resources say it can be as much as 350 million times the dose you get with one chest x-ray. Now, most of us would think that would cause something to glow in the dark. Well, I don't think it makes it glow in the dark quite yet, but it does do something else to your food that we need to talk about. Before we talk about what it does to the food, let's talk about what they use as a source for their radiation. Well, they use cobalt-60, CO-60, or caesium CS-137. Where from do you think they may be getting such sources of nuclear radiation? Well, guess what? It is spent fuel from the U.S. military and I've read recent reports that the British military is doing the same thing. Well, there's another source of food irradiation that's being played with. It's the highly costly linear accelerator E-beam technology left over from President Ronald Reagan's Star Wars program. Well, Ronnie Reagan's technology is now being used to zap your food, and I mean zap. You might be asking, what are the reasons for irradiation of foods? Well, according to the Ecologist Report, June 2001, the U.S. Department of Energy, referred to as the DOE, sees irradiation as a way to reduce disposal costs for spent military and civilian fuel by providing a commercial market for it. Additionally, the Food and Agricultural Organization and World Health Organization insist that irradiation makes food more safe and available for the world's hungry. Well, let's look at that statement. If they had any concern at all for the world's hungry, they would stop using these countries to dump dangerous chemicals that they can't sell in the United States, and they would invest far more money to teach these people how to farm organically. I already discussed very recently in this series how many of the chemicals and pesticides, etc., that are outlawed in the United States are being sold to and used in third world countries all over the world. And believe me, if you do the research into journals like The Ecologist and many others, you will find that it is causing tremendous health problems with these people. So yes, so here they're saying we're going to feed them, but yeah, we're going to feed them while we're killing them with our dangerous technologies. The real problem is commercial farming practices. It's commercial farming practices that are producing food quality that is so low that the parasites and food pests or plant pests attack this stuff because they're nature's police. They're just doing their job to return this garbage back to the soil where the microorganisms can do their alchemy on it and try to turn it into something useful. But meanwhile, they're coming along and saying we're going to have to shoot this stuff with ray gun technology to protect you from the parasites. Well, really, the parasites are only there because we're producing garbage all the time, and this has to change. And by the way, that's the garbage that they're feeding you. Not to mention the fact we're killing the ecosystem through this whole process. Now, not surprisingly, the FDA approved food irradiation based on 5 select studies of 441 published articles prior to the 1980s. And it is these studies, many of which scientists have stated were clearly flawed in design and reliability, that the FDA claims the safety of irradiation is based. One need only visit www.mercola.com and type irradiation into the search function, and what you get will surprise you. Now, aside from the fact about the only thing that can survive irradiation is the worst bacteria known to man, such as E. coli 0157, and consider the fact that there have been far more E. coli 0157 outbreaks and have been publicized for a number of reasons. I'm sure you can use your imagination. But the reality of it is the only forms of bacteria that can protect us from such things as E. coli 0157 are the good forms of bacteria that are wiped out when you irradiate a food. So what we're doing is really taking away the competition for survival out of the medium in which bacteria live. By using irradiation, we're just killing all E. coli 0157's enemies and leaving them to be the only thing that populates the so-called now sanitized food that we're going to eat. Well, it only takes about 100 bacterium to infect someone with E. coli 0157. It'll decoagulate your blood and attack your kidneys, and usually within about 24 hours, you're dead. So I don't think that we're really doing ourselves any favor at all by allowing irradiation of foods to take place. And by the way, 100 bacterium is not very much. It takes about 2,000 bacterium to cover the tip of a sharp pin. Now, there's another fact you need to know about. Many studies have shown that irradiation produces what are called radiolytic compounds, which are poisonous chemicals, most of which the human body and liver have never seen before. When you consider that most people, as I said, are nutritionally deficient and that they have to have secondary nutrients, enzymes, vitamins, minerals, and trace minerals to run their detoxification pathways, and then you start eating irradiated food, which contains radiolytic compounds, we're putting ourselves in a very dangerous situation here. It's analogous to taking malnourished people and pumping them up full of medical drugs that their body cannot process. Well, you just watch their health decline, and this is a major, major problem. All you've got to do is look around you, go to any hospital. I mean, I own an institute that specializes in treating chronically challenged musculoskeletal disorders and basic chronic health problems, but you should see the things that we see in our facility. I mean, I've had people come into our institute that are on as many as 18 different drugs at once, given by as many as 6 different doctors, none of which who are communicating with each other. And all the while, these poor people are out there eating genetically modified and irradiated foods. Now, how in the world can anyone ever get healthy doing that? Just so you know, there's plenty of research challenging this whole concept of irradiation, but once again, you don't hear anybody reporting about it. For example, there's research that was done prior to 1986 that identified mutagenic and carcinogenic radiolytic compounds in irradiated food. Studies in the 1970s by India's Institute of Nutrition reported that feeding freshly irradiated wheat to monkeys, rats, mice, and to a small group of malnourished children induced gross chromosomal abnormalities in blood or bone marrow cells and mutational changes in rodents. I don't know about you, but I'm not in a hurry to eat any more irradiated food, and I wish I could say that you haven't already. Now, this is a vast and important topic, much like genetically modified foods. Now, I really would ask you, please, to go to Dr. Mercola's website and look at his top 10 reasons for opposing food irradiation. Believe me, I'm sure you're going to be set back. You will think twice about what you put in your mouth. I don't want to just leave you on a cliffhanger saying, well, now, Paul, which foods are irradiated? So I'm going to tell you, currently, the foods that are approved for irradiation in the United States are beef, pork, lamb, poultry, and eggs in the shell, fruits, vegetables, wheat, flour, herbs and spices, and dried vegetable seasonings. In the U.S. at present, it is against the law for organic foods to be irradiated, but you can rest assured that the powers to be are working on including organic foods in irradiation because there's a huge movement, as I've said over and over, to kill the term organic. There's a lot of people on the inside fighting to protect it, but the large food manufacturers do not want you developing an organic consciousness, because if you do, and enough people start asking for organic food, it means that they're going to have to, A, they're going to have a bunch of leftover food in the stores that no one's buying every week because everybody's after the organic food. B, it means to stay competitive in the marketplace, they're going to have to start farming organically, which means you actually have to use your brains and you have to get out of your truck and go out into the field and touch the soil and do something. And you have to follow the rules of certified organic farming. And believe you me, I doubt you and I are going to see that happen in our lifetime. So the best thing that you can do is support the people that are farming organically and don't buy this poisonous garbage. Now, the term natural does not exclude food from irradiation. There are even some supplements such as garlic that can be irradiated. So don't be fooled if it says natural on the label and think, oh, well, they must not have irradiated because it's natural. Well, to these people, 450 million times a chest x-ray is normal. I think they're used to walking around glowing. In the meantime, if you want to find out more about which foods are currently being irradiated, go to this website, www.organicconsumers.org, and you can see the associated links. Additionally, be aware that the government is playing with names such as electronic pasteurization, cold pasteurization, or just pasteurized to hide the fact that foods have been irradiated. In fact, they are pushing hard to not label irradiated foods at all. Why? Well, I'll let you be the judge on that one. Same thing they're doing with genetically modified foods. Think about it. If everybody wanted to know exactly which foods were genetically modified, which foods were irradiated, just those two categories alone, well, they wouldn't be able to sell you anything in the supermarket. And let me just reiterate something here. The reason they're having to come up with all these genetically modified foods is because they're such lousy commercial farmers. They're actually trying to make foods that are pesticide resistant and foods that produce their own pesticides. This is ridiculous. They're irradiating foods because they're saying the foods are unsafe. Well, the reason the foods are unsafe is because it is the microorganism's job. It's the parasite's job to return any living organism back to the soil that Mother Nature deems inappropriate for life on this planet.
Checkpoints.
Food irradiation.
Checkpoint 1.
Ask your local store managers to identify which foods have been irradiated.
Checkpoint 2.
Don't buy foods that have been irradiated. We do not want to support the practice of irradiating foods with our money.
Checkpoint 3.
Support the people who produce non-irradiated foods, your local organic and biodynamic farmers.
Checkpoint 4.
Check with restaurant managers to see if they buy and use irradiated or electronically or cold pasteurized foods. If they do, eat elsewhere.
Checkpoint 5.
Avoid eating at airports and train stations as most of the food in such locations has been irradiated.
Checkpoint 6.
At present, foods labeled organic will not have been irradiated.
Checkpoint 7.
Always buy 100% organic spices. Currently, almost all non-organic spices have been irradiated. Fiber, colon health, and detoxification. Who do you believe, the Africans or the Eskimos? Numerous experts out there have expressed the need or touted the need for a high-fiber diet. They've claimed that some of the benefits of a high-fiber diet are things such as cholesterol reduction, improved bowel transit time, increased stool bulk, which stimulates peristalsis and has a laxative effect because the muscles of the intestinal wall are very sensitive to the girth or the bulk in the stool. So they say that by eating higher fiber foods, you're going to have a larger stool, which is going to stimulate peristalsis and therefore improve your ability to evacuate the bowel, which is true. I'm not saying it's not true. I'm just saying this is one of the things they claim. Now, improved elimination of toxins and fats from the body is also a claim made for high-fiber diets. The real expert on this is a guy named Dr. Dennis Burkitt, who studied the stools and transit times of a few different African populations, as well as English Navymen. I want to tell you about his studies so that we get real clear on whether we do or do not need high-fiber diets, and really, what is high fiber for you? Well, the Africans, he found, had greatly reduced transit times, and their stool size was often several times that of English Navymen. Dr. Burkitt actually measured and weighed all of the stool samples, and he has pictures of this in his articles. When Dr. Burkitt says Africans had greatly reduced transit times, and their stool size was often several times that of the English Navymen, what he's saying is that the time it takes from the time you ate something to the time it leaves your backside is how long it takes to go from mouth to anus. That's transit time. If you, for example, eat red beets, it's usually going to take 14 to 16 hours in the healthy body before you first see those in the toilet. That's called transit time. Now, retention time is how long those red beets stay in your body. So generally, the healthy body will eliminate those red beets somewhere between 55 and 70 hours. So you have transit time and retention time. But what Dr. Burkitt was referring to here is that the Africans, due to their diet, had a greatly reduced transit time, and their stool size was often several times that of Navymen, meaning that they had large stools that came out much quicker than the English Navymen. Now, these results and other studies suggesting the benefits of high-fiber diets have been the marketing fuel for the sales of billions of dollars of high-fiber foods and cereals. But the question I have for you is, are you an African or an Eskimo or an Englishman? There's some very important things to be looked at there, because as I said earlier in the program, Eskimos were found by Villemar Stephenson and other researchers to live very, very healthfully on a diet of about 90% fats, oils, and proteins, and only about 10% carbohydrate. So you can rest assured that the Eskimos do not live on high-fiber diets, yet you can pretty much safely say they do not have colorectal cancers related to a lack of fiber in their diet. As I said earlier as well, American Indians ate somewhere between 70 and 90% fats, oils, and proteins, and to my observations from whatever I could find in the literature, there was no indications that on their native diet that they had any colorectal cancer or any other form of cancer related to not eating enough fiber. Now, in some regions of Africa, they don't have access to big game meats, so it has become their necessity, their genetic adaptation to eat a high-fiber diet. So it's natural that they're going to have large stools. It's natural that they're going to have reduced transit times. But you also have to realize that there is no literature that I can find comparing an African's transit time and bowel size to an Eskimo's or to an American Indian or to any other healthy population. Comparing an African to an English Navyman is like comparing someone that's much more likely to be healthy to someone that's highly likely to be unhealthy. For example, Navymen, they sit on boats and they go down in submarines and they eat canned food all the time. So how can you use that as a comparison of what's normal? Avoid processed foods. Why? Well, we've already talked about the fact that a lot of these foods have genetically modified organisms, and genetically modified organisms are very likely to trigger an immune response that causes the body to become progressively more fatigued. It's a threat to the body. It's a stress to the body. That causes an activation of the sympathetic nervous system or the fight or flight nervous system. And then you have cortisol being released. And cortisol is an activating hormone, a fight or flight response hormone, which shuts down peristalsis because it inhibits the parasympathetic nervous system. And so it's very easy eating a lot of these processed foods that are full of garbage, many of which have sugar, which is also a stimulant for the sympathetic nervous system, makes it very, very easy to become constipated. And then you're eating high fiber foods with your processed food, so you're eating bran flakes to compensate for your power bar or your whatever packaged garbage TV dinner you might be eating, and what do you get for it? More visits to the doctor. So a garbage diet is going to clog you up. Now, you can clearly see the fact that even with the sale of billions of dollars in bran flakes and high fiber foods, we still have a massive problem in the United States because we sell in the U.S. $1,300,000 worth of laxatives every day. Now, that means that the United States is one hell of a constipated place, and this is a fact. Now, you can be constipated on a high-fiber diet just as quickly as a low-fiber diet. I've seen many clients for this, and I have a friend who is a very, very well-known colon hygienist by the name of David Webster. And if you ever get a chance, look up his books on the internet, and you'll find they're very, very useful books. But David Webster has told me of a number of cases where people were using psyllium husk and all sorts of other high-fiber modalities, and their colons just got blocked up so bad they were in terrible pain, and he had to clean them out. It's really not what's right for the media, not what's going to sell more bran flakes, but what's right for you. Again, are you an African or are you an Eskimo?
Checkpoints.
Fiber, colon health, and detoxification.
Checkpoint 1.
Know your metabolic type and eat right for your own individual needs. The best reference for this is a book by William Walcott and Trish Fay called The Metabolic Typing Diet.
Checkpoint 2.
Again, avoid processed foods for all the reasons that we have talked about.
Checkpoint 3.
Drink lots of water each day and avoid sodas. And avoid caffeinated drinks such as coffee and tea. Grains. Probably far better for food manufacturers and grain farmers than they are for you. Like high-fiber cereals and processed foods, grains are much better for the farmers and food manufacturers than they are for the people, particularly the way they're eaten today, which means packaged, processed, highly refined, and usually combined with sugar and rancid cooked vegetable oils. That's not to say that grains weren't once healthy and nutritious foods, but only for some populations, as demonstrated by Price's research. A lot of you are not designed to eat grains, as we're going to touch on here. Let's look first at when we started eating grains. We began farming grains only about 10,000 years ago, which is a flash in the pan of evolution. Remember I said geneticists say that it takes about 100,000 years to change the human genome 0.1%. So it's pretty safe to say that we are exactly the same people we were 50,000 years ago, and to change the human genome 0.1% takes 100,000 years. So it's not likely that we've physiologically developed the ability to digest grains yet. Now, this is well borne out when you look at the statistics on food allergy and food intolerance, because when they show the stats and you look at the Eastern countries versus the Western countries, there's a relationship between how long a given region has been farming grains and eating grains and the prevalence of gluten intolerance or intolerance to grains in that region. For example, they've been farming grains much longer in the Eastern countries than they have in the Western countries. So you see a very high prevalence of gluten intolerance in the United States. But in the Far East, you see about a 20% reduction in the percentage of people in cross-sectional studies that have gluten intolerance. Why? This is an indicator that the body is adapting. The other thing is a lot of these countries in the East are not nearly as industrialized as the American countries, so they tend to eat the grains in a natural state, where here we play all sorts of games with the food, as we've been discussing. Now, it turns out that there's a high correlation between rheumatoid arthritis and other arthritic conditions and grain consumption. Professor Lauren Cordain's very, very informative article, Cereal Grains, Humanity's Double-Edged Sword, shows amino acid sequences in grain proteins are very similar to many people's synovial tissues, resulting in an autoimmune reaction. Now, synovial tissue, for those of you that don't know what that is the tissue that lines your joints. Your synovial membranes produce the slippery fluid that lubricates your joint called synovial fluid or synovium. What Cordain shows is that when they look at the amino acid sequence, it looks so close, the synovial tissue's amino acid sequence looks so close to what the amino acid sequence of a grain looks like, that when your immune antibodies are out hunting around through your body looking for invaders, it actually thinks, once it becomes sensitized to grains, it actually thinks that the synovium or the synovial lining is grain, so it attacks your joints, and thus you have inflammatory diseases of the joints or arthritis. So I wonder how many people out there are seeing doctors with arthritis that really need to do nothing but go off of grains. Weston A. Price's documentation of healthy civilization showed clearly that cereal grains were not the main staple of the diet for most healthy populations. Where meat was available, it was the main staple, followed by vegetables and raw dairy products, raw, unprocessed dairy products. There were some regions in the world where grains were a bigger part of the diet, but they were grown on quality soils and eaten as whole grains. They were not eaten as Wonder Bread or cornflakes. The percentage of grains in the average person's diet today in most industrialized countries is far too high for most people. Just to give you an example of what we're dealing with, in 1940, now that's a long time ago, in 1940, what do you think the average amount of pounds of white flour consumed per person per year were? Just think for a second. If you just had to guess, 1940, how much white flour was the average person eating every year? Well, the answer is 200 pounds. Can you imagine? The average person was eating 200 pounds of processed, ground, white flour that had to be enriched because it was so damaged from the milling process, yet the consumption of meat in 1940 was only about 127 pounds per person per year. Well, this is a pretty shocking statistic. I want you to understand something, that when they grind grain to the fineness that makes white flour, that grain will cover 10,000 times the surface area in your intestinal tract. Now, your small intestine has a surface area about the same size as a tennis court, and the more surface area any grain or any product covers, the faster it is absorbed into your body. So think, if you just took a handful of grains, like just unprocessed oats or wheat, and just chewed them up, you wouldn't even come close to chewing them to the level of fineness that you get with white flour. So what this means is that these grains are absorbed really fast. If you look at the glycemic index on white flour, which is an indicator of the level of response that your pancreas gives to the food in your bloodstream, white flour is very comparable to white table sugar. This is a real problem. So let's look at that. Today, white flour plus white sugar is a real issue. Now, the average person today eats approximately 175 pounds of white sugar a year. Well, all the way back in 1940, the average white flour was 200 pounds. So if we assume that today we're eating as much white flour as we were in 1940, you would have between white flour and white sugar 375 pounds of extremely powerful blood sugar elevating agents. And then you add to that the damaged dairy products that we're eating today, which we'll talk about in a minute, plus the garbage meats and the reduced consumption of high-quality vegetables, plus the fact that current research from my associate and friend, Dr. Bill Timmons, who owns BioHealth Diagnostics, a diagnostic testing laboratory that's tested thousands and thousands of people for gluten intolerance, suggests that approximately 40 to 60% of white-skinned people are gluten intolerant. So you add all those things together. Huge consumption of white flour, huge consumption of sugar, damaged dairy, garbage meats, and a very, very low consumption of quality vegetables, and 40 to 60% of white-skinned people that are gluten intolerant. And what do you have? You have a lot of people that are sick out there, and you have a phenomenal market for the medical association and drug manufacturers. And this is one reason they've never stepped in to do anything about this. As a matter of fact, let me give you a little historical tidbit. If you read the book Paradox of Plenty by Harvey Levenstein, he describes what happened right around the time of the Second World War when they realized all these soldiers were nutritionally disabled and couldn't perform as soldiers, and they had to start fortifying food. So they started hiring experts on vitamins, one of which came from the Mayo Clinic, and they did these tests, found out that lo and behold, vitamins did actually improve people's vitality and their energy output. They tested these things in the factories that were making wartime machinery, and they started getting letters back from the supervisors and managers of these factories going, my goodness, these vitamins are really helping our workers perform better. Now, realize these people are eating canned garbage food in these factories, so any kind of vitamin was going to improve their performance. Well, lo and behold, guess who steps in but the American Medical Association? And they said, we've got to stop this fortification because we don't want people thinking that when they're unhealthy, all they have to do is eat better foods. So they basically threatened to sue the government. They put a lot of pressure on the government. And they made it so that at that time, the only thing they were allowed to fortify or enrich was milk and white flour. This only goes to show you that A, the medical system knows very well that what you're eating is garbage, and B, they've gone out of their way in many different instances to make sure that you don't get too healthy. Now, eventually, when the medical doctors found out how powerful vitamins were, they lobbied to own them and to prescribe them as drugs, which eventually they lost that right. But even today, if you ask the average doctor, well, are vitamins going to benefit me? A lot of them will say no, but they've been lobbying for years again to make vitamins a controlled substance like drugs so that you have to come to them. Why? Because the consciousness in the public is shifting. People are becoming aware that the standard allopathic approach just does not work for most problems. So now they're turning to naturopathic practitioners and to vitamins, and they're getting healthy, and the AMA is losing huge amounts of money. So they're going to try to control these things. Well, you put this stuff all together and you look at this mass marketing campaign to sell grains and grain-based products, that causes what is called a leaky gut. Now, if the secretory IgA, your first line of defense in the gut, which is not an inflammatory antibody, cannot handle the job, then the body sends immunoglobulin Gs and eventually immunoglobulin M. Now, these immunoglobulins are little immune soldiers go in and go to war with these food particles because they see them as invaders, just like a virus or unfriendly bacteria, and that causes an inflammatory response in the gut. Then undigested food particles sneak through, they get up to the portal vein, they go through the portal vein to the liver, and they overload the liver. The liver gets backed up, and believe me, today the liver is very busy. It's busy with medical drugs, it's busy with environmental poisons, it's busy with food additives, preservatives, and colorings. Trust me, if there's anyone that's busy in your body, it's your liver. So now it gets bombarded by all this processed garbage food with grains and sugar in it. We've got problems here. Now, this is really, really common. So guess what happens when your immune system gets fatigued from this chronic overload? Well, one of the first things that's going to happen is you're probably going to get a fungal infection or a parasite infection. An entire vacuum of associated health-related problems begins to happen to people now, but commonly your first indicator that your immune system is compromised is a fungal infection or a parasite infection. Well, all the way back in 1960, medical research showed that as many as 50% of Americans had fungal infections. Take heed to the fact that if you are currently suffering from a fungal infection, a parasite infection, or have recently suffered with one, then your body is immune compromised and you're tired. And I think you'll be surprised to see how many people that are eating grains and processed foods are literally pushing themselves right in that direction. Now, this whole situation is made worse by the adrenal stress. Your adrenal glands are the stress glands that sit on top of the kidneys. When you start eating sugar and flour products together, plus bad fats, and a lack of saturated fats, which, by the way, as I'll show you later, are supportive to the immune system, you get into a lot of trouble. What happens is these adrenal glands have to release cortisol, which is your primary stress hormone, and it's an anti-inflammatory agent. So whenever the body has to release cortisol to respond to the stress or the inflammation in the gut, you have problems because cortisol stimulates the fight-or-flight nervous system. And the fight-or-flight nervous system and cortisol are an awakening nervous system. So all this cortisol starts disrupting your sleep patterns, for one. And for two, when you have all this cortisol running around in your body, it keeps your sympathetic nervous system activated. So it keeps you in what's called a catabolic or tissue-destructive state. So what you see, for example, in people that go to the gym and exercise is they just can't recover from their exercise. They're eating all these grains and power bars and all this stuff that's full of grains. And you really have to be careful because today they even put grains in meat. Wheat is used as a filler, and for example, in a lot of sausages and sandwich meats. So you may be intolerant thinking you're not even eating the stuff, yet you're eating it constantly. And people like this are chronically fatigued and they stop responding to exercise. Are you gluten intolerant? If you are gluten intolerant, which really means gliadin intolerant, because that's the true technical name of the protein in the grain that causes the allergic or intolerance reaction, you need to read every package. Wheat is used as a filler in a myriad of foods, including meats. There are grains hidden everywhere. For example, most people don't realize that in soy sauce, there's wheat. I remember when I first found out I was gluten intolerant and I cut all these things out of my diet, I went to have some sushi and I got a whopping headache and I couldn't figure out what it was. Well, I ended up finding out that there was wheat in soy sauce. So you really need to go to some of these celiac organizations or irritable bowel websites, and there's a number of places where you can find lists of what have gluten in them or where gluten is hidden. If you're not sure that you're gluten intolerant, then there's a few things I can tell you that might be indicators. One, if you have low back pain, that's an indicator you might be gluten intolerant. If your lower abdominals are distended, if you have poochy lower abdominals, if you have less than ideal bowel habits, if you have poor skin, in other words, you routinely find yourself dealing with pimples, if you're finding that you're chronically tired, if you don't sleep well at night, if you wake up in the morning after sleeping 8 hours and you still feel tired, these are all common symptoms that I see in people that are gluten intolerant. Headaches, those are just a few of the many symptoms. If any of that sounds familiar to you, I suggest taking 2 weeks off of all grains. Now, if you just really are a grainaholic, you can get by usually eating corn, rice, buckwheat, and millet, because those grains are the only grains that do not have gluten or gliadin in them. I would highly recommend you rotate those, because if you are gluten intolerant, it's very likely that your gut's going to be inflamed, and you then become allergic or intolerant to, truly intolerant, not allergic. Allergic is a loose term, but intolerant is the actual technical term. You will become intolerant to whatever you eat. So if you're going to do the test and you must eat some kind of grains, and day 1, corn, day 2, rice, day 3, buckwheat, day 4, millet. Rotate them or you will become intolerant of those grains as well. Now, what you're probably going to find is that your energy levels improve dramatically. Your skin might clear up. Your bowel habits might normalize. Your low back pain might improve. And the reason for that is that the small intestine neurologically gets its sensory innervation from the same nerves that feed the abdominal muscles. So when your brain gets this message of pain from the small intestine due to the inflammation, it cannot differentiate whether it's pain coming from the abdominal muscles or whether it's pain coming from the intestinal tract, because both regions feed the same interneurons that send the pain messages up to the brain, so it behaves as though everything was in pain. So whenever you have inflammation in your gut, it causes a disruption of the recruitment capability of the muscles that stabilize your spine, and this is one of the reasons that a lot of people have low back pain. Another reason is that the adrenal glands reflex right to the low back. So it's common when people have chronic adrenal stress to have low back pain because the adrenals also communicate with the muscles of the low back. So these are common indicators of gluten intolerance, and I have had oodles and oodles of clients that came to me with low back pain that had seen doctor after doctor and therapist after therapist, and all I had to do was change their diet and their back pain was completely gone. Their muscle function returned to normal, usually within as little as 1 week, but 2 weeks is the time I suggest. If you find out that you feel a lot better taking the grains out of your diet, the next thing you've got to do is eliminate dairy, because anybody that's intolerant of gluten or gliadin is automatically dairy intolerant, because the microvilli, the little enzyme packets on the tips of the little villi in the colon, little fingertip projections that are in your colon, they contain the enzymes that break down dairy. So anytime you have a gluten intolerance, the inflammation in the gut will wipe out those microvilli, and you won't have the enzymes to digest dairy, so you need a minimum of 3 months completely free of grains and dairy, and then you can challenge dairy by introducing it all by itself, and if you get no negative reaction, you've probably successfully rehabilitated yourself. But at that point, I would only use dairy on a 4-day rotational cycle. So if you eat it on Monday, you cannot eat it again till 4 complete days have gone by. So Monday, you eat dairy, you take Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and you can eat dairy again Friday. We have another issue today. Even if you think that grains are fine and they're not causing you any problems, if you're not buying organic or biodynamic farmed grains, I got a surprise for you. You're getting some pretty low quality grain. Aaron Fried Pfeiffer's research all the way back in about 1958 showed that conventionally farmed grains generally had a protein content of only about 12% compared to organic and biodynamically farmed grains, which had 16 to 18% protein. Now, that's quite a big difference when you consider that protein is one of the key building blocks of the human body. Even if the protein content was the same, and there are some commercial farming operations that have been able to produce grains with as high as 16 to 18% protein, but what you got to ask yourself is, what's the quality of the protein? How bioavailable is it? You see, just because a grain has high amounts of protein on a laboratory analysis is no indicator of the quality. That's like saying, I have an army with 100,000 men in it, and I'm going to go to war against another country that also has an army of 100,000 men. But the question is, how well are those 100,000 men trained, and what kind of technology do they have? Well, you can use that same analogy and say, well, if a grain is 16% and its competitor from a biodynamic farm is also 16%, but the bioavailability of the biodynamic grain is far superior, then all you've got is grain going in one end of your body and out the other end. It's just down in the toilet. It's useless. Or you can only make tissues in your body that are a comparable quality to what you've just eaten. So lousy grain with a lot of protein just equals lousy protein for your body to make and repair itself with. So we have to really consider the source. Remember the wheel of life. The food can only be as good as the soil, and commercially farmed soils are not even comparable to organic or biodynamic soils. For those of you in the United States, American grain just happens to be considered internationally some of the poorest grain there is on the planet. Why? Our soils, as I told you earlier, are ruined for the most part. We've been using chemical fertilizers and pesticides, herbicides and fungicides. We've got poor irrigation technologies. We waste tons of water, And so what you end up with is soils that are over-farmed. We monocrop, which means we only grow one crop at a time year after year, so we do not restore the nutrients that have been taken out of the soil. You got to realize that just like your body needs food to survive, these plants actually have to survive on the organic matter in the soil. Well, commercial farmers don't replace organic matter. They just use bagged chemical fertilizers, and it depletes the soil. So the next thing you know, you're growing grains off of chemical fertilizers and water. They just become addicted to these chemical fertilizers. So you've got garbage grain. How bad is it? Well, there's a number of recorded cases where other countries, starving countries, have been offered grain by the United States and another country at the same time, and any starving country will turn away American grain if they can get their hands on any other country's grain, because they find that even when the kids eat till they're blue in the face with American grain, their stomachs are still distended and they still have all the symptoms of malnutrition. Why? It's garbage. If you want to see the influence of the grain industry on the government and how these organizations work together to keep each other rich and how they work with the medical associations and the drug manufacturers, all you've got to do is look at the United States Department of Agriculture's food pyramid, which recommends 6 to 11 servings of cereal grains a day or cereal grain products. These 6 to 11 servings today are consumed by 99.99% of Americans as nothing but refined grains. We're talking Kellogg's cornflakes here. We're talking Wonder Bread. We are talking not about 6 to 11 servings of quality whole grain foods. We're talking about 6 to 11 servings of macaroni and cheese out of a box. Absolute crap. You look at that, and then you look at what nutritional expert Barry Sears, the author of the Zone book, says. He says it should be called the USDA feedlot pyramid, because this is the same mechanism they use to fatten animals. This is how they make cows fat. They feed them corn and grains. Cows aren't designed to eat grains. Cows are not designed to eat corn. Cows are designed to eat grass. So when you feed these animals grains like that, it causes tremendous digestive disorders and acidity in their body. It makes them sick. And the reason they get fat is because fat stores toxins. So they're literally being intoxicated by the garbage grains. Now, why do you think they're feeding them grain? Well, the grains are cheap. They can keep all the cattle penned up in one space, and they feed them the cheap grains that are of inferior quality to feed to human beings. And we're going to talk more about that later, but believe you me, we're eating a lot of garbage grains in this country. Personally, I'm not eating any of them, and I wish you wouldn't either. Really, what you see then is a lot of people, even my clients and athletes, are eating far too many carbohydrates from grains relative to their metabolic types, because the United States government and the grain farmers have invested millions upon millions upon millions of dollars in marketing and work inside the government. Telling everyone to eat 6 to 11 servings of grain is like saying everybody should put diesel in their car. Well, half of them will run like crap and half of them will run better or less. Again, who are your ancestors?
Checkpoints.
So some of my checkpoints so that you make better decisions about purchasing and utilizing grains.
Checkpoint 1.
Always purchase organic grains and freshly made grain products, such as pasta and breads.
Checkpoint 2.
Eat only whole grain products. It should be the stuff you can chew.
Checkpoint 3.
Make your own cereals and grind your own grains fresh every time you eat them.
Checkpoint 4.
An important tip is to soak grains for at least 12 hours before eating them to break down phytic acids. Phytic acids are enzyme blockers and can also block the absorption of vitamins and minerals from your food. If you do not soak your grains before eating them, you may suffer bloating and gas from the inhibitory action of the phytic acids in your stomach and small intestine.
Checkpoint 5.
Another benefit of sprouting grains is that it increases the nutrient value. You can read more about this in one of my favorite books by Sally Fallon called Nourishing Traditions.
Checkpoint 6.
Many grain products are high on the glycemic index, and overconsumption of high glycemic foods leads to Syndrome X, adult onset diabetes, and many other problems. We will talk more about this in the section on sugar.
Checkpoint 7.
If you are gluten intolerant, make sure you read all food labels carefully. Wheat And gluten-containing grains are found in many foods, including some meats and meat products. For example, many sausages contain gluten fillers. If you are not sure whether you are or are not intolerant, remove all grains except corn, rice, buckwheat, and millet from your diet for 2 weeks and see how you feel.
This is the end of this CD.
Alcohol consumption. You may be drinking a hole in your pocket and your gut at the same time. No human being is designed to drink alcohol, period. I know a lot of you love your booze, you love your beer, your wine, and your whiskey, but I hate to tell you this, there's not a human being alive that is designed to drink alcohol. It just is not the case. In absence of social conditioning, you can easily prove this to yourself. Take any type of alcohol you like, whiskey, beer, whatever, hand it to a 6-year-old kid that's never tasted alcohol or alcoholic beverages and watch what happens when they put it in their mouth. It's no different than when you give a kid a cigarette. The first few puffs just about makes them sick and throw up, but if they keep on puffing on that sucker, their body adapts to it, and 20 years, 30 years later, they've got cancer and they die. Suffice to say, if you're honest with yourself, you can pretty much take it to the bank that human beings are not designed to drink alcohol. Now, beer at one time did have some nutritional value, but not anymore. For example, hop growers are notorious for using depleted soils. Actually, depleted soils are thought to be favorable from a taste perspective for growing hops for beer. Today, beer has many chemical additives to provide taste, color, body, and give it head. It's just not what it used to be. Today, beer is highly processed, just like most of your grain and sugar-based products. Now, something that very few of you realize that, like your alcohol out there, is that alcohol is metabolized in the body as a carbohydrate. It actually acts as a simple sugar. In fact, alcohol is considered to be the simplest, most refined form of sugar there is. Additionally, it's absorbed directly from the stomach. Most things have to enter the small intestine before they can be absorbed into the body. But alcohol is a rapid delivery system. This is why many medical drugs have alcohol in them. Look at your cough syrups and a lot of these homeopathic remedies. Anything they want to enter your body quickly is in an alcohol base because it'll be absorbed really fast right through your stomach. Additionally, many alcoholic beverages are sweetened, particularly things like wine coolers and liqueurs. They're just combinations of alcohol and sugar, so you've got sugar with sugar. Fantastic. Alcohol alters your blood sugar levels rapidly, like crazy. So if you want to talk about how to have a blood sugar crash, it's putting alcohol in your mouth, and restaurants benefit highly from this, and many of them know this as well. So what do? You go to the restaurant, and even though your table's ready, they sit you down at the bar, and they purposely make you wait, knowing that you're hungry, and they offer you alcoholic beverages. I've tried to order food many times, and they say, oh no, we'll take your order at the table, but we would be happy to serve you a drink. Well, what they're saying is we would be happy to give you an alcoholic beverage, because it'll jack your blood sugar through the roof. And within a few minutes, you'll have a blood sugar crash because you're going to release so much insulin to try to break that blood sugar down. It's going to break all that blood sugar down and leave you hypoglycemic. Well, anyone that's ever been hypoglycemic or low blood sugar knows you get so hungry that you would almost pick a fight with someone to get half their sandwich. Now, what do the restaurants do? They offer you another drink, and then they sit you down at the table and they feed you bread. Well, as I told you earlier, most bread on the glycemic index is about the same as sugar, white table sugar. So what they've done is they've offered you bread and fed you alcohol. So they've given you sugar with sugar in it, and then they've come along and offered you bread, which is really flour, which is another form of refined carbohydrate. So now they've got you on a hell of a roller coaster ride, because by now you're so hypoglycemic that your eyes are far bigger than your stomach. And what do you see most people do? They order far more food than they can eat. So they end up with a huge bar tab and a huge dinner tab. They eat a tiny little bit of it and they walk away and leave piles of food laying on the table. Another thing that's really important, if you listen to the last section where we talked about leaky gut syndrome, from gluten intolerance. Leaky gut syndrome comes from alcohol probably as fast as it can come from grains. For example, a lot of alcohols are made directly from grains. So you're carrying the antigen of the source material. Now, an antigen is a particle that the immune system recognizes and attacks. Alcohol itself is known to be one of the primary causes of leaky gut syndrome. That means that your gut leaks and food particles make it through undigested, and it triggers an immune response. Your three primary causes of leaky gut syndrome are alcohol, stress, and gluten intolerance or inability to digest gliadin. The key feature that I want you to get here is that whatever the alcoholic drink that you're drinking was made from will trigger your immune system to be intolerant of, or shall we just call it an allergic response to that source. So if you're drinking rye whiskey, that's going to inflame your gut, and your immune system is going to recognize the protein or the protein source of the rye, and you are going to develop an intolerance to rye and to the alcohol. What happens? It encourages immune sensitization to everything you're eating and drinking. Now, if you're sitting there having dinner and you started with 3 or 4 shots of a hard whiskey or a bunch of wine and you've inflamed that gut, well, what you're doing now is you're opening that gut like a sieve, and you're going to become allergic to everything you're eating, or technically intolerant to everything that you're eating. The problem is, in most countries, most people develop habit patterns. Most people go to the same restaurants. They eat at the same time each day. So what you see is that people get in the habit of having their wine before dinner or having their whiskey before dinner. They come home from work all stressed out. They crack out alcohol. They sit there. The wife calls them into the dinner table or whatever, and they sit down, and now they become progressively more intolerant of the foods that they're eating, and that's all ushered in by the alcoholic irritation of the lining of the gut causing inflammation. Now, modern wine coolers, I'm sure you're all familiar with wine coolers. They're highly, highly processed drinks, like drinking all these bright orange sports drinks. These things are just garbage. They're full of additives, preservatives, colorings, and other chemical agents, many of which themselves are known gastrointestinal inflammatory agents. I have looked up many of these things in my technical resources and books that deal just with these topics. You will be shocked to find out how many of these food additives, preservatives, and colorings that they're using in food and beverages are actually known gastrointestinal inflammatory agents, which further induces leaky bowel syndrome or leaky gut syndrome. Now, with wine coolers, you have another problem because they often have multiple source agents. For example, you might have 2 different kinds of wine together. So you might have a grape wine and a pear wine mixed together in a wine cooler. So now guess what you're doing? Now you're inflaming your gut and you're getting double sensitization. Now you're going to become intolerant of grapes and pears all at the same time, which means you're rapidly limiting your food choices. Now, the real father of food allergy and food allergy testing in the more modern times is a man named Theron Randolph. And he did some interesting tests on people that had allergic reactions to alcoholic beverages. And what he found out was quite interesting. He found out that if he tested people on an alcoholic beverage, we'll just use rye whiskey again because it's an easy one. He would test you. If he thought you were allergic to rye whiskey, he'd bring you in, he'd give you a shot of rye whiskey, and he would do tests on you to determine if you were having an allergic response. Then he would let it clear from your system, and he would retest you, but this time he would use a source of rye whiskey that was manufactured pre-1945. Why pre-1945? Well, 1945 was when they started using commercial pesticides, herbicides, fungicides, basically industrial farming chemicals. And he found that in many cases, when people were tested with pre-1945 alcoholic beverages, they did not have an allergic response to the drink. Thus, he concluded it wasn't actually the alcoholic beverage they were having an allergic response to. It was the chemical residues in the alcoholic beverage from the source material. The other thing that he found out was often these people were also environmentally sensitive as well, which means that they were immune compromised. It means that these people were very sensitive to environmental chemicals. One of your tips, for example, if you're environmentally sensitive, is that if you have a hard time at a gas pump, like if you're filling your car and the smell of gas gives you a headache, that's one of many, many indicators that you're probably environmentally sensitive. So when I say environmentally sensitive, I mean things like that, or somebody that walks into a brand new house and the smell of the paint just drives them nuts, or the smell of a new carpet just triggers allergic reactions in their body. These are all indicators of environmental sensitivity, and Theron Randolph found that those people were the ones that had the most reaction to these alcoholic beverages. So you may wonder, how much are people drinking today? Well, the current average in the United States of America is 37 gallons of alcoholic beverages per person per year. Well, that works out to 11.25 cups of an alcoholic beverage a week, or 1.6 cups a day. Now, for each person that doesn't drink any alcohol, that means someone standing right behind them drinking 74 gallons a year. So we have quite a lot of alcohol going down your throat, shall I say, these days.
Checkpoints.
Alcohol.
Checkpoint 1.
Always consume alcoholic beverages with a high-quality fat and protein source to protect the gut wall and minimize blood sugar variations. Good examples are cheese or fatty dishes such as salmon.
Checkpoint 2.
Alcoholic beverages are displacing and blocking agents for vitamins, minerals, and nutrients. The more you drink, the more nutrients you need to consume to compensate for this.
Checkpoint 3.
When you do drink alcoholic beverages, choose organic ones whenever possible, as these are pesticide-free.
Checkpoint 4.
Remember to adjust your meal proportions to include alcohol as part of your carbohydrates. This is especially important when you're eating according to your metabolic type, as I recommended in the fiber and colon health section. Dairy. From good cows to bad germs. Do we really need milk? You realize most of us are descendants from nomadic peoples, and you'll remember from my previous discussions, nomadic means that we followed the meat around. We didn't really domesticate cows until about 10,000 years ago. We spent most of our life following whatever we could hunt to kill to feed ourselves. For most human beings, most tribal societies were nomadic, which means they lived off meat and whatever vegetables they could gather. They were not milk drinkers, with the exception of mother's milk when you were born. So an interesting point here is, while the Dairy Association seems to have done a very good job of making people think that they need to drink milk to get calcium, you have to ask yourself, well, if we were nomadic peoples, how did we get here without drinking milk if we needed calcium from milk? Because if calcium was that critical to our bones and our teeth, we would have never survived thousands and thousands, if not millions of years of evolution without that pretty little white smile, now would we? So it's pretty safe to say then that dairy farmers are heavily invested in you thinking you need milk. Now, in the book Paradox of Plenty by Harvey Levenstein, he clearly describes how the meat, grain, and dairy industries were in constant competition for market share. They all hired experts to make claims, they have all funded their own studies, and they have all invested in slick marketing campaigns. Since way back as early as the mid-1920s, this competition began, even before then, as a matter of fact. Prior to that, in the late 1800s, early 1900s, it was the meat packers that had control of lard and the fats that they used to make candles. So the vegetable manufacturing and the vegetable oil companies tried to take over the meat industry to get away the soap and candle business from them. So you can look back through history and see that there's tremendous competition from the different factions of what we would consider to be our food sources for market share. The reality of it is that all these claims that they've purchased have a lot more to do with making money than to make you healthy. The reality of it here is, if they can hire doctors to tell you that you need a given thing for a given reason, whether it be true or not, then if they can convince you to drink milk to get your calcium, then most people are going to actually believe that. Arden Anderson quotes H.D. Ert in his book Masterful Persuasion, who says, "A little bit of nonsense repeated regularly for just 10 years can wipe out 100 years of truth." Well, if we look at H.T. Ertz's statement there, it's safe to say that a little bit of nonsense repeated for about the last 60 or 70 years has wiped out what is potentially millions of years of truth, in that now we have mothers running around all over the country thinking that if their kids don't drink milk, they're not going to get enough calcium. What their kids ought to be doing is eating fresh organic vegetables, because vegetables are your ideal calcium source. While researchers like Weston A. Price and Sir Robert McCarrison and others have identified peoples such as the Hunza of India and the Maasai of Africa that consume dairy as an important part of their diet, they and any other healthy populace that ever existed used dairy in the form of raw, unprocessed, whole food dairy, not pasteurized or homogenized. So the point I'm making here is that while there have been tribes or groups of people in the past that used dairy as a primary staple, it was always raw, straight from the cow, and any of the products that they made were also raw. They were not pasteurized or homogenized. So when you look at what pasteurization is, it's a process of cooking milk at a temperature of 155 degrees for 30 minutes or at higher temperatures for shorter periods of time, and is designed to kill the so-called unfriendly bacteria. Pasteurization is based on the concepts of a man named Louis Pasteur. Well, Pasteur believed that the germ was the source of all disease, and believe it or not, that theory is alive and well today, even though Pasteur himself said on his deathbed, "It is not the germ. The terrain is everything." In other words, what he was saying is that it's not the germ that causes the problem with people's health. It's their biological terrain. How healthy are they on the inside? Now, if you subscribe to the germ theory, that means if you've got an unfriendly organism in your gut, you go after the germ and kill it, and it's the bad guy. But if you subscribe to the biological terrain theory, that means that your lifestyle and your foodstuffs are such that it's altering your internal environment so that it favors the development of the unfriendly organisms. I'll give you an example I give my clients. If you were to fly over New Zealand, you would certainly see sheep all over the hillsides. Now, you could look at that in two ways. You could say, wow, New Zealand is infected with sheep, which would be the germ theory approach. And then if you were of the medical model, you would start killing sheep thinking they were the bad guys because they're down there eating all the grass. Or you could say, wow, New Zealand must be a great environment for sheep, which is the case. So while this pasteurization was intended to kill all the bad guys, the real concern should have been is, why are people's ecological environments so bad that they can't consume milk without it being a risk? When pasteurization happened, the concept or the model that they were operating on was that milk could spread tuberculosis, botulism, and other problems through the milk supply. Pasteurization actually began in Chicago, Illinois in 1908. That was the first time pasteurization was really put into practice. Well, there's some definite problems I want to discuss with you with regard to pasteurization. First of all, it kills the lactic acid producing bacteria that protect milk from harmful pathogens. That lactic acid bacteria is in competition with the unfriendly bacteria, and they really attack these unfriendly bacteria because they don't want to share their milk space. That's their home. This is much the same thing that happens with irradiation of foods, where the friendly bacteria get wiped out and the only thing that's left is the unfriendly. Well, the lactic acid producing bacteria in the milk are the friendly guys, but pasteurization wipes them out. Now, just to show you what can happen here and what does happen, all outbreaks of salmonella from contaminated milk in recent decades, and there's been many, have occurred in pasteurized milk. Now, that's an important statement to make because there's still millions of people that drink raw milk. In states like California where it's legal, and in other places, and there's all these people that own their own dairy cows and drink raw milk, there has not been a recorded case yet that I know of salmonella in contaminated milk from a raw dairy source. Just to show you how powerful of a problem this is, one outbreak in Illinois affected 14,000 people. Now, I've had this discussion with doctors many times who have what I call raw milk phobia. This phobia that they have, I consider analogous to their phobia of chiropractic. 1 or 2 people a year die from a stroke from a chiropractic manipulation, and the Medical Association has successfully marketed that so effectively that a ton of people are scared to death to get adjusted by a chiropractor. Yet medical doctors last year killed over 109,000 people with malprescribed drugs alone, and that's only the reported cases. Researchers say that the real figure is probably 3 times more than that, making them the third leading cause of death, yet they've been successfully able to scare people away from chiropractic. Well, this is what's going on with this whole milk thing. Why? What pasteurization does is it allows people to ship milk all the way across the country and leave it sitting on the shelf to increase your chances of buying it so that they can just fill the country full of dairy and make you think you need it for your calcium. What do we see? Another scam to get you to buy dairy. What do you need? If you're going to have dairy, it should be raw dairy. I grew up on a farm drinking raw dairy for most of my entire life. I grew up in a farming community where most of my friends drank milk right from their cows. And in my entire upbringing, I never knew one single friend of mine or person ever to have any kind of a problem with raw milk, even after the cow stepped in the bucket. Now I'd like to discuss some of the things that happen to milk when you pasteurize it. First of all, it destroys all the enzymes in the milk. In fact, scientists don't even consider milk to be pasteurized until they can find no enzymes whatsoever. Some of these enzymes are critical to your ability to digest milk. For example, the enzyme lactase digests lactose. I'm sure many of you are familiar with the term lactose intolerant. Particularly those people that are of African origin have a hard time digesting lactose. When you have someone that's lactose intolerant and they're drinking pasteurized milk that has no lactase in it, they're probably going to get quite a reaction from it. Galactase is the enzyme in milk that helps digest the galactose or the milk sugar. So you can clearly see that there may be a problem if you have no galactase in the milk and you're drinking milk and you're getting an insurgence of milk sugar, yet you can't digest it. I can tell you one example of a problem that will be created there. If you have parasites that are sugar lovers or you have a yeast infection, well, drinking milk with no galactase to help digest that milk sugar just becomes a source of sugar to feed little critters in your gut that give you all sorts of other problems we'll discuss. Phosphatase helps assimilate calcium. So here we have a very interesting situation. The dairy manufacturers, the dairy industry, uses the need for calcium as their primary hook to get people to drink milk, yet the process of pasteurization wipes out the very enzyme that helps assimilate the calcium. So, you might as well eat a block of calcium and watch it pass out your backside because you're getting not much better of effect, in my opinion, because if you can't digest the stuff, what's the point? Pasteurized milk is truly a processed food. In my opinion, it's a non-food. One of the indicators of the problems that have become related to pasteurized milk, in other words, all these things we've been discussing, is the fact that milk is one of the primary allergies that all people have. So if you were to talk to an allergist, someone that specializes in treating allergies, and ask them to write down the top 5 things people are allergic to in their experience, one of them would surely be milk. An interesting point, though, is that many people who cannot drink pasteurized or processed milk can drink raw milk from the cow with no problems whatsoever. So right away that tells you it's not really the milk in many cases, it's what they've done to it. Now there's a number of negative side effects from pasteurization, and I'm going to refer to Sally Fallon's book, Nourishing Traditions, for this information because it's a really excellent source. Some of the things that she points out here. Heat alters the amino acids lysine and tyrosine, making the entire complex of protein in milk or dairy products less available. Heat from pasteurization causes rancidity of unsaturated milk fats. We briefly discussed before, when you're eating rancid fats, you're potentially increasing the amount of free radical damage in your body. And not only that, you're going to have to draw heavily on your own nutrient stores to control the damage that can be caused by these unsaturated fats. They have to be handled in your body like a poison, basically. Pasteurization also destroys vitamins. About 50% of the vitamin C in the milk is lost due to pasteurization, and as much as 80% of the other water-soluble vitamins are also damaged in the process of pasteurization. And B12 is totally destroyed Now, if you're a vegetarian, this is a very, very important thing to be aware of, because I've consulted a number of vegetarians in my career, and meat is a primary source of B12. It's one of the key sources of B12, and B12 is a very, very important vitamin to our body. One of the first things that happens to people that are B12 deficient is they get very tired. A lot of them have symptoms of chronic fatigue. Now, a number of these people on macrobiotic and vegetarian type diets are actually consuming dairy products that are pasteurized cheeses, pasteurized milks, etc. What they don't realize is that while they're thinking they're getting B12 from their dairy, they're not, because it's completely wiped out in the process of pasteurization. And this is why I've had to consult a number of these people, because quite frankly, a lot of them have a coffee wagon following them around, and they're heavily overdosing on sugar to try to get their energy levels up, not to mention the fact that most of the vegetarians that I've consulted are eating so much carbohydrate relative to protein that they're already basically putting themselves into a syndrome X type situation. Now, that's not all of them. I'm not saying that all vegetarians are doing this, but I am saying that there is a trend out there, and the only ones that are able to get away with this are people that really spend some time scientifically balancing their diet. But remember, as I told you, Weston A. Price did not find any healthy civilizations or tribal societies out there that were vegetarian, so I think we need to be careful about that. This is one of those things that works to clean the body up, but again, you have to look at the overall requirements of what it takes to keep a body healthy. Additionally, pasteurization reduces the availability of minerals such as calcium, chlorine, magnesium, phosphorus, potassium, sodium, sulfur. Now, that is a lot of very important minerals. If you just go get a basic text on nutrition and look at what each of those minerals does in your body, you'll be quite surprised. So if you're someone that's depending quite heavily on dairy products for protein and for nutrition, you can see that you're going to quickly become deficient in some of the key mineral players in the human body. Another thing that's seldom talked about is that drinking pasteurized milk or eating any kind of pasteurized dairy products puts quite a strain on the pancreas to produce digestive enzymes, which is why milk consumption has been linked to diabetes. Basically, you're just wearing this system out. And remember, you cannot digest the galactose in the milk because the galactase is gone. So in a sense, drinking pasteurized milk is, in some ways, particularly if you're drinking skim milk, it's like drinking a glass of sugar water. That, coupled with the fact that you're drinking something completely void of enzymes, means your poor pancreas is basically going to the gym and doing a heavy workout every time you put this stuff in your mouth. Chemicals are also added to milk to suppress odor and restore taste. Fantastic. More chemicals. I don't know about you, but I quite enjoy the smell of real milk. It tastes like a food and it smells like a food. It stimulates your brain. Your brain says, milk. And you want to drink it because it's a quality product. But once it's been pasteurized and processed, they have to add chemicals to suppress the odor and restore the taste. Again, it means it's been completely ruined. Why would you need to add chemicals to suppress odor? Because you heated the fats up, made them rancid. If you've ever smelled rancid fats, they don't smell very nice. They actually stink. So of course you're going to have to add chemical to suppress the odor of the rancid fats. You've got to restore the taste because you've killed the enzymes that help break this stuff down so you can actually enjoy the taste. A very interesting experiment would be as if you could remove all the enzymes from a piece of fruit or from a piece of meat and eat it. It wouldn't even taste the same anymore. Another very important point about pasteurization, they have to fortify milk. They fortify it with synthetic vitamin D2 and or synthetic vitamin D3. Now, some important points here. In my opinion, synthetic vitamins should not be used for anything. Nature produces vitamins, trace minerals, etc. Nature produces all the things that are in organic food. Mother Nature. You can call Mother Nature an extension of God, however you want to think about it. But the reality of it is we're back to that same church of science philosophy that Arden Anderson talked about that we discussed earlier. Synthetic vitamins are cheap man-made substitutes for something that Mother Nature makes, and there's no way we're going to outperform Mother Nature. And the analogy I give my students, if you want to know the difference between a synthetic vitamin and a real one, next time you walk by a vase of plastic flowers, take a taste of that sucker and then take a taste of a real flower. You can eat a rose petal. You can smell a rose, and it's alive. It's a living entity that has an electromagnetic field. It has an aura. It has a life force to it. But a plastic rose is nothing but a cheap man-made replica of the real thing that has zero life force. Well, synthetic vitamins are just like that plastic rose, and they use synthetic vitamins to fortify their dead milk. Now, vitamin D2 is toxic and has been linked to heart disease, and vitamin D3, synthetic vitamin D3, is also very hard to absorb. So already you can see that milk has to have chemicals added to it because it stinks, because it's rancid, and they have to add chemicals to restore the taste, and they add synthetic vitamins to it that are hard on your body that your liver has to detoxify. They're hard to absorb. So how are we doing so far? I don't know why anyone would want to drink this stuff, and I'm hoping I'm educating you so you think twice, and all you've got to do is drink raw milk and eat raw dairy products for 2 weeks and see the changes it makes in your body, and you will never go back to this poisonous stuff again. Now, those with weak digestion, particularly that eat a lot of processed foods, cannot digest milk and they become sensitized. This is an important point to understand. When milk or dairy products pass out of the stomach into the small intestine improperly pre-digested, then what happens is it causes a lot of problems for the body, and undigested food particles can make it through the gut wall if you have any kind of problems with that gut wall. And as I said earlier, stress, alcohol, medical drugs, fungi, all these things can damage the gut wall, causing the leaky gut. And when that leaky gut allows undigested milk proteins to pass through, you become highly sensitized. Your immune system starts to recognize milk as an invader. Then you can go drink raw milk, and even though it's a great food source, your immune system immediately recognizes it and attacks it. So you have to take a period of 3 to 6 months away from milk before you can try it again. Now, with all that knowledge that I've just passed on to you of the negative effects of pasteurization, and the fact that Pasteur himself confessed that the germ was not the problem, you've got to wonder, why do they keep pasteurizing this? Why do they keep making this stuff? Why do they keep feeding it to people? I mean, you can't honestly believe that these people do not understand the science behind the very process that they're using. Of course they do. They've got scientists that they've bought and paid for that investigate this stuff. They've got medical doctors. The data banks are rife with literature on this stuff. Well, it all boils down to a couple of key things. One, shipping and shelf life, as I've indicated with other processed foods. It's all about, how do you get milk from the dairy farm to the other side of the country and have time for it to go in transport and then sit on the shelf for a couple of weeks before someone finally decides to buy it. Well, this is the situation. It's not at all about making something that's healthy, something that keeps you alive, something that has life force, something that will contribute to your life. It's just about selling you something that they can make. It's an industry. It's no different than selling cars. Raw milk only lasts about 3 to 7 days. Now, cheese lasts longer, of course. But with regard to milk, you don't have a long time. I mean, it's a living entity. It's living bacterial organisms, and there's things that are beneficial to your body. Raw milk is no different in a sense than a head of lettuce or a carrot or a courgette. It's milk, and it's alive. There's one more point, though, and that is that organic and biodynamic milk sources, the higher the grade of the milk, the higher the quality of the protein, the higher the quality of the fats, generally the longer it lasts. And that's why I say 3 to 7 days. Now, an interesting point for you here. If you take a carton of raw milk or a glass jug of raw milk, and you take a carton of pasteurized milk, and you just let them sit on the counter until they rot or denature, an interesting thing happens. When raw milk denatures, it's still a food. But when pasteurized milk denatures, and it rots, it stinks like hell, and it's a poison. So that just goes to show you that the difference between pasteurized milk and raw milk is that raw milk is still a living food. It still has some value. But when pasteurized milk goes bad, my goodness, that's something that you don't even want to get close to. It smells so bad. Well, we've thoroughly discussed pasteurization. We've talked about how it kills the enzymes, how you lose water-soluble vitamins, you lose B12, how it can cause a significant hypersensitization of your immune system. Now I'd like to talk to you about homogenization. If pasteurization wasn't enough, well, wait till you hear about homogenization. It's no better. What they do when they homogenize milk is they take the milk and they pass it through a microfilter under 4,000 psi. Now, just so you understand exactly how much pressure that is, PSI stands for pounds per square inch. That's 4,000 pounds of pressure per square inch. A charged fire hose, that's about 300 to 350 PSI, 300 to 350 pounds per square inch. If a fireman points a fire hose at you, it'll blow you 40 feet like a tumbleweed. Now imagine they're passing milk through a microfilter. Microfilter meaning that little holes in the filter are microns in diameter. They're passing milk through there at 4,000 pounds per square inch. They do this because it breaks the fat globules down by a factor of 10 or more. So it takes the natural fat globules that are in milk, which is what we're designed to eat, which is what our bodies are designed to recognize and utilize, and it breaks it down by a factor of 10 or more. This is analogous to what happens when you take a grain and turn it into a flour. It breaks it down by about 10,000 times. Well, they're breaking the fat globules down by 10 times or more. The result is that there's no visible cream separation in the milk. You can leave the milk sitting there for 2 weeks, and when you come back, there will not be any cream on top of it because it's been so broken down, it's inseparable. Now, this has been linked additionally, aside from pasteurization, homogenization has been linked to significant digestive problems. Now, in the process of homogenization, when the fat molecules are broken down by 10 times or more, it alters the ability of the body to digest the fats and the proteins in the stomach. So these undigested or improperly digested particles pass through into the small intestine, and once again, it makes it even easier for these undigested milk particles to pass through, because remember, the enzymes were wiped out by pasteurization. Now they've broken the fats down to a microscopic size relative to what they are naturally in the milk, so it facilitates the passing through of undigested fats and proteins. There's a very important thing you got to understand here. The fat-soluble vitamins that are normally present in milk are extremely important because they facilitate the digestion of proteins. But through pasteurization and through homogenization, much of the fat in the milk is damaged and the vitamins in the milk are damaged. So the factors that facilitate or act as catalysts of digestion to proteins in the milk are disrupted. So it makes it very, very easy for you to become intolerant of milk. In other words, you develop what would be classified as an intolerance, but it's actually an allergic reaction to the milk, meaning that when you drink the milk, you get negative physiological responses, which could be anything from headaches to mental fog, lethargy, skin problems, constipation. It literally can be anything. And if you take 100 people that are intolerant of milk and feed them all milk, you could get 100 completely different responses, which brings up another interesting point. 100 people exposed to almost any pathogen will get very, very different responses. So it puts a bit of a challenge to the allopathic approach of this for that. So if you got a headache, take an aspirin. Well, why do you have a headache? If you've got constipation, take a laxative. Well, why are you constipated? You see, we have to look more for the etiology of things, but recognize that each person will respond differently to a given pathogen or irritant to the body. As I said, the process of pasteurization and homogenization damages the milk so badly that you cannot effectively digest the fats and proteins in the milk. And it was actually Dr. Weston A. Price who identified that these fat-soluble vitamins were very, very important. And he also identified a factor he called the X factor, which was critical to digesting proteins that comes in dairy products. So we have an interesting situation again. The Dairy Association, capitalizing on everybody's fear of fats, which, as I'll discuss shortly, is completely unfounded, produces skim milk. Skim milk has had the fat skimmed off, so now you're drinking milk with protein in it in absence of any of the fats, which makes it very, very hard for you to digest that milk. It just increases the chances that you're going to have problems with undigested proteins, and it's proteins that the immune system are particularly recognizing. So if you drink skim milk and you're milk or dairy intolerant, you're going to really magnify your chances because it's going to be most likely going to be less effectively digested than if you had drank whole milk or milk with fat in it, which helps facilitate the digestive process. Now, interestingly enough, from what was a nutritious food, i.e. milk from the cow in its raw state, loaded with quality fats, loaded with great protein, vitamins, minerals, and enzymes, the Dairy Association has now compartmentalized and broken this milk down to sell you a number of different products. So what was once nice raw milk now has been broken down to skim milk, 2% milk, whole milk, cream. Cream comes as single cream. Double cream is what whipped cream is called in Europe. In the United States, it's called whipped cream, and clotted cream, which is what you get in fancy restaurants. They make butter, and interestingly enough, we have a new topic called whey. Well, whey protein is a big hit in the exercise industry. Why? Because it's been heavily marketed. But let's discuss whey protein, because I have had to consult bodybuilders and athletes that are eating large quantities of whey protein to supplement their diet, and most of these people are intolerant of dairy, whether they became intolerant because of the whey or as an after effect of just having exposure to pasteurized and homogenized milk, I'm not sure, but I can tell you that a lot of these people have skin conditions, their sweat smells bad, they're basically unhealthy, and all this whey protein is not doing them any favors. An interesting thing I learned from a consultation with Sally Fallon, whey in the dairy industry is considered a waste product. They literally truck it in tanker trucks, and they have to use chemicals to stabilize it because whey is a very unstable product. So what we have is what is considered as garbage by the dairy industry that is shipped off to companies that make these so-called health food products and make protein powders, supplements, and they sell you this whey with huge amounts of advertising and make you think that it's some kind of a wonder food. Well, I want to give you a little point here to put in your hat. Damaged milk equals damaged whey. I estimate it costs those manufacturers about $1.50 to $3 a gallon to make whey protein that they sell you for $29 to $36 depending on where you buy it. Now, if you go to an organic farmer and you wanted to fill a gallon jug with organic eye fillet steaks so that you had natural, raw, organic protein inclusive of the fats, the proteins, the enzymes, the vitamins, you get your B12, you get the X factor Price talked about, you get all the necessary stuff to break down and assimilate those proteins, you would have to spend somewhere in the neighborhood of about $175 to $200 to fill a gallon jar with organic eye fillet steaks. Yet people are going into the gym in the name of health and performance, and some of these people practically live off of these whey-based protein bars and drinks, and they are consuming what is considered a waste product in the dairy industry. I think we need to take a serious look at what people are putting in their bodies. And one of my rules that I tell my clients is the more money they spend to market it, the worse it probably is for you. You don't need to market organic eye fillet. Anyone knows that organic or free-range meat is always going to be better. You don't see commercials on television for Rolls Royces. The point is you don't need to market a Rolls Royce because it's the best. You don't need to market organic foods because they're the best. There's no question. But when you start damaging and denaturing things and you want to sell a waste product, you've got to spend a lot of money to market it. Look back on what we talked about, irradiation of foods and genetically modified foods. They don't want to have to market them to you, so they're going out of their way to make sure you don't even know they're there. They're just trying to sell it to you as per normal. In other words, they don't want you to know what you're eating, because if you do, then they will have to market it to you, and that means they've got to spend money. We can see that there's some interesting challenges going on, and that they've bought and purchased some quite degenerate concepts to get people to think this way, and I'm telling you, just to show you again how effective they are, almost every single one of my clients that I or one of my assistants has had to take off of dairy has had this scared look on their face of, where am I going to get my calcium? They've been so well educated by television. The average child will have watched something like 12,000 hours of TV commercials by the time they graduate, which is almost equivalent to how much time they've spent in school. So these people use television commercials to educate people to buy their garbage. Now, I wish I could say that that was all that's wrong with dairy today, but there's much, much more. What I'd like to talk about next is growth hormone. Growth hormone is a topic that's quite relevant to milk today, not because growth hormone's unnatural, but because Monsanto, which, as I said earlier, is recognized as the world's largest polluter, they're also heavily behind genetically engineered foods, has produced what is called recombinant bovine growth hormone. There are much shady dealings with respect to recombinant bovine growth hormone, and there's many suspected cover-ups. In fact, I read that Monsanto tried to bribe the Canadian government with millions and millions of dollars to get them to approve recombinant bovine growth hormone to be used in Canada. The book Milk, the Deadly Poison by Robert Cohen is a very comprehensive, detailed analysis of the concerns of processed milk. Additionally, you can visit www.mercola.com, and you can learn all kinds of things. All you got to do is type in small r, capital B, capital G, capital H, RBGH for recombinant bovine growth hormone into the search engine on Mercola's site, and you'll get all sorts of interesting reading. The main use for recombinant bovine growth hormone is that it allows dairy farmers to get almost double the milking time from cows. So once again, here we have man trying to outsmart nature. Well, milk is coming out of cows during a given period for the purpose of feeding a calf. And when the cow's body is done producing milk, it's done. Now, just imagine if you gave your wife or a girlfriend who just had a baby a shot after she was naturally going to stop producing milk, and it made her continue to lactate for another 8 to 12 weeks. How potentially uncomfortable that could be. Not only that, remember that milk has to be produced from the resources within the body of the animal or the person that's producing the milk. So here Monsanto comes along and produces recombinant bovine growth hormone to allow farmers to have double the milking time. Well, that means that that animal's body has to produce milk at the expense of the resources of its own body for double the time. Now, just to show you how traumatic that is to the cow's body, that continued milking time causes about an 80% increase in mastitis in the cow. Mastitis is inflammation of the cow's udders from the constant milking and milk production, which produces pus. And it's quite well known in the literature that that pus ends up right in your milk. If you've got an udder that's pussing and the milking machine's just sucking milk through it, well, there's no way they're going to be able to separate that pus out. So knowing that it causes an 80% increase in mastitis, and a huge number of commercial dairy farmers are using recombinant bovine growth hormone, it might interest you to know that you're probably drinking milk and or cream with pus in it. Well, because of this pussing, and because they don't want the milk board, or there's certain requirements and certain testing methods, they're going to obviously try to keep that pus to a minimum. So what they do to try to stop the mastitis is they feed these animals more antibiotics. Well, now that poses another problem. You start feeding animals more and more antibiotics, and we already talked about the fact that in milk is naturally bacteria. And when they pasteurize the milk, they pasteurize it to kill the bacteria and to eliminate the enzymes. Well, we have a small problem here. Some bacteria always survives. That's why when milk goes bad that's been pasteurized, it smells very rotten, because the only bacteria that survived the process of pasteurization was not the lactic acid producing bacteria. It was the nasty stuff that competes with the lactic acid producing bacteria. But where the challenge comes is when you start feeding all these animals antibiotics to get around their little recombinant bovine growth hormone tricks, the bacteria in the animals' bodies become antibiotic resistant. Well, then you start consuming these products and you're bringing on antibiotic resistant bacteria, which ends up in your body, and then one day you get an infection and you go to the doctor for antibiotics and they don't work. Now, this is one of the most common problems in hospitals today. I've worked with surgeons my entire 18-year career, and I can tell you that they are now having the biggest problems with staph infections in hospitals that they've ever had, and one of the main reasons for this is antibiotic resistance. Quite frankly, I wouldn't encourage anyone to be drinking or eating anything that's going to encourage antibiotic resistance, and we have a huge problem with that right now because literally every commercially farmed animal or bird or product that comes from them is going to have bacteria in it that's antibiotic resistance because they have to pump these animals full of antibiotics to keep them alive in the inhumane conditions that they're raising them in. Now, according to Milk the Deadly Poison, 1 shot of recombinant bovine growth hormone into a cow increases the level of bovine growth hormone in the milk by 26%, producing an increased concentration of insulin-like growth factor number 1, which is called IGF-1 in milk. Now, human IGF-1 and cow are identical. So this is, for example, why athletes use IGF-1 from cows as a steroid to boost performance, because it's identical to human IGF-1, so they can get away with this performance-enhancing steroid because they can't really differentiate it from cows. Now, there are some problems with elevated levels of IGF-1 in milk secondary to the use of recombinant bovine growth hormone. Researchers have found that IGF-1 may stimulate tumor growth, elevated levels of it, that is. Researchers have also found significantly elevated IGF levels among women with breast cancer as compared to controls. IGFs play a considerable role in the regulation of glucose metabolism in central nervous system tumors. Insulin-like growth factor is also associated with human colorectal tumors and colon cancer growth. IGF-1 is both an autocrine and an endocrine regulator that accelerates various types of cancer. IGF-1 activity is significantly higher in cancer extracts, suggesting that IGF-1 activity in cancer tissue is involved with regulating the growth of cancer cells. So these are all very, very important considerations because this IGF-1 level is elevated when they use recombinant bovine growth hormone, and many, many children and adults are consuming this stuff, particularly because in most states, raw milk and raw dairy is illegal. So that brings me to my next point. Is all dairy bad then? Well, not necessarily. Let's talk about that. Raw dairy from organically raised cows, or at least grass-fed cows, consumed as a whole food product, such as whole milk, butter, cheese, cream, or yogurt, can be an excellent source of fats, proteins, and some natural sugars, minerals, vitamins, and enzymes. The key factor here is that it's raw, unadulterated. So if you can't get it, then I suggest you stay the hell away from the stuff. If you absolutely must, in your own mind, for your own mind's sake, if you really think you've got to consume dairy products, well, I would make sure that you definitely go for organic. I would not touch it if it wasn't organic. Organic means no pesticides, no herbicides, fungicides, no drugs. At least you know you're getting a pasteurized product that was a drug-free, poison-free product at that point. So there's some huge benefits even if it is pasteurized. As I said earlier, many people can tolerate raw milk and raw dairy that cannot digest processed dairy products. So right away, that tells you there's a significant difference in the health and vitality of those two products. One, the body sees as an invasion, and the other one, it sees as a food. Dr. Price was a big supporter of butter for its nutritional values. I strongly suggest, by the way, that people visit the website www.westona.price.org and review the numerous articles on dairy and related whole food and native eating. This is one of the best resources I've ever found, and the articles are well researched and well presented, and most of them are written by practicing professionals, not a bunch of academic talking heads that are just regurgitating 15 years of other people's ideas. Another important fact that I brought up earlier is that butter provides many of the catalysts and cofactors that facilitate protein digestion. We're going to talk more about that later, but whenever you're eating a protein product such as whey protein powder, if it does not have the necessary fat-soluble vitamins and fat factors, it makes it very, very hard for your body to digest the protein, and it actually creates digestive stress on your body. It's, in a sense, in my opinion, almost toxic to the body. Now, yogurt is another very potentially valuable health product if it's made from raw, unadulterated milk. At that point, it's a valuable food. Now, although you do heat milk to make yogurt, you're adding beneficial bacteria, and it's fermented through a process of yeast fermentation, and that actually converts that into another kind of food other than just milk. It is now milk that's become something else. It's important to point out that yogurt that is made from a good source is good yogurt. Just like I said, if you're going to drink dairy and you can't get raw, well, then use organic. Well, when you take high quality, raw, unadulterated milk and heat it to make yogurt and then add the yeast to it, which produces the beneficial bacteria in the fermentation process, then you still have a very high quality food. At least several thousand years back, yogurt has been used medicinally for a number of purposes, particularly for digestive problems. It has a very, very beneficial effect on the intestinal tract. Now, typical store-bought yogurt, in my opinion, is just liquid candy. It's most commonly made from pasteurized milk, which is, as we've discussed, damaged from the start. Unless it says yogurt from raw milk, it's pasteurized, and personally, I wouldn't eat it. I wouldn't even give it to somebody I didn't like. Commonly, the stuff's loaded with sugar. You look at yogurts, for example, like Yoplait, which is a popular brand, or any of these other sweetened yogurts. If you look, as I said, for the letters OSE, you will probably find that there are as many as 5 different kinds of sugar in these yogurts. Now, one of the reasons these people use these OSE words instead of just saying sugar is because they don't want you to know how much sugar is in there. So if you have sucrose, galactose, and a number of oses all strung together, people look at that, they don't even know what that word means, so they think that they're not eating a bunch of sugar, but in reality, when you add the quantities of it up, they've put a tremendous amount of sugar, and they've done that, so they're trying to get you addicted to their food, which is one of the tricks that food scientists came up when they learned how the Apostat Center works. Another thing that I'm very, very against and I'm very concerned about is the use of artificial sweeteners. They're poisons. I don't believe in artificial sweeteners at all, and I can literally do an 8-hour program just on the research on artificial sweeteners. But suffice to say that when you eat something that's been sweetened artificially, you're telling your brain, as soon as your brain tastes something sweet, you are telling your brain calories have arrived, and you're telling your brain nutrition has arrived, because there's nowhere in God's kingdom you can eat something sweet that does not come complete with fats, proteins, carbohydrates, vitamins, minerals, trace minerals, and enzymes. There is nothing in nature that doesn't have some combination of all those nutrients that are absolutely necessary for digestion, assimilation, to be metabolized, and to be utilized by the body. So when you start putting an artificial sweetener in your body, not only is it something that's foreign to man, but it's something that tells your brain nutrition has arrived, and when your gut receptors don't see that nutrition arrive, they send a message back up to your brain saying, I've been tricked, keep hunting. And this is why one of the reasons I'm quite sure people get fat using artificial sweeteners. I mean, think about it. Since the advent of fat-free and sugar-free foods, you can almost track it to the very beginning of the rise in obesity. I clearly recall attending a lecture with Dr. Scott Conley, who used to own the Metrex Corporation, and he showed in his slideshow that there was a direct correlation between the onset of fat-free and sugar-free foods in the United States and the progressive elevation in obesity in that country. For the very same reasons I'm telling you. You starve your body for fat, you starve your body for sugar, or you tell it sugar's there and it's not there, and if it doesn't get it fat, it tells you to look for it. If it doesn't get its sugar, it tells you to look for it. How does it tell you to look for it? It tells you to just keep on eating. So you don't have one yogurt, you have 6, and your brain still isn't satisfied. You're walking around with a great big distended gut full of garbage yogurt, and you're still hungry at a brain level. Well, look around you, and you'll see the effects of that.
Checkpoints.
So in conclusion then, let's talk about our checkpoints on dairy.
Checkpoint 1.
Buy raw, organic dairy products whenever possible. If your grocery store does not carry raw dairy, check out your local dairy farmers or co-ops to see if they can offer this.
Checkpoint 2.
In the USA, you can get raw goat's milk products delivered nationwide from White egret farms.
Checkpoint 3.
The second best alternative to raw dairy products are certified organic dairy products. These will be hormone and pesticide free and may well come from grass-fed animals.
Checkpoint 4.
If you have allergies to dairy, it is highly probable that you also have an intolerance to gluten. Try eliminating both from your diet for 2 weeks and see if this makes you feel better. If it does, it's very, very important to stay off of each of these products for a minimum of 3 months before reintroducing either a gluten-based product or a dairy product. When you do the reintroduction, only introduce one product at a time so you can see exactly how your body reacts.
Checkpoint 5.
If you can't get high-quality organic dairy items, avoid eating dairy. There's no need to eat dairy if you eat a variety of high-quality meats and produce, particularly the leafy green vegetables, which supply plenty of calcium.
This is the end of this CD.
Animals, birds, eggs, and seafood. Domestication or devastation. Animal and bird foods have always been an intimate part of human evolution and survival, thus the reason we call human beings hunter-gatherers. Now, Weston A. Price, as I mentioned earlier, found that there were no healthy civilizations anywhere in his travels that were vegetarians. Where less meat was eaten, it was always due to a lack of availability, not health or religious concerns. In fact, many of these ancient tribes and societies worshipped both the animals and the crops alike. They were intimate with the fact that the animals and the crops were part of the fabric of all life. To them, death was the beginning of something new. They didn't see life, for the most part, as one entity. When something died, it was the opening of a new door. Therefore, when they ate an animal, they worshipped the fact that the animal supported them with sustenance, and they worshipped the fact that the animal was a sacrifice for them, as well as the crops. This is an important point to realize because today, many people have some very tainted ideas about food, and or they just have no respect for what food is or where it comes from at all. They just see it as a commodity, like something made of plastic, unfortunately. Now, how much meat was eaten, as I said earlier, was based on availability. Eskimos ate about 90% of their diet as fats, oils, and proteins from fish and animal flesh. American Indians are said to have consumed anywhere between 70 and 90% of their diet as animal flesh, depending on the region they were in, the season, and the availability of both animals and produce. Now remember, most of these peoples were hunter-gatherers and they were nomadics. They were not farmers. Hunter-gatherer does not mean farmers. Nomadic means they followed the meat around. Thus, the importance of understanding that their percentage of their diet with regard to meats versus berries and root vegetables, etc., would have been very, very affected by region, season, and availability. Now, just to highlight the importance of region on our dietary intake, we can look at the Celtic Irish, who lived near the ocean and over time, over thousands of years, literally developed a genetic requirement for fats, oils, and proteins from fish. Now, if you read the book The Diet Cure by Julia Ross, she explains how when she's working with alcoholics, particularly if they're of Irish descent or Celtic Irish descent, that oftentimes all she needs to do is give them fish oil supplementation and it will reduce or eliminate their need for alcoholic beverages. They oftentimes will just lose their desire for alcohol. Why? Because she's bringing up levels of nutrition in their body and normalizing their physiological function by putting the fats, oils, and proteins back into their diet that they needed. Additionally, if you look at the work of Dr. Roger Williams in his book Biochemical Individuality, he talks about studies that he did on mice and others have done where they've given these mice deficient diets and sufficient diets and monitored how much alcohol they drink. They gave them a choice between alcohol and water, or an alcoholic beverage and water. And what they found through the research, and there's a number of studies out there like this, they showed that as the rats became more nutritionally deficient, they drank more and more alcohol. And then when they replaced the nutrition in their diet, as their bodies brought on more nutrition and their physiology normalized, they naturally drank less and less alcoholic beverage and more water. You can see here that how much meat we eat and how much anything we eat is largely going to be influenced by the region and by our genetics. But unfortunately, today we're so screwed up we can't even pay attention to what our bodies are telling us for the most part. I spend a lot of my time working with people just to get them to learn how to listen to the signals coming from their gut. On the opposite end of the spectrum, from the Eskimos, for example, and the American Indians, Dr. Price found that the Quechua Indians of South America lived on a diet of about 90% plant life. Again, not because they had anything against meats or they had any religious conviction that said they shouldn't eat meats. It was simply due to a lack of availability. As a matter of fact, almost every single place people were eating small amounts of meat in their diet, it was due to a lack of availability. If you look at places like Central and South America, they don't have a lot of big game meats. They just have a lot of rodents. So it's a lot harder for people in those regions to have adequate supplies of meat relative to vegetables, so they end up eating more vegetables to keep themselves fed. Now, over time, your metabolic pathways will adapt to just about anything if you give it enough time. Now, if we look at meat sources from a geographical perspective, particularly prior to the onset of farming and animal domestication, what you see is that the North Americans consume mostly meat and some vegetables. So it's pretty safe to say 10,000 years ago, anybody from the North American hemisphere would have consumed largely meat and some vegetables. Now, the native Central and South Americans consumed larger percentage of vegetables due to the lack of availability of game meats, as I just said, and your native Europeans consume somewhere in the neighborhood of about 50% plant life, 50% animal life, and that too would have varied based on season and availability. Now, if you look in your handout that came with your program, you'll see that we're at the wheel of life again. Now, I want to make an important point here. We've already been through the wheel of life, so you understand this is what I call God's farming system right here. As natives, our animals and our birds ate organic foods. They were purely organic. All animals in their natural habitat lived in what's called an organic closed cycle. That is another name for the wheel of life, an organic closed cycle. Now, if you look back historically to 1840, you may remember before I told you in 1840, the German scientist Liebig burnt plants, did a destruction technique where you end up with just ash, and tried to determine that what was in a plant could be found in the ash, and therefore said all you needed to do was put on the ground whatever was in the ash of the plant, and that would feed the plant. And we discussed the inadequacies of that technology, but at that point, that was the origins of the development of chemical fertilizer. And then I said that at that point, American and British governments started using their factories for developing armaments, etc., and ammunition to produce chemical fertilizers. Well, the chemical fertilizer utilization continued, but they added pesticides and other chemicals to farming at that point. So it's very safe to say that prior to 1840, every animal we would have eaten would have been raised within the confines of a closed organic cycle, meaning that the animals were pesticide-free, hormone-free, antibiotic-free, and animals were good food. Today, our meats, unless organic, come from commercial farms. Many of these animals never see the light of day. They are raised in massive barns with thousands of animals that are lit primarily by incandescent light bulbs. These animals cannot move. They get no exercise. I've seen pictures of this many times. They are so packed together, it would be like you being in the London subway at rush hour, or worse than that, maybe Hong Kong. They live and eat in their own feces. I mean, think about it. If you're stuck in a barn for your entire life and you can't move, well, it's not like you say, "Excuse me, I've got to go use the toilet." These animals are standing and eating out of their own feces for most of their life. They're fed a variety of unnatural foods, such as corn and grain. Let's talk about cows. Feeding cows corn and grain is not a good idea. Cows are designed by nature to eat grass. You don't see cows walking over into the wheat field and stripping the wheat berries off the wheat. Cows eat grass. When cows are fed corn and grains, it causes tremendous acidity and digestive problems in these cattle. Thus, the veterinarians have to use a lot of antibiotics. In these large commercial cattle farms where they raise cattle for the purposes of meat, They wean these cattle off their mothers when they're babies, and they put them on grains. And during that period, there's tremendous problems in the changeover from mother's milk to grains. They get very, very sick. Sometimes they can die. They get very bloated, and the veterinarians have to start pumping them out with antibiotics. And from that point on, they have problems because those animals are not designed to eat grain and they're not designed to eat corn. But there's a reason that they feed them that stuff. It fattens them up. What concerns me more by far than the fact that they're feeding them grains or corn is the fact that commercial farmers are feeding birds and animals all sorts of other interesting things that I really think you need to know about, such as cardboard and newspaper, sawdust. Manure is added to chicken feed. They scrape the chicken manure up and just mix it in with the feed. They use animal remains, and they use cement dust. All of these things are known to be mixed with animal food and fed back to the animals. In fact, cement dust has been shown to cause approximately a 30% weight gain in cattle. Well, that's fantastic. Now let me explain to you why these people use this aside from being cheap and trying to save money on feed. And believe me, if you can feed 10% cement dust or even wood chips and you're feeding 20,000 cattle, that can be a huge difference in what it costs to raise these things. The reason you get an increase or a 30% weight gain feeding an animal cement dust or cardboard or newspaper, they actually are allowed to even feed them plastic chips, because body fat, even animal body fat or your body fat, stores toxins. Whenever your body brings in toxins through your diet or whatever, through your skin, from environment, etc., whatever the liver cannot handle, it shuttles off into your fat cells. So what you're seeing here is that these commercial farmers have figured out, by basically intoxicating the animal to the point that it still survives and can make it to slaughter, but it doesn't kill it, the animal actually gets fat very quick. When they sell these animals, they sell them by the pound. They don't sell them by the pound based on fat versus meat. They don't take them and do an MRI on them and say, well, your cow is 36% fat. We're only going to pay you for the meat. They don't do that. What they do is they just get these things to be as big and as fat as they can. And therefore, using all these toxic foodstuffs allows them to do that, because the animal's body just pushes all the toxins right out into fat. It's also important for you to realize that the animal's body will be marbled with fat. A piece of filet mignon is a piece of meat that's loaded with fat. A piece of jerky is the meat that has the least amount of fat in it. And so what you're seeing is, in your high-quality meat cuts that you get in your restaurants, you're getting the most fat. And you might want to consider that when you're buying any meat that's not organic, unless it's clearly stated it's grass-fed or organic. If it's not free-range or organic, it's coming from one of these mass cattle farms or commercial farming operations. And when you're eating these prime cuts of meat, you're eating a lot more fat, because the softer the meat is, the more fat there is in it, which means the more toxins you're getting in your body. Steroids, protein supplements, and all sorts of other drugs are used to produce rapid weight gain. Just to give you an example, I'm going to quote some information here from an article called Power Steer by Michael Pollan that was published in the New York Times. I highly recommend you read this article. You'll see all my points backed up and more. 70 years ago, it took 4 to 5 years to get a steer to slaughter. To get them to the right body weight and get them ready to slaughter, it took 4 to 5 years. In the 50s, they were able to accomplish the same thing in 2 to 3 years. Today, steers are accelerated from 80 pounds to 1,200 pounds in only 12 to 14 months using this nasty food and drugs. The same drug treatments and the same general methodology is applied to pigs and literally all other animals, birds, everything. These technologies in one shape or another are being used to raise all the meats that are in your supermarket right now. Just to give you an example of the environment commercially raised birds live in, the average boiler hen has about 3/4 of 1 square foot of living space. Her head hangs out of the cage where she picks up food off of a conveyor belt, and the backside hangs out of the cage where the eggs are dropped onto a conveyor belt. They cannot even spread their wings. Now, before we go on, let me point out that the average American today, you want to hear this, is eating 194 pounds of meat a year. That's a half a pound a day, roughly. Only 1% of all the meat consumed in the United States of America right now is organic. So it's pretty safe to say that the average American is getting a 1/2 pound a day dose of antibiotics, of steroids, of all sorts of other drugs and little surprises, of chemical residues left over from eating plastic chips. They even use sewer and sewer sludge to feed these animals. So when you're eating that half a pound of cheap meat, you just think back to what they fed those animals. And the name of this program is You Are What You Eat. Well, just remember, those animals are what they ate. For example, if you look at your next slide, we're back to the wheel of death again. We must remember that animals condense nutrition. So the higher up you go in the animal chain, the more condensed whatever that animal ate is. For example, you're going to get a lot more mercury by eating swordfish than you are by eating herring, because swordfish eat a lot of other smaller fish. So each time you go up the food chain, you're condensing things. Well, cattle, pigs, everything that we eat condenses whatever they eat. Look at your wheel of death. You see that we have damaged soils poisoned by industrial waste and agro-farming chemicals, producing damaged, nutrient-deficient plants that are heavily contaminated with pesticides. That is your animal's food. That food can only make meat of a given quality, and it can only make animals of a given quality. It makes sick, drugged animals that way because they're eating poisoned garbage food under inhumane conditions. Well, you should be concerned about that with your half a pound of garbage meat that the average person's eating a day. Now, if you want to see the results of this, just go stand in any shopping mall and watch people walk by. And they will look somewhat like the people in the bottom left-hand corner of my wheel of death image there. When human beings consume plants and animals that are in the same or worse condition that they are, what you get is increased visits to medical doctors, a lot of different diseases, a lot of medical drug sales, as we've discussed already. It's way, way up to $145 billion in drug sales in 2001, and you have a loss of vitality. So we have unhealthy people because, again, you are what you eat. So what kind of meats are you getting from the store today? Let me just tell you what you're actually getting when you go to the supermarket. Let me tell you that these animals that we're eating are in no better condition than we are. They use the same drugs on them. You're eating the same quality of plant food they are on average. If you're going to the supermarket, you're not buying organic, then you and the animals are eating basically the same kind of food. So if you're a vegetarian out there and you're not eating organic, then you can pretty much rest assured your level of nutrition is about the same as the animals we're talking about. Now, the USDA has had so many problems with diseased animals, they've had to change the standards of what is allowable for human consumption. So when the food inspectors, when the meat inspectors are looking at these animal carcasses, I want you to know the following things have been approved by the USDA for human consumption. They can feed you an animal that has cancer. They can feed you an animal or a bird that has pneumonia called ursaculitis. They can feed you animals that have glandular swellings and lymphomas. They can feed you animals that have sores. They can feed you animals that have infectious arthritis. And they can feed you animals that have diseases caused by intestinal worms. And they can even feed you animals that they found tumors in. In the case of tumors, all the meat packers do is just cut the tumor out in the area around it, and they send the rest off. It gets sawed up, and next thing you know, it's on your table. Now today, so much diseased meat is passing by inspectors that they just can't keep up. For example, Carol Blake, spokeswoman for the Agricultural Department's Inspection and Safety System, states, "When I started inspecting, inspectors were looking at 13 birds a minute, then 40, and now it's 91 birds a minute." Now just imagine you're a meat inspector and you're standing at a conveyor belt and 91 birds a minute are going by, and you're supposed to be identifying birds that have tumors and cancers and diseases, well, first of all, most of those things are going to be on the inside of the animal, not the outside. And there's only 60 seconds in a minute. She's saying they're looking at 91 a minute. That's like 3/4 of a second to inspect a whole bird. I don't know about you, but that doesn't make me very happy. Okay, now if you want to read more about that, you can see in your handout that there's a web address for Dr. Mercola's website, and you can investigate that for yourself. Well, it's pretty safe to say you are what the animals eat. I want to refer you back to the analysis of the New Zealand school child's lunch. And remember, I said New Zealand is a country with much, much more strict laws for the use of pesticides and commercial farming chemicals than we have. Yet, we have to look at the fact that some of these crops are often sprayed 10 times, particularly the grain crops. Also, as I'm going to point out later, the animals are fed the grain crops that are found insufficient for human consumption. And these crops are such poor quality that when they're kept in the warehouses, they have to be repeatedly sprayed. It is not uncommon for these things to be sprayed 10 times with pest repellent chemicals. So if we go back to that New Zealand child's lunch, you'll remember that there was 2 animal products on the plate. One was sausage and one was butter. Well, in the sausage, they found DDE, which is a derivative of DDT. Now, they haven't been allowed to spray DDT in New Zealand for a long time, just like the United States, but it's still in the ground. The stuff takes forever to break down. This is one of the reasons I told you earlier that they have to have a 3-year grace period on any organic farm before it becomes certified organic, because the microorganisms in the soil have to have time to metabolize all these farming chemicals. And in that 3-year period, when the microorganisms are metabolizing a lot of the chemicals that are trapped in the soil, it actually produces chemicals that are more toxic than the very chemicals that they're metabolizing. DDE is a metabolic derivative or a derivative of DDT, and it's right there in a New Zealand child's sausage many years after they were not allowed to spray that stuff. And you can see there's 2 other pesticides trapped in that sausage as well for your child's daily nutrition. In the butter, they found DDE as well. Now, cattle, as I said, are not designed to eat grains, and they're not designed to eat corn because they cannot digest the stuff. It causes acidity and illness. Well, when you feed an animal or even a human being what it's not supposed to be eating, you can rest assured it's going to cause illness. And the answer to that illness is the same in an animal as it is in a human being: antibiotics. As a matter of fact, we have a huge problem in our medical industry right now because doctors have heavily overutilized antibiotics. And as I said, the animals get inferior or junk grains that are not suitable for humans. One of the reasons that they are commonly not suitable for human beings is because they're loaded with what are called mycotoxins. Mycotoxins are the fungal toxins. It's the poisons put off by funguses, by fungi. Now, these mycotoxins are very, very potentially damaging to the human body. They can make people extremely sick. There are some benefits to mycotoxins. As a matter of fact, penicillin is a mycotoxin. So the researchers try to isolate various mycotoxins, but in general, it's safe to say mycotoxins are very, very harmful to the human body. We have an interesting situation, and you can read more about this in the book, The Fungal Link by Doug Kaufman. In that book, and Doug Kaufman's an expert on fungal infections and mycotoxins, Kaufman says that we have quite a problem on our hands because the amount of garbage grains loaded with mycotoxins being fed to animals is ultimately causing a problem for human beings, because human beings that have fungal infections oftentimes find that their fungal infections are made worse by eating meats. Well, normally meats are part of an antifungal diet. But what's happening is there's so many mycotoxins being deposited in the animal's body from this garbage food they're feeding them that when you're eating the meat, you are actually bringing the mycotoxins right into your body, right out of the animal's body. So we go back to the old food condenser thing again. You're one level higher up in the food chain than the cow, so now you're condensing its toxins just like it condensed them for you. If you're wondering, well, just how much grain are you eating a year? Well, let me tell you a little statistic here. Human beings, on average, in the United States of America, this is, which is pretty much to say it's about the same in Europe. It's probably even more in Europe and England because they consume more grains than Americans do. Listen to this now. This is important. Human beings, on average, in the United States of America, consume 800 kilograms of grain a year. Now, that sounds like a lot of grain. That's over 1,600 pounds of grain per person per year. How did they come to that figure? That figure is inclusive of how much grain they had to feed the animals to provide each human with the average consumption of 194 pounds of meat a year. So remember, these animals condense whatever they eat. They condense nutrition and they condense toxins. So for you to eat the average of 194 pounds of animals a year that are commercially farmed, it requires that they raise and feed these animals the equivalent of what works out to be 800 kilograms of grain per year per person in the United States. And remember, this is not the food of choice for these animals. You would be one hell of a lot better off if this figure said you were eating 800 kilograms of grass a year, because grass does not disrupt the physiology of an animal, requiring that they poison these animals with drugs and antibiotics to keep them alive. You are what you eat, and you are what the animals ate. What I'd like to know is, where's the beef? I'm sure you've all heard the old saying, where's the beef? Where's the beef in the industry? Where's all this meat going? There is an amazing amount of money being spent on food in the United States, but there's an amazing amount of money being spent on fast food. As a matter of fact, 90% of all money spent on food in the United States of America is spent on fast foods. Well, let's think about this for a minute. If you're going to go to McDonald's or Arby's or any of these fast food restaurants, do you think that they're going to go out and buy USDA choice or free range or organic meats? My goodness, no. I mean, let's get real here. If you look at what it costs to raise one of these animals, the only way that they can be feeding you is if they are buying the cheapest meat on the planet. And believe you me, that's the stuff that's got all those diseases in it. Yet 90% of all the money spent in the United States of America is spent on that grade of meat. Well, no wonder the drug manufacturers are rich. No wonder the doctors are so busy peddling out these drugs. I mean, unfortunately, that's what they're trained to do. On the other hand, guys like me are also busy educating people like this to say, hey, don't do this to yourself. Quite frankly, I would much rather educate people. I mean, I get world-class athletes coming to me that are training properly and trying to do everything right, and they can't figure out why they're tired and don't perform well and don't recover. And I look at their diet and I see that they're eating fast foods or they're just eating at the supermarket. These days, that's enough to detune an athlete's body. Once again, I'll point out that only 1% of all the meats purchased in the United States are organically raised. That means only 1% of all the meats consumed in the U.S. are raised in the closed organic cycle or in accordance with the laws of Mother Nature or God, if you will. Only 1% of the food we're eating is raised the way God intended it to be raised. And whoever your God is, it doesn't really matter. We're all here. We're all eating this stuff. And we need to really rethink, because as I will say over and over again, every time you spend $1 on that kind of crap food, you are supporting the very downfall, not only of your own body, everybody else's body, and this planet. I haven't got time to get into the repercussions, but when you're talking about just one example, the amount of water that it takes to raise that much grain, when these animals could be just eating grass, for example, which would certainly take more space and it would change the way things are done, but all it would do is push us back to supporting our local farmers instead of having these big conglomerates. Just the amount of water alone is causing severe potential problems in the next 20 years. If you want to learn more about that, go to www.theecologist.org and just type water in their search functions, and you'll get a little surprise when you see what kind of problems we're going to have by the year 2020. Now, before we start talking about eggs, I want to make one more point with regard to animal fats. While the grain industry and many health experts have targeted saturated animal fats as harmful to your health or the cause of heart disease, it should really be the commercial animal farmers that are labeled harmful to your health. Think about it. We got here eating meat from the closed organic cycle. And I told you that fat stores toxins. So whenever you're eating this commercial stuff, you're eating the very, very source of the toxin storage in the animal. You're eating its toxic reserves. So the poisons in the animals are accumulated in that fat, and that poison ends up in the people. And as I said before, if you want to see proof of what I'm saying, just look around you. Next, I'd like to talk to you about eggs. When you put an egg in your mouth, you want to make sure it's not just any egg. There's a lot of controversy and misunderstanding about eggs. For example, I'm sure all of you have been in a restaurant and seen somebody order an egg white omelet. Well, why do you think they order an egg white omelet? Why would you want to cut the yolk of an egg out and only eat the white of the egg? I'll tell you why. Because they've been sold hook, line, and sinker on the whole concept of the fear of fat and the fear of cholesterol, both of which are absolutely ridiculous but have made drug manufacturers rich. As a matter of fact, today the scientific literature is rife with information showing that the whole cholesterol-lowering thing is a bunch of garbage. For example, do you know anybody that's been on cholesterol-lowering drugs that could come off of the drugs and then a month later still have normal cholesterol levels? No. I tell you right now, I've been in this business a long time, never found one of them. Cholesterol is a developmental precursor to hormones, and it's one of the key constituents that rebuilds your cell walls. For example, whenever you have high levels of inflammation in your body, or inflammation period in your body, the body will produce more cholesterol to help repair the damaged tissues. Now, just think about people going to the gym. Anybody that goes to the gym and lifts weights is breaking tissue down all the time. So someone like that goes to the doctor, says, oh, you've got high cholesterol, and by the way, you need to stop eating eggs. And then they watch television or they read some magazine and they are told that fat's bad for them. So the next thing you know, they're eating egg white omelets and throwing away some of the most valuable sources of fat-soluble nutrition there is, and not to mention the valuable protein that comes in an egg in its complete state. But we'll talk more about some of these things so you have a better understanding of what's really going on. First of all, if you want a good source of nutrition, you want free-range eggs. They're excellent sources of proteins and fats. Ideally, you want organic free range because, once again, that's the top of the line. With regard to eggs, Dr. Jensen states in his book, Foods That Heal, eggs have the right nutrients for the brain, nerves, and glands. The problem is with commercial chicken operations. When they raise commercial chickens, they literally put tens of thousands of birds in one building. Most of these buildings have no windows. No windows means no sunshine, which means these birds are very likely to be vitamin D deficient. As I said earlier, these birds generally only have about 3/4 of a square foot of living space. They're debeaked. That means their beaks are cut off so that they cannot cannibalize each other. Well, these chickens are being fed so poorly, as I've previously described, that they will try to seek out protein sources in their neighbor. Just that fact alone tells you that you're getting eggs from chickens that are malnourished and behaving as such. I was raised on a farm and we raised chickens my entire childhood and young adulthood, and we never had problems with chickens cannibalizing each other. Roosters might fight with each other now and then, but we certainly never had problems with cannibalism because these chickens were eating insects and worms and whatever they could get their hands on, so they were healthy birds. As I said, the food is delivered to these chickens so they can eat through their cut-off beaks, and the eggs are taken away on conveyor belts. Imagine if I put you, or anyone put you, in a confinement situation like that, how your body would turn to mush, how your will to live would be non-existent. I mean, the problem is not with the eggs, the problem is with what people are doing to the poor chickens. Now, if you have any concern or care for animals or birds or any other living creature, every time you buy a commercially raised egg or a chicken, you're supporting this very process. You're supporting this kind of behavior. Am I saying become a vegetarian? Hell no. I'm saying we need to support the people that raise things in such a way that they have a life so that when they are sacrificed to support human life, evolution, and nutrition, that they can come to the end of a reasonable lifespan. Now, when we continue to buy eggs and birds that are raised in such environments, all it does is encourage the farmer to continue and resort to the use of more and more antibiotics and drugs. Remember, there's a lot of fat in eggs. That's why people are afraid of the yolk. The yolk's got a lot of fat in it. It's liquid fat. But remember, fats attract toxins. So when you're eating garbage eggs, you're also eating something that'll collect the toxins. And the toxins that I'm talking about are anything that they feed to those chickens. And just like cattle farmers, they feed those chickens garbage food. Now let's compare commercially raised chickens to free-range and free-range organic chickens. Well, first off, a free-range chicken is outside, so he gets sunshine. The chicken getting sunshine means that they're getting vitamin D. That vitamin D ends up in your eggs. The chickens get fresh green forage, which provides vitamin B and vitamins such as carotenes, which the chicken will convert some of them into vitamin A. So far we're doing pretty good. The outdoor chicken already gets vitamin D, gets B vitamins and carotenes, which he's turning into vitamin A for you. They get fresh greens, and they get insects, worms, seeds. All of these things provide essential nutrients for healthy protein composition and optimal omega-3 to omega-6 ratios in eggs. Now, for those of you that don't understand the term omega-3 to omega-6, omega-3s and omega-6s are classified as essential fatty acids because the human body does not make them. So we have to get these fats somewhere else. Well, we have a bit of a problem today, as I'll discuss later in the fat section, but because of the American diet, we consume way too many omega-6 fatty acids. Now, when they look at the fat ratios of commercially raised eggs, they find that there's about 1 omega-3 for every 20 omega-6s in those eggs, which is about the same kind of ratio of the average American diet, which is a diet based on far too many processed grain products. This is a problem because the omega-6 fatty acids facilitate the development of inflammation in the human body. And again, remember I told you that anti-inflammatory drugs are some of the biggest sellers in the world because there's so many factors and so many things we're doing, and we're eating so many things that are pro-inflammatory, either because they're not things that we're designed to eat, so the immune system attacks them, or we're eating the wrong ratio of things, or we're just eating garbage foods. You couple that with stress, alcohol, and a number of other lifestyle factors, and welcome to the year 2002. Well, you can simply do a little test that I like to have my patients do, because every now and then I get a doubting Thomas, but if they do this, I'm always the winner. All you've got to do is go to the supermarket or a good health food store and buy a commercial egg, or you'll probably already have one. Buy a free-range organic egg. Take those 2 eggs home and crack them both open and just look at the difference. You're going to see that the commercially raised egg has no integrity to it. You crack that thing open and the whites are just like soup. There's just no integrity. The yolks frequently break just with the shock of dropping them into the pan. Even if you hold the shell an inch above the pan, they're so weak. The color of the yolks is usually a sickly pale yellow. Yet if you look at a organic free-range egg, the whites have tremendous integrity and the yolks have a deep, deep orange color. Well, there's a huge difference in the meat of a conventionally raised versus a free-range bird as well. All the things that we've discussed about meat and about eggs all apply to chickens. Same situations, same kind of commercial farming tactics. And I have another little test that I have my clients do that I'd love you to try as well. If you want to see the difference between a boiler hen that was raised in 3/4 of a square foot of space that never even has enough room to spread its legs, that lives its life on top of itself, then what I want you to do is get yourself a chicken, get a thigh, and just cook it or do it raw. It doesn't matter. You can take that leg and try to snap the leg. Just try to bend it, and inside the knee of the chicken, inside there are cruciate ligaments. I want you to compare how much energy it takes to break the leg at the knee joint of a commercially raised versus a free range. And then if you want a free range organic will even be better. You'll be amazed. Some of you probably won't even be strong enough to snap the ligaments in the knee of a free range organic chicken. That chicken is so healthy, the integrity of those tissues is so good, and the ligaments are so strong, it's amazing how much difference in the tissue quality there is. So remember, you are what you eat, and you will figure that out when you try breaking the legs on one of these chickens. Well, we've talked about animals, we've talked about birds, and we've talked about eggs. It's time to talk about seafood. Only 100 years ago, all seafoods were truly organic. The ocean was completely organic. In the last 100 years, we have dumped billions of pounds of industrial waste, chemical waste of all type, and untold amounts of sewage into the ocean. Therefore, we have got a unique situation. What used to be a completely organic environment, just like the rest of our soils on land, is now no better off than a commercial farmer's field where they're spraying 1 billion pounds of pesticides a year in the U.S. alone. Unfortunately, if you have any concern or care for sea life, there are an untold number of living organisms in there that are swimming, breathing, and living in our toxins, our industrial waste, and our feces. Quite frankly, I am not proud of that. Just to give you some idea of how much toxic garbage we're putting into the ocean every day, 2 million tons of toxic waste and 300 million gallons of raw or partially treated sewage is dumped daily off the coast of England alone. Now, I learned about that quite surprisingly by studying a website I'd like to refer you to, www.sas.org.uk. I was doing some research to try to find out just how much sewage was dumped into the ocean, and I found this website. SAS stands for Surfers Against Sewage. Now, I live right on the beach in Encinitas, California. I look out the window of my office and the window of my home and I see the ocean, and I cannot tell you how many days of the week they have the skull and crossbones signs out. I see surfers pulling up all the time, and they have to turn away because the oceans are so toxic and so polluted that they won't let the surfers in the water. If you go to the Surfers Against Sewage website, you'll see that surfers talk about running into turds all the time while they're out there surfing. If it's that bad near the shoreline, think of what it's like throughout the ocean at a molecular level for these poor living creatures that have to breathe in that water. Well, the United States, as I've said over and over again, currently has over 173,000 miles of damaged waterways. There's a key point here. Many of these waterways dump into the ocean. So you can be in Chicago or in the middle of the United States, and if you're dumping your sewage and your industrial garbage into a river that ends up dumping into the ocean, again, you're polluting the ocean. It's not just an American problem or a problem in England. 80% of China's major rivers are so degraded that they will no longer support any fish life. Many European rivers run yellow with industrial poisons. Today, most people are so shocked when they see clear running water, they stop and stare. I was raised on Vancouver Island, British Columbia, and I remember numerous times being at the beach in the summer, and people would come from other countries, and when they first saw the ocean, where you could literally see 20 feet deep into the water and look at fish very clearly, they were stunned to see water that clean and that clear. Why? Because of exactly what I'm telling you. Almost everywhere else in the world, the waters are just poisoned, dirty, and nasty, and we're eating out of them. Now, I'm going to tell you about some of the real problems that we're facing. For example, the orca whale population is diminishing. The reason is, according to researchers, that there's declining salmon populations to feed these orcas due to PCBs, which are polychlorinated biphenyls. What are polychlorinated biphenyls? I'll tell you what they are. Polychlorinated biphenyls are chemicals that are part of pesticides. They're industrial farming chemicals. The more you look into this, the more you'll realize these commercial farming practices are poisoning the land, they're poisoning the surface water, the groundwater, they're poisoning rivers, streams, lakes, oceans, everything. So we have a real problem right now because there's so many PCBs that's causing a reduction in the salmon populations, which means that the orcas, the killer whales, cannot feed themselves adequately. The researchers say where they used to only have to dive 20 meters to feed themselves, that now they're having to dive as deep as 110 meters to adequately feed themselves. And these orcas eat between 80 and 250 pounds of fish a day. Well, this causes a problem because not only are they not able to get enough food, but they're having to dive 5 times deeper, which causes them to expend a lot of energy, and it's producing a lot of health problems. I'm sure several of you have heard of situations in the last few years where whales have just showed up on the shores dead. When these whales have to dive deeper, they have to go down to get deeper swimming fish. Well, these larger, deeper swimming fish, it turns out, have much greater concentrations of heavy metals such as mercury in their body. So what you're getting is whales having to go down and eat highly toxic fish. And by the way, we also eat these toxic fish. Researchers have had major problems in the last 10 to 15 years with seals, dolphins, and all sorts of sea mammals dying due to viral infections previously non-threatening. What I mean by that is that when they've analyzed why these mammals are dying, they've found that oftentimes they're having viral and bacterial and other infections. And when they look at the organisms that are causing the infection, they're oftentimes organisms that have been in the sea as long as the fish have been there. The problem they've found is that there's so much commercial farming and industrial pollution and pollution from plastics in the water that it's disrupting their hormonal systems, their nervous systems, which is leading to immune system dysfunction. Remember, pesticides come in 2 major categories, those that attack the nervous system and those that disrupt the hormonal system. And we are dumping this stuff into the ocean in mass quantities, not to mention the fact when they dump our sewage into the ocean, the residues of every drug, every hormone, anything that you've eaten or taken as a medical drug is going into the sewer system. Those same drug residues are making it into lakes, they're making it into rivers, and they're making it into the ocean. So whatever you put in your mouth, you're putting in a whale's mouth, you're putting in a seal's mouth, you're putting in a dolphin's mouth. We're literally causing so many problems, their immune systems are shutting down. Ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't figured it out yet, we are headed for a major ecological problem. If we do not stop these people from doing this kind of stuff, we have got to get conscious with what we're doing when we flush our toilet. We got to get conscious with where we're spending our money. We got to stop using hairsprays and things that burn holes in the ozone layer. I'm only hitting the surface here. I'm just talking about our food. This is serious stuff. People are driving around in their big fancy cars, going to the movie, completely oblivious as to what is about to happen. Do you realize that right now we're having a resurgence of tuberculosis? We're having a resurgence of problems with malaria. We're having a resurgence with all sorts of diseases that were thought not to be a problem. I'll tell you why. It's exactly the same reason that sea mammals are getting sick. Human beings' immune systems are at an all-time level of suppression. We have more fungal and parasite infections than ever because the same thing that we're doing to all these other creatures, we're doing to ourselves. We've got to get real here. Well, we have some other interesting problems. Researchers have found that male fish are developing female sex characteristics. They've found fish in a number of different American rivers that were male fish, but they had female sex characteristics. These are all big problems that are going on today that people just don't pay any attention to, but it's more interesting than that. When you have male fish producing female sex characteristics, they cannot reproduce. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have gotten to the point now where in many of our major rivers, male fish are developing with female sex characteristics, and they are not able to produce. Well, think back to Pottinger's cats. One of the things that I told you that Pottinger found in his cats as they became more and more malnourished from eating processed foods was that you could not differentiate sexes. Well, now we've got male fish showing up that are having female sex characteristics and cannot effectively reproduce. Well, when you start producing a sea life that doesn't reproduce, guess what? You drop your fishing line in the water and you stay there for a week straight and nothing bites because there's nothing left. That's what we're doing right now. They've also found in the Florida Everglades that there are alligators that have drastically reduced penis sizes, and that they too are having a hard time reproducing. Why? Again, the Everglades are intoxicated with these estrogenic chemicals, these xenoestrogens and PCBs and industrial byproducts that disrupt the hormonal systems, and they cause baby alligators to be born with sexual characteristics that are dysfunctional. They are not growing normal penises, and there is also a huge problem today, as Pottinger predicted with his cat studies, with teenage males being sterile. We have the greatest percentage of sterile teenagers today that we've ever had in history. Think about it. What's one of the biggest industries going today? In vitro fertilization. Why? Well, think about it. The chances are very, very good that exactly what's happening to these fish and alligators is happening to human beings. Personally, I believe that's what's going on. Now, as I said, a lot of these industrial chemicals and farming chemicals produce what are called xenoestrogens. As I told you in the food packaging and food storage section, plastics produce xenoestrogens. Plastic bottles, plastic wrappers, they all leach xenoestrogens into your food and into your water. These things are all getting into the ocean. It'll cause imbalance and physiological disruption, and this is what's happening to these fish. Now, I want to just tell you something interesting just to show you how powerful these hormones and these xenoestrogens and hormone mimickers can be. To appreciate the power of an estrogen mimicker from industrial and commercial farming induced toxicity, I want you to consider that estradiol, which is the human body's key estrogenic hormone, operates in the human body in a parts per trillion quantity. Now, just to show you how powerful a hormone like estradiol, one drop of estradiol in a string of rail tankers 10 miles long in the human body would have a therapeutic or a physiological effect. In other words, that one drop of hormone is so powerful it could cause a physiological or a chemical reaction in a string of rail tankers 10 miles long. Now that is a massive, massive effect. The ocean is literally swimming with this garbage to the point that now we're having major epidemics amongst sea mammals. After what I've told you, all the while we still have experts, so-called experts, telling us on websites, in books, and through the media that there's no concern because industrial toxins and pesticide residues are in too small of a concentration to cause harm. Well, I've got news for you. That is a lot of BS. First of all, there's current research coming out now, and most of this research is coming out of Europe, is that parts per trillion doses of a lot of these industrial toxins that are getting into our water supply and food supply are actually doing more damage to us than the parts per million. Do the research. Go to some of the websites like the EPA, Environmental Protection Agency. You can look up what the safe doses are of any pesticide or any herbicide, any of these industrial chemicals. It's easy to find this stuff. And you'll see most of them are listed in things like 8 parts per million is the maximum safe dose, etc. Well, what they're finding is that when you get a situation like a sewer system dumping into a lake, so you got 100,000 people living next to a lake somewhere, and they're all dumping all their drug residues and chemicals into the lake through their urine and through their feces, and then you got a factory down the road who's a plastic factory, and his garbage is dumping into the lake. Well, what you're getting now is that the body of water in that lake is getting these chemicals in doses that work out to parts per trillion doses for every bit of the sea life in there. And then when you eat the fish coming out of there, you're getting these doses. And what they found is that a part per trillion dose is not recognized by the immune system, while parts per million doses are. So let me put that in another perspective. If you get a dose in the parts per million range, your immune system recognizes it, your liver tries to detoxify it, your body makes efforts to get it out of your body. But what the research is now showing is that in parts per trillion doses, you're getting physiological effects and damage to the body because the parts per trillion dose is stealth. The immune system cannot see it. It gets inside your cell and it damages your DNA. When you have damaged DNA, you invite cancer. You invite all sorts of dysfunctional physiology in your body because basically the software and hardware that runs your body gets damaged. Well, now we need to talk about farmed fish, because many of you are not even aware that the fish that you're eating in restaurants, the fish that you're getting in your TV dinners, the fish that you're getting in canned fish from the stores does not come from the ocean anymore. There's a big problem with oceans being fished out. I grew up on Vancouver Island, British Columbia, which is 30 miles from Campbell River, British Columbia, which is the salmon fishing capital of the world. And I used to hear people saying all the time how much harder of a time they had getting, fishing and capturing fish, whether it be by gill net or seiner, etc. But the point is that there's a lot less fish out there today, and the ones that there are out there are swimming in our fecal material. So what we've got now is this new invention, which is farmed fish. They actually raise fish in a farm type situation, just like they do industrial or commercial farming of cattle and pigs and chickens that we've talked about. Well, there's some real problems with that. First of all, these farm fish are often raised in pens, either in lakes or in the ocean. Well, if these fish farms are within 100 miles of any industrial complex or river feeding into the coastline, for example, if you've got a salmon farm and it's on the coastline and 10 miles away is a major river feeding in that's coming from several hundred miles inland, and there's a factory on that river that's dumping its chemicals in there. So what's happening then is all these chemicals are making it down the river and they end up getting into the fish at the fish farm. So you've got these fish that are raised on this farm that are consuming all this water that's loaded with toxins. Well, hallelujah. So now you've got canned farmed toxins. Lovely. Now, because fish farming is a new industry, it's unregulated. And if you do the research like I have into fish farming, what you're going to find is that they're using pretty much all the drugs that our commercial animal farmers are using, but they're even using more. They're using new drugs, designer drugs, because there's no one regulating them. So the consensus out there in the literature is that if you're eating farm fish, you're basically turning yourself into an experiment as well. Now, consider this. The essential fatty acid ratios are very imbalanced in farmed fish, just like they are in commercially farmed eggs. Matter of fact, it's almost exactly the same ratios. So if you want to eat quality fish, you've got to eat ocean fish. And you need to make sure that they don't come from a farm. You have to ask. And if you're eating farm fish, you're eating fish that have a much, much higher omega-6 fatty acid ratio to omega-3 fatty acid ratio than is ideal for the human body. Remember, studies on hunter-gatherer societies showed that ideal is 1 omega-3 to as many as 4 omega-6s, but ideally 1 to 1. Well, we're getting these farm fish coming out with ratios in the neighborhood of 1 to 20, so 1,3 to 26s. The average American diet today, by the way, ranges anywhere between 1 in 16 to 1 in 30, depending on what you're eating. So the farm fish are looking very much like the commercial eggs as far as their fatty acid profile. Now, another thing you want to consider is that most restaurants, with the exception of the high-end restaurants, use farmed fish. So if you go to any of your chain restaurants, the chances are very good that if you have a piece of salmon, for example, it came from a fish farm. And while you're sitting there thinking you're doing yourself a favor because you're eating fish once a week, like everyone says to get your essential fatty acids and the like, you're actually eating something that's probably no better for you than a Pop-Tart. Well, now we need to talk about fish oil supplements, because today a lot of doctors and therapists are recommending that their patients use fish oil supplements to try to make sure they get enough essential fatty acids. Well, we have to remember that fish oil comes from the fish, and the oil can only be as good as the fish. So here we are right back to square one again. If you're going to buy fish oil supplements, you need to find out, did those fish oil supplements come from farmed fish or ocean fish? If they came from ocean fish, well, then you need to make sure that those oil supplements have been filtered for heavy metal toxicity and other chemical toxins. Now, there are companies that do this. For example, in my clinic, we use orthomolecular products. We also buy fish oil supplements from Ultralife. So there are companies out there that do go through very elaborate processes to make sure that the fish oil capsules are free of toxins. Before buying essential fatty acid supplements, ask the person that sells them to you what the carrier oil is. For example, If you buy vitamin E, well, oftentimes the capsules only come in a given size. So if you're getting X number of milligrams of vitamin E or grams of vitamin E, if you look at the capsule size, oftentimes what they have to do is use a carrier oil because the amount of vitamin E in the capsule may only fill 60 or 70 or 80% of the capsule. So they have to put another carrier oil in there with the vitamin E oil or essential fatty acid oil that you're buying. Now, one of the key things you want to be concerned with is if they're using soy oil as a carrier oil. Frequently, soy oil becomes rancid before they even put it into the capsules. So frequently what happens is you get, say, for example, vitamin E, whose antioxidant properties have been utilized by the carrier oil. This is not good. And although there's a lot of hype around soy, and it's a big topic that I have avoided getting into in this program because I'd have to talk about it for at least an hour, I strongly recommend that you stay away from all soya products. If you want to read more about this, an excellent place to start is the WestonAPrice.org website. Read the article, The Ploy of Soy. But what I would like to point out here is that soy falls in very much the same category as grains, in that we have not an effective digestive mechanism for them. And just like a very large number of people are gluten intolerant, many people do not have the ability to effectively digest soy foods. So what happens is it causes inflammation of the gastrointestinal system and leads to a number of problems. And I can confidently say this because I've seen a number of these types of cases clinically, and people were unable, for example, to get their abdominal wall to flatten out and work correctly to stabilize their lumbar spine while eating soy foods. This is particularly the case with tofu because there's actually gluten in soy, or gliadin. And although the amount of it is very low in soy, when tofu is made, it's concentrated to the point that it actually will cause an intolerance reaction, just like eating grains.
Checkpoints.
Animal products, eggs, and seafoods.
Checkpoint 1.
Always go out of your way to purchase organic, free-range meats and eggs, regardless of the cost.
Checkpoint 2.
If you can't get organic free-range meats, go to free-range. At least the animals are moving around outside and eating more natural foods.
Checkpoint 3.
If you do eat commercially raised meats, trim off as much of the fat as possible. Remember, fat stores toxins. Bake or grill the meat so that the fat can drip off, and don't use the fat in your gravy.
Checkpoint 4.
Avoid commercially farmed fish unless you have no other option.
Checkpoint 5.
Avoid commercial eggs, even the whites.
Checkpoint 6.
Read labels. Manufacturers use all sorts of fillers in meat products, especially sandwich meats, sausages, and spreads. Wheat and other grains are a common ingredient in these types of foods. Also, many ingredients are synthetic and should be avoided. This is particularly true if you live in the United Kingdom, where there is an extremely high use of synthetic additives in foods.
Checkpoint 7.
For optimal health, follow a 4-day rotation diet, eating one type of food each day. For example, day 1, eat bovine, which includes lamb, beef, and venison. Day 2, eat poultry or any kind of bird. Day 3 is swine, which includes pork or wild boar. Rabbit and hare can also be eaten on this day. And day 4 is fish.
Checkpoint 8.
Consider taking a high-quality fish oil supplement or essential fatty acid supplement. These supplements can help to break down the unhealthy saturated fats that you might be getting from lower-quality meats. They're also very important for your health in general and for the health of your cell membranes.
Checkpoint 9.
Refer to the Safe Shopper's Guide by Samuel Epstein.
This is the end of this CD.
Fats and oils. To find out the truth about fats, ask yourself, how did we get here? Today we have a strange situation. Our medical students, doctors, and researchers all study the sick to try to determine how to get healthy. Well, I have an analogy for that. If you wanted to become a race car driver, would you go down to the Department of Motor Vehicles and say, could I please have the phone number for the person that's had the most dangerous driving citations lately? I'd like to have that person teach me to drive. Well, as asinine as that sounds, you have to consider that studying sick people to try to determine how to get healthy is not really much better. In every magazine, newspaper, bookstore, on the radio, on television, we are repeatedly told of the dangers of saturated animal fats and how they cause heart disease. Yet there is something very wrong with this story. For example, the first major outbreak of heart disease recorded came in 1920, and doctors then linked it to hydrogenation of fats and oils, a process that began around 1912. Along with its obsession with saturated animal fats, the American Medical Association began to develop hype around cholesterol. Today, heart disease causes about 40% of the deaths in the United States. Yet if it results from consumption of saturated animal fats, one would expect to see a corresponding increase in the consumption of animal fats. Yet the reverse is true. From 1910 to 1970, the percentage of traditional animal fats in the American diet declined from 83% to 62%, and butter consumption plummeted from 18 pounds per person per year to only 4. During the last 80 years, dietary cholesterol has increased only 1%. During the same period, the percentage of dietary vegetable oils in the form of margarine, shortening, and refined oils has increased about 400%, while consumption of sugar and processed foods has increased by about 60%. Aside from what should be obvious in light of the facts I've just presented is the fact that I've referred to several times in this program, namely that if saturated animal fats were the villain, none of us would be here. We evolved on diets that were, for the most part, for most human beings, between 50 and 80% animals, fish, and birds, all primary sources of saturated fat. If you want to do a more thorough investigation on this topic for yourself, I strongly suggest, for example, that you visit the westonaprice.org website, and you can see such articles as native dieting, guts and grease, and you can read, for example, The Great Canola. While billions of dollars have surely been spent marketing the dangers of saturated animal fats and the benefits of vegetable grain and other seed oils for massive profit, I would like to tell you what you've not been told about saturated fats, animal or otherwise. Saturated fats constitute about 50% of the cell membranes. They are what gives our cells stiffness and integrity. They play a vital role in the health of our bones. For calcium to be effectively incorporated into the skeletal structure, at least 50% of the dietary fats should be saturated. They lower LPA, a substance in the blood that indicates proneness to heart disease. They protect the liver from alcohol and other toxins, such as Tylenol. As you know, most people today think that a headache is an aspirin or Tylenol deficiency. They enhance the immune system. They are needed for proper utilization of essential fatty acids. Elongated omega-3 fatty acids are better retained in the tissues when the diet is rich in saturated fats. Saturated 18-carbon stearic acid and 16-carbon palmitic acid are the preferred foods for the heart, which is why the fat around the heart muscle is highly saturated. The heart draws on this reserve of saturated fat in times of stress. Short and medium-chain saturated fatty acids have important antimicrobial properties. This protects us against harmful microorganisms in the digestive tract, which is very important because today we are rampant with problems with intestinal dysbiosis and parasite infection. It's one of the most common things we see at the Chek Institute that are disrupting people's ability to absorb their expensive vitamins and quality diets. In the case where we have, for example, athletes that are making every attempt to improve performance, or people that are trying to recover from injury, we put them on these high-grade organic diets, yet some of them don't respond. Well, inevitably, we find that it's because they have parasite infections, and we oftentimes have to recolonize the gut with friendly bacteria. I'm of the belief that if more people ate organic animal source foods from saturated fats, we would not have such a problem with parasites and dysbiosis. Saturated fats are also a rich source of vitamins A and D. According to the research of Mary Enig, a world-recognized expert on fats and oils, the scientific evidence honestly evaluated does not support the assertion that artery clogging, saturated fats cause heart disease. Actually, evaluation of the fat in artery clogs reveals that only about 26% of those clogs are made of saturated fat. The rest is unsaturated, of which more than half is polyunsaturated, the stuff that the experts say is good for you. If there are any problems with saturated fats today, it's that most people are getting these animals from commercial farmers that have poisoned the animals with cheap and incorrect food and inhumane living conditions. And as I said earlier, it's safe to say that about 100% of conventionally farmed animals are on drugs. So we must remember that fat stores toxins. So while there's all sorts of literature stating how bad saturated fats are, it's really, in my opinion, not the saturated fat that's so bad. It's what the commercial farmers are doing to the animals that ultimately makes their fat bad. A healthy organic animal does not have saturated fat that is bad for you, or we never would have had Eskimos, American Indians, or otherwise. If you follow the advice I've given you for choosing meats, eggs, and seafoods, and eat according to your metabolic type, your choices of fats and oils becomes very simple. This is how I break it down for my clients. The great majority of your fats and oils come from something that has a set of eyes. For example, cows, sheep, pigs, deer, fish, even shrimp have eyes. Those are all excellent sources of fats, including saturated fats. The only exceptions to the eyes rule is things such as avocados and nuts. Those should be included in the fats section when you proportion your diet, fats, oils, and proteins. To assure adequate omega-3 fatty acid intake, which is an essential fatty acid, care should be taken to eat organic leafy green vegetables, organic eggs, and walnuts, which also provide omega-3 fatty acids. I'd also like to reiterate that when you look at the breakdown of fatty acids in wild game and organically farmed animals, there is less saturated fat in these animals, and there is adequate amounts of essential fatty acids to make them a viable, healthy source of fat. Now, no matter what anyone says, no matter what any study says, the fact is that we have to look at how we got here, and the way we got here is eating saturated animal fats predominantly. Doctors and scientists can quote all the research they want, but one thing is safe to say for sure. We are the largest study population in the largest study ever, and if we wound back the clock 10,000 years today, only a microcosm of people could survive living by today's expert nutritional advice, regardless of which double-blind study it came from. You have to very, very carefully extract information from double-blind studies, because double-blind studies are exactly that, double-blind.
Checkpoints.
To conclude fats and oils, here are my checkpoints.
Checkpoint 1.
Go organic. Regardless of the fat source you choose, remember, fats store toxins, so you want your fat to be as clean as possible.
Checkpoint 2.
Read labels and avoid products with hydrogenated or partially hydrogenated fats and oils in them. These contain trans fatty acids which look more like plastic than fats under a microscope. Your body is not designed to eat plastics.
Checkpoint 3.
Foods from a vending machine or with a shelf life of more than a few days will probably contain trans fatty acid. Avoid these.
Checkpoint 4.
Avoid essential fatty acid supplements that include soy oil as a carrier oil. It can quickly go rancid and affect the potency of your supplement.
Checkpoint 5.
Avoid roasted nuts as the high heat denatures fats.
Checkpoint 6.
Go for raw nuts and always soak them before eating them. This breaks down the phytonutrients and makes all the nutrients in the nut more bioavailable.
Checkpoint 7.
Minimize all deep-fried foods.
Checkpoint 8.
Cook with fats that are stable under high heat, such as coconut oil, sesame oil lard, duck fat, beef tallow, and butter. Organic, of course.
Checkpoint 9.
Avoid commercial vegetable oils and seed oils.
Checkpoint 10.
Avoid fast food restaurants. Their meats and oils are generally low grade and commercially farmed.
Checkpoint 11.
Mothers, go out of your way to feed your kids adequate omega-3 fatty acids. They are essential for brain development. Good sources include leafy greens, oily fish, free-range eggs, walnuts, flax seeds, and flaxseed oil.
Checkpoint 12.
Focus on getting your dietary fats from whole, unprocessed, or minimally processed organic animals, vegetables, nuts, seeds, and other organic foods. If it wasn't here 10,000 years ago, you probably aren't designed to eat it. Sugar. Sweet enough to kill you. Slowly. Very slowly. Any word you see on a label ending with the suffix OSE is a sugar. Some examples of sugars that you will find on your labels are sucrose, maltose, dextrose, fructose, glucose, arabinose, ribose, and lactose. Those are just a few of a number of the different kinds of sugars that are used by manufacturers to play their labeling tricks. The reason they do this is they don't want to just list sugar, because if they do, it will be the first ingredient all the time, which indicates that it's the greatest quantity of whatever's in the food. The higher on the label that an ingredient is, the greater the quantity there is in that particular package of food. So what they do is they use several different kinds of sugar, knowing that most people don't know the difference between sucrose, maltose, dextrose, fructose, or otherwise. It is using this technique that the manufacturers can hide the sugars, and they do this because sugar is a very, very addictive substance. So ultimately, the more sugar they can pump into you, the more likely you are to get addicted to their food and keep buying it. It's a fairly simple formula from a manufacturing perspective, which is why today you'll see that there's sugars even in meats. Only 400 years ago, there was no source of refined sugar available to man anywhere. Any sugars came from naturally occurring complex carbohydrates such as beets, sugarcane, carrots, and fruits, all of which delivered a mix of macronutrients and micronutrition. About 100 years ago, sugar manufacturing became progressively more economical, making processed sugar available to the lower classes. Now, this is very much the same thing that happened with white flour. Just as white flour was only available to the wealthy people or the higher classes, so too was the case with processed sugar. Well, about the time they started making processed sugar an economical venture, the average person was only consuming about 4 pounds of sugar a year. Well, today, it's risen to about 170 pounds of sugar per person per year. In Dr. Price's studies of different tribal societies around the world, he found that wherever white man's food was consumed, meaning white sugar, white flour, and the processed foods thereof, the health of the peoples diminished rapidly. Virtually all studies by any author I've ever found discussing the introduction of processed sugar into the diet of any peoples has resulted in new and greater diseases. Respected health experts and researchers alike commonly refer to processed sugar as both a drug and a poison. The dictionary definition of a poison: to exert a harmful influence on or to pervert. Sounds like sugar. In 1957, Dr. William Coda Martin tried to answer the question, when is a food a poison? His working definition was, medically, any substance applied to the body, ingested, or developed within the body which causes or may cause disease. Physically, any substance which inhibits the activity of a catalyst, which is a minor substance, chemical or enzyme, that activates a reaction. Well, by both definitions, sugar is a poison. Famous researcher Candace Pert, author of the book Molecules of Emotion, states, relying on an artificial form of glucose to give us a quick pick-me-up is analogous to, if not as dangerous as, shooting heroin. How many parents do you think realize that this is the thought process coming from one of the world's greatest experts on biochemistry, yet they're feeding their children up to 170 pounds of sugar a year, which, according to Candace Pert, is as bad as shooting heroin? Well, Dr. Martin classified sugar as a poison because it had been depleted of its life forces, vitamins, and minerals. What was left was pure carbohydrates. The body cannot effectively utilize processed sugars correctly unless the proteins, fats, vitamins, and minerals are present. It actually takes vitamins, fats, proteins, minerals, enzymes to digest food, including sugar. And what you'll see with all these processed foods is that they're virtually naked of these essential digestive factors. The reasons why Dr. Price called sugar and related substance displacing foods is because they displaced what would otherwise have been real foods from the diet. In other words, the more processed or sugar foods you were eating, the less natural, whole, organic food you were eating, because you can only eat so much a day. And additionally, sugar can be a fairly dense form of calories if you're eating super sweet processed things like cookies, candies, donuts, and modern breakfast cereals. So it's easy to see how you can quickly displace nutrition with sugar. Processed sugar and most refined or processed foods are what I call non-foods. I talk to my patients quite frequently about non-foods because when I analyze their food diets, I see a tremendous intake of non-foods relative to whole foods or nutritious foods. Now let me give you my definition of a non-food. A non-food is any food that takes more nutrients from your body to digest, metabolize, and assimilate the food than it delivers. So, in a sense, if you eat, for example, an Oreo cookie, it actually takes more nutrition from your body to run that food through your body than the processed food delivered. So it's like writing a check on your bank account for more money than you have in the account. Well, if you do that, the bank manager will give you a phone call, and if you keep doing it, they'll close your account. Well, if you keep doing it in your body, your vitality drops down. Generally, the first thing that happens is you start getting fungal infections. Then you get parasite infections, and then you start being riddled with chronic nagging disease processes. And all the while, you've got a pocket full of pills, which only drain your vitality even more. So basically, the more non-food you eat, the less vitality you will have, merely inviting disease. What many people don't realize is that sugar consumed every day produces a continuously over-acid condition in most people, and more materials are required from the body tissues, such as the bones and the teeth, to buffer this acidic environment in an attempt to rectify the imbalance. Finally, in order to protect the blood, so much calcium has to be taken from the bones and the teeth that decay and general weakening begin. Osteoporosis used to be a disease of the aged or elderly woman, but today it's showing up in women in their 30s. When I was lecturing in New Zealand several years ago, I came across a newspaper article describing what they were calling an epidemic in New Zealand, in that they had many women in the ages of 30 to 35 suffering from the signs and symptoms of bone loss, i.e. osteoporosis, and what they had linked a lot of it to was drinking too much soda pop, because soda pops are very high in phosphorus content. So when you're drinking large amounts of soda pop every day, what your body has to do is pull calcium out of your bones to buffer this phosphorus that you're bringing into your body, not to mention to buffer the acid created by the sugar. And as you'll see shortly, there's a lot of sugar in soda pop. Now, excess sugar has been found through research to affect literally every organ in the body. Among the many diseases thought to result from excess processed sugar consumption are kidney disease, liver disease, shortened lifespan, increased desire for coffee, tobacco, and even hard drugs, arterial sclerosis, coronary artery disease, hyperactivity, attention deficit disorder, ADD, and attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Now, I've had a number of friends and clients over the years that were school teachers, and they've said that in the last 10, particularly the last 10 to 15 years, there's been a massive increase in ADD and ADHD among school children. And if you look at the amount of Coca-Cola and other soda pops being sold, and the amount of processed and packaged foods being sold in the schools these days, it correlates beautifully. There's no question that we're damaging our children by allowing them to eat so many processed foods. In my opinion, it should be illegal to sell soda pop or any kind of candy bars or garbage foods in schools. If parents want to give those things to kids to bring to school, that's up to them. But to bring it to school and sell it in the hallway, where kids who do not have the ability to determine whether or not what they're eating is healthy for them, and they're going strictly based on addictive tendencies and taste buds, is only to foster the downfall of our developing society. Further problems with sugar behavioral problems, lack of concentration, violent tendencies. Ask any school teacher about that, they'll tell you as well. Overgrowth of candida and other yeast infections. Most women out there eating too many processed foods have had multiple visits to the gynecologist regarding thrush and other unpleasant experiences with yeast overgrowth. Another problem is systemic fungi in the digestive tract, causing the spread of the fungi to the respiratory system, other tissues, and other internal organs. Now, this is a problem, and we've got to remember that fungus, yeast, and parasites all love sugar. That's their food of choice. Cancer, for example, and tumors are enormous sugar absorbers, and as we've discussed, bone loss or osteoporosis is linked to sugar. Well, so is tooth decay. Sugar, being highly acidic and the food of choice for unfriendly microorganisms, causes negative effects in the biological terrain of the mouth, favoring disease and decay. So not only are we setting our children up for behavioral disorders, but we're keeping the dentist and the orthodontist very busy. Another big problem that's been heavily linked to sugar consumption is adrenal fatigue. Sugar is a very powerful stimulant to the sympathetic nervous system and results in elevated insulin levels, further stimulating the sympathetic nervous system. Now let me explain a little bit for you here. The sympathetic nervous system is often referred to as the fight or flight nervous system. It can also be thought of as the catabolic or tissue destructive branch of the nervous system, unlike the parasympathetic, which is thought of as the anabolic or tissue building nervous system. So sugar itself is a powerful sympathetic stimulator. If you eat anything sweet enough to cause an excessive elevation of your blood sugar, there will be a release of insulin. The insulin will then do its best to break that blood sugar down, making it available to the body as energy, but oftentimes the feedback loop is quite slow, so what happens is your blood sugar drops, you go into what is called hypoglycemia. This is considered an emergency by the body because your brain has very tight regulations for how much blood sugar must be present to run the brain. As some of you may know, you can get what's called a diabetic coma if you become so low on blood sugar, so the body has many checks and balances in place to make sure you do not run out of blood sugar. Well, what happens is if you drink, for example, a soda pop on an empty stomach and don't have enough fat and protein to tie that sugar up, you'll get a big, huge spike in blood sugar, followed by a release of insulin, which will break that blood sugar down, and by the time your body figures out that the job is done, you'll go hypoglycemic, or you'll be starving for blood sugar. That will cause the release of adrenaline, followed by the release of glucocorticoids, such as cortisol, which will then trigger the release of stored glycogen out of your liver. Now, in the meantime, you've gone hypoglycemic, so I'm sure you all know what it feels like to be low blood sugar. It's the feeling you get when you've been on a long hike and haven't had something to eat, or you've been playing a sport and you haven't had something to eat, or you came to school without breakfast, and by the time lunchtime came around, you were starving to death. When you're in this hypoglycemic state, most of us have a tendency to do whatever we need to do to put something in our mouths, regardless of what it is. Therefore, you see many people reaching for more sugary type foods for a quick fix. Well, unfortunately, by this time, the liver's already released stored glycogen, which has been converted into glucose and sent around the body to be used as energy. So what you're just putting in your mouth is going to cause the blood sugar to rise again. You're going to get a release of insulin, and that insulin will do a nice job packing all that sugar and garbage right into your fat cells, so generally you're going to wear it. Well, that, along with the fact that you will again elevate your blood sugar, which will again cause a release of insulin, which will again cause a blood sugar drop, and this is exactly the process that most people go through all day long. They yo-yo between hyperglycemia, or too much blood sugar, and hypoglycemia, too little blood sugar, and this is very, very hard on the body. Because once that adrenaline is released to trigger that stored glycogen to be released out of the liver, it also comes in concert with the release of glucocorticoids, particularly cortisol, from the adrenal glands. And when the adrenal glands become fatigued, it has a dramatic effect on our ability to produce energy and maintain balance in our autonomic nervous system, and leads to a lot of problems, particularly those types of problems related to chronic fatigue. Another big problem we have today is obesity. I'm sure you've noticed that just by looking around you. Well, Sugar in concert with processed food products, such as breakfast cereals, is responsible for elevating our insulin levels, which produces what is called Syndrome X. That means that your body becomes progressively resistant to insulin because you are repeatedly exposing yourself to excessive insulin. Well, one of the effects of this is that it causes you to accumulate fat around the middle of your body, particularly around the belly button area. I would urge you to look around you today at children, and you will see many of them are apple-shaped. This is an indication that they are developing Syndrome X or insulin resistance, and I frequently see it in children as young as 6, 7, and 8 years old. And this is a disease process that leads to type 2 diabetes. Now, sugar is highly addictive, particularly when combined with caffeine, as in most soda pop drinks. How big of a problem is this? Well, the average American teenager drinking soda pop today drinks at least 3 cans a day, with 10% of those children that drink soda pop drinking as many as 7 or more cans of soda pop daily. That's a phenomenal amount of soda pop, even at the 3 cans a day level, when you consider that each can of soda pop ranges between 7 and 12 teaspoons of sugar in content. So think about that. If you just average that out to 10, the average kid drinking soda pop is consuming 30 teaspoons of sugar a day just from the soda pop alone. And remember, the breakfast cereals on average are 46 to 53% sugar. We are setting our children up for disasters, and we are setting ourselves up for disasters because it's the parents that have to pay to handle all the medical expenses. Now, an important piece of research for you that is now becoming more and more available in the literature is that 1 teaspoon of sugar will suppress the human immune system for approximately 4 hours. You can read about that in Dr. John Briefa's books, one of my favorites of which is called Body Wise. Another well-known nutritional expert that discusses the fact that sugar suppresses the immune system is Dr. David Getoff from San Diego, California. Well, vegetarians and carbo junkies, you need to beware as well. This isn't just about processed sugar. All these problems we've been discussing can happen to those people that are eating so-called healthy diets. While not as dramatic or as rapid, all the diseases and disorders attributed to processed sugar can result from excess consumption of high glycemic or high insulin index foods such as dates, raisins, refined cereals, and cereal grains in the form of baked goods. I've seen this in a number of cases at the Institute in athletes, for example, that are vegetarians and have not been taught to properly food combine so that they get adequate fats and proteins with their carbohydrates. The key factor, as I've mentioned many times here, is you must know your metabolic type. You need to know how quickly your body's cells convert food into energy and how much fats, oils, and proteins relative to carbohydrates is right for your body.
Checkpoints.
Sugar.
Checkpoint 1.
Read labels. Become a sugar detective and look out for the suffix OSE, such as sucrose, dextrose, or fructose. Limit your consumption of products containing processed sugars.
Checkpoint 2.
Look for foods that say 100% sugar-free on the label. Make sure they do not contain artificial sweeteners, though.
Checkpoint 3.
Be wary of the term natural. Just because something is natural, it is not necessarily good for you.
Checkpoint 4.
Avoid all sweet drinks. Soda pops and sports drinks are loaded with sweeteners, artificial colors, flavors, preservatives, and are definitely a non-food. Canned or bottled juices are generally pasteurized and are no better than sugar water.
Checkpoint 5.
Avoid artificial sweeteners. They trick the brain. Stevia is a good natural alternative.
Checkpoint 6.
Use in-season fruits and berries to sweeten your foods. Out of season, you can use dried fruits. Root vegetables such as yams, carrots, or beetroots can also be good, sweet alternatives.
Checkpoint 7.
If you must use sugar, use turbinado sugar or sucanat. These are available at most health food stores.
Checkpoint 8.
Make sure you consume adequate proteins and fats from good sources to help overcome sugar cravings. Salt. What's on your table is probably not what Mother Nature intended for you to eat. Table salt, as you know it today, is not the salt of Mother Nature. What's most likely on your table is called sodium chloride, which is processed or refined salt. It's quite easy to tell if you look at the salt and it's definitely a white-looking color, then you have refined salt. If the salt looks gray or almost slightly dirty, chances are good that it's an unrefined salt. This is very, very important because when they process salt, they extract the trace minerals and any of the trace elements from the ocean that they can extract out of that salt, and they sell them to vitamin manufacturers and health food store chains and even cat and dog food manufacturers, and what's left is sold to you as salt. This is how they make double income off the same product. Unfortunately, what you end up with is really not ideal for many reasons that we will now discuss. One thing that's seldom talked about is what is called the mother liquor. In natural, unprocessed sea salt, there's actually a moisture in the salt, and that is the moisture of the ocean. Aside from the many trace minerals that comes in natural, unprocessed sea salt, is the mother liquor, which contains little single-celled organisms and a number of essential elements that come from the ocean, which are beneficial to the body in their trace quantities. When they process salt, they use high-powered dryers, which evaporates any of the mother liquor that may have been left after the processing was done. What's left when you take all the trace elements and mother liquor out of that natural sea salt that you started with is really more like a poison. The body is actually quite stressed by this massive sodium chloride that so many people love to put on their food. There are many, many benefits to salt, but when you look at what salt really is in nature and what sodium chloride is, it's analogous to giving the body a huge injection of one chemical without all these special trace elements that help balance our physiology. Unrefined sea salt contains as many as 70 or more trace elements, minerals, and ocean life, as well as the energetic healing powers of a natural crystalline formation. One way you can identify real salt is that it always has a uniform cube shape. If you take some salt and pour it into your hand and look at it in the light, what you will see is that the best quality salts, particularly the nice French sea salts, have perfect little cube shapes to them. Yet if you take sodium chloride or processed salt of any kind and look at it in your hand, the shape of the salt is very ununiform, which is an indication that it is not the real deal. Organic sea salt, with its 70-plus trace elements and ocean elements, help the body maintain electrolyte balance. This is essential to the metabolic functions of your cells and all of your chemical pathways. Again, just taking a large dose of sodium chloride is stressful to the body. Each of us needs different amounts of salt, and if we just follow our natural instincts and make sure that we are getting salt, not sodium chloride, we will always be much more healthy. This is particularly important because throughout time, just as your body has always thought anytime you put something sweet in your mouth that nutrition was arriving, anytime we put salt in our mouth, your brain knew that trace elements and minerals had arrived because salt comes from the earth and from the ocean. So when you put sodium chloride in your mouth, something unique happens. You get the salty taste, but you don't get all the trace elements and elements from the ocean. So once again, your gut sends a message to your brain saying, hey, wait a minute, I've been tricked. I tasted salt, but none of my trace minerals arrived. So keep looking. And this leads people to, again, eating their way through an entire bag of potato chips instead of the handful they intended to have. Now, salt has been used by natural healers for ages. Some of its known benefits are that it decreases excess acidity. Interestingly enough, I've had discussions with many health experts who thought that salt increased acidity, yet it is known to create a more alkaline environment in the body, and this is also on the assumption that everybody's metabolically equal. Various types of bodies may respond differently, but in general, salt decreases excess acidity, Well, sugar increases acidity. So right there alone, you can see with all the sugar consumption going on today, processed sugar that is, that at least having a source of natural, organic, unprocessed sea salt could help decrease the excess acidity created by sugar. Anytime you can displace sodium chloride with natural, organic sea salt, you're going to be improving your physiology. Salt also assists digestion. Salt stimulates hydrochloric acid production, which is essential for digestion. Salt has been shown to relieve allergies. Dr. Batman-Gilage, author of Your Body's Many Cries for Water, discusses the importance of salt as a major histamine regulator in the body. As you know, whenever you're having an allergic reaction or traumatize the tissues, you get a histamine reaction, and in many people that are dehydrated, they have an excessive histamine reaction because histamine turns out to be a primary water regulator in the body. So what can happen then is if you're salt deficient, you cannot properly regulate histamine. So therefore you have hyperhistamine reactions in the body, which leads many people to taking medications, over-the-counter medications for chronic colds, sneezes, and environmental irritation, when really, if they were just supplement their diet with an adequate amount of good organic sea salt and drink enough water, you would see that frequently these problems just disappear. Salt helps alleviate skin diseases. It's a great detoxification agent, and it has been shown to heighten resistance to infection and bacterial diseases.
Checkpoints.
So what are some checkpoints to look for when you're purchasing salt or consuming salt?
Checkpoint 1.
Look for cubed shape. This is the shape of naturally dried sea salt.
Checkpoint 2.
Avoid regular table salt. It is not salt as nature intended. It is sodium chloride, which can be a poison to the body.
Checkpoint 3.
Only salt your food and or water to taste with a high-quality, unprocessed sea salt.
Checkpoint 4.
Sea salt in a bath is very useful to pull toxins out of your body and can also be good if you have abrasions or scrapes from a fall. Water. There is no fluid in the world more important. In the famous book, Your Body's Many Cries for Water, Dr. F. Batman-Gilage, M.D. states, "You are not sick, you are thirsty." He says, don't treat thirst with medications. Dr. Batman-Gilage, who was imprisoned in Iran for over 3 years, had no access to medication, yet found by default that water worked to cure many ailments. In fact, he treated over 3,000 prisoners successfully with water alone. Everyone knows that water is good for the body, but very few realize what happens to the body if it does not receive its daily necessary intake. Unfortunately, in medical doctor training today, they study anatomy, physiology, and then go on to pharmacology. There's no study of natural medicine, nutrition, or even the foundation principles of health. For example, the importance of treating the body or keeping the body healthy with food, water, exercise, and monitoring circadian rhythms. Due to lack of training and awareness, various signs and symptoms of the body's water rationing systems during periods of dehydration have been mistaken for disease conditions. Instead of providing the body with water, medical practitioners have been taught to silence these signals with medications. For example, we have assumed that dry mouth is the only symptom for dehydration, but the body will produce saliva to digest food even if it's dehydrated. Food, like water, equals survival, while subsystems often suffer compensatory stress, interpreted by medical doctors as dysfunction or disease and then treated as such. Examples of dehydration symptoms that are commonly treated are such things as hypertension. It is generally not cured, it is treated. Asthma is another symptom common to those dehydrated, and they use inhalers as their constant companion. Peptic ulcer is not cured, antacids always have to be nearby. The same is true of allergy, arthritis, low back pain, and a number of other disorders that can be linked to dehydration. Well, life evolved in water. We have to go back to the basics, the foundation principles. To evolve further, Migrating from the water to land, a complex multi-level water rationing system and distribution process was developed in our bodies over millions of years. We were very dependent upon the ocean for water. The human body is composed of only 25% solid matter, the solute, and 75% water, the solvent. Research has focused on the solute composition of the body, not the solvent composition, even though the solvent composition is a much greater percentage of the body. It was assumed that water only acted as a solvent, a space filler, a means of transport, and this was very incorrect. Every function of the body is monitored and pegged to the flow of water. Water management is the only way to assure adequate amounts of water for physiological function, including the transport of nutrients to vital organs and nervous system function. Typically, dry mouth is the only accepted sign of dehydration by most healthcare professionals, yet we must produce adequate saliva to chew and swallow our food, and salivary flow is easily stimulated by the sight, smell, or taste of food. Therefore, relying on dry mouth alone as a means of indicating a lack of water in the body is quite unreliable and risky at that. Dry mouth is often the last sign of dehydration, showing up long after other important earlier clues. We need to pay attention to the subtle signs, which is really quite hard to do because many people's bodies are so clogged up and confused by all the processed foods, food additives, food preservatives, chemicals, and environmental chemicals. This is one of the reasons it's very important, as I will discuss later, to get the right kind and the right amount of water into our bodies. Another problem is that normal blood tests will not read dehydration within the cells. So the doctor may look at your blood and see normal parameters for a number of other variables, but have no indicator that you're dehydrated. There are a number of important functions that water plays in the body. For example, water plays an essential hydrolytic role in all aspects of body metabolism. There are a number of water-dependent chemical reactions in the body. One simple example that I can give you that you will all be familiar with is that every time you eat any protein-containing foods, the hydrochloric acid in your stomach breaks the proteins down into amino acids so that they're more easily digested in the small intestine. Now, it's not the action of hydrochloric acid alone. It's actually the hydrolytic acid of water in concert with hydrochloric acid that cleaves the proteins into amino acids to improve your digestion. Therefore, water is essential to digestion. Another very important benefit of water is that the osmotic flow of water through the cell membrane can generate hydroelectric activity as described by Dr. Batman-Gilage. Clinically, I see the hydroelectric benefits of water when my patients return for follow-up evaluations after being taught how much water to drink and taught to get caffeine and sweet beverages out of their diet. Drinking adequate amounts of water helps run the cells more effectively and creates that hydroelectric energy as the water passes through the cells. Most of my patients are quite excited that they can get a lift by simply drinking water. Water is also employed as an adhesive material in the bonding of the cell structure, making water very important to the architecture of the cells. Products manufactured in brain cells are transported on waterways to nerve endings for use in the transmission of nerve messages. Proteins and enzymes of the body function more efficiently in solutions of lower viscosity. This is true of all receptors in cell membranes. Therefore, it's safe to say that if you're dehydrated, you're not going to have efficient, effective action from the proteins and enzymes that are controlling and regulating your metabolic pathways. When the body becomes dehydrated, histamine is the master water-regulating hormone. Histamine-directed and operated neurotransmitter systems become active and initiate the subordinate systems that promote cellular water intake. Since the body does not have a reserve of water to draw on, it operates on a priority distribution system. When histamine and its subordinates become excessively active, to the point of causing allergies, asthma, and chronic pains in different parts of the body, these pains should be translated as a signal of thirst, one of a variety of crisis signals of water shortage. This is particularly true when pain and dysfunction are idiopathic, meaning you're not really sure why your neck or your back or your stomach hurts. That's idiopathic. Chronic pain that cannot be explained as injury or infection should first be interpreted as signals of chronic water shortage in the area where the pain is registered, or a local thirst. This includes dyspeptic pain, rheumatoid arthritis pain, anginal pain, low back pain, intermittent claudication pain, migraine, hangover headaches, colitis pain, etc. Why treat with medications before you've determined whether or not dehydration is the cause? It's as simple as drinking half your body weight in ounces of water each day, and within a week or two, you're sure to find out just how much of a contribution hydration is making to your aches or pains. I much prefer that my clients simply rehydrate themselves before going to the doctors to be put on medical drugs that are very harmful and challenging to the system in many cases, particularly the liver. I'd like to talk now a little bit about brain function and hydration. Brain function takes priority over all other systems for what would probably be obvious reasons. Now, the brain is only 1/50th of the total body weight, yet it receives 18 to 20% of the blood in circulation, and the brain itself consists of 85% water. Dr. Batman-Gilage tells us in his book, Your Body's Many Cries for Water, that a loss of only 1% of the water content in the central nervous system produces significant psychological dysfunctions. Like respiration, brain function is vital to survival. Therefore, the brain gets to pick and choose what is needed. For example, water and nutrients. But for the brain to do that, you have to have them in your diet. The brain is the only part of the body that is constantly active. The brain uses more energy during times of stress to process all the input, both internal and external, to coordinate responses, to manufacture the different brain chemical messengers and transport them to the nerve endings. The brain uses two mechanisms for its energy requirements. One is sugar. It stimulates the intake of proteins and starchy foods that will convert to sugar. The body converts some starch and proteins from reserves into sugar for the brain. As a matter of fact, some physiology texts say that the brain, when in use, such as during taking a test or learning a challenging new skill, will use as much as 80% of the available blood sugar circulating at any given time. Quite frankly, the brain is very fuel inefficient. The brain also generates hydroelectric energy when water passes through the cell membrane, turning each cell in the brain into a little energy-generating pump. With dehydration, the level of energy generation in the brain is thus decreased. Dehydration causes stress, and unfortunately, stress causes dehydration as the body mobilizes primary materials from the body stores to prepare for fight or flight. Even Alzheimer's disease has been linked to dehydration. According to Dr. Batman-Gilage, the primary cause of Alzheimer's disease is chronic dehydration. In prolonged dehydration, the brain cells begin to shrink and many brain functions are affected. Just imagine a plum gradually turning into a prune, and it helps you understand the effects of dehydration on your brain. Water is essential for optimal brain function. Drinking optimal amounts of clean, quality water assures adequate transport of the neurochemicals and produces an optimal environment for our neurophysiological functions. Optimal brain and nervous system functions are dependent upon optimal detoxification, which are water dependent. Poor digestion is linked to dehydration. During digestion, acid is poured on food and enzymes are activated. Food is broken down into homogenized fluid that can pass into the small intestine for the next phase of digestion. Dehydration impairs the mucous membrane of the gut. This is because when the body is dehydrated, one of the first places it goes to scavenge water is the mucous membrane of the stomach and the intestinal tract. So if you're trying to digest food and you have a dehydrated mucous membrane, it's not uncommon to see people develop stomach ulcers and reflux, which means you're belching your food back up. So if you have either of those, try drinking adequate water to keep your body hydrated. Less water decreases enzyme activities. One of the analogies once given to me by one of the doctors that served as one of my mentors was that if you imagine digestion taking place in your stomach, yet your stomach is like a swimming pool, the enzymes have to swim around in your stomach, making it from food particle to do their job. Yet, if you have a bunch of food in a swimming pool and no water, the enzymes are pretty much immobilized. So it's pretty safe to say that there's a given amount of water that needs to be in your stomach at any given time for optimal enzyme activities. Now, I'm not suggesting that you go out and drink a bunch of water with your food, but what Dr. Batman-Gilage suggests, and what I've found to be most effective, is that you drink 2 glasses of water about 15 minutes prior to each meal. The body then absorbs the water and re-injects it back into the stomach, when your senses of digestion are triggered by the smell, sight, or taste of food. Colitis and constipation are often caused by dehydration. One of the main functions of the large intestine is the process of taking water out of the feces after food digestion. The body is very, very water efficient. I'm sure many of you have been constipated before and had a hard time passing a bowel movement and saw a very compressed, hard bowel movement in the toilet. Well, that's a sure sign that your intestinal tract is working hard to squeeze every bit of water it can out of the fecal material. A healthy bowel movement should be properly hydrated and easy to pass. It should be fluffy and consistent in its shape. None of those things can happen if there's not enough water available in the body, because the body will compress that fecal material, squeezing every last bit of water out of it, making a very dense, hard-to-pass bowel movement. This is very unfavorable because when transit times and retention times are slowed, the chances of parasite infections and dysbiosis increase. Let me explain. Transit time is how long it takes for food to get from your mouth to your anus. One of the ways we test this is have somebody eat red beets, for example, and a normal transit time is about 14 to 16 hours. Now, retention time is how long it is from the first time you see those beets to the last time you see them. While normal transit time is 14 to 16 hours, an ideal retention time is about 56 hours. So when you're dehydrated, the colon hangs on to the fecal material. If it stays in your intestinal tract too long, the unfriendly bacteria that have gone into a spore form when they were exposed to the hydrochloric acid in the stomach may now begin to hatch in your intestinal tract. If your digestion has not been ideal and you're constipated, this now gives those unfriendly bacteria a chance to start eating the undigested proteins in your fecal material, and thus you have the beginning of dysbiosis. It also allows parasites the opportunity to feed off undigested food materials in your intestinal tract. So as you can see, maintaining hydration are not only important from a health perspective, but they're important for protecting you from dysbiosis and parasite infection.
This is the end of this CD.
Now, another problem related to dehydration is that, as I mentioned earlier, the mucous membranes are one of the places the body goes to scavenge water. So if the mucous membrane of your colon becomes dehydrated and you're constipated, this allows all the toxic material in your feces to sit there. Over time, naturopathic physicians have found that this toxic material, of which there may be as many as 30 known carcinogens, starts to seep through the intestinal wall, gets picked up by the portal vein, gets up to your liver, and if the liver can't handle the traffic, it ends up in your blood. The name for this process is auto-intoxication. Now, I've had patients in my clinic that have had as many as 47 of the 49 known symptoms of auto-intoxications, and I can tell you right now that not one single one of these people has ever been properly hydrated. So the first thing you want to do if you want to protect yourself from auto-intoxication and from being exposed to the carcinogens that are normally found in fecal material, particularly with today's common diets, is properly hydrate yourself. Arthritis pains have also been linked to dehydration. About 50 million Americans suffer some form of arthritis today. Yet, until the body is properly hydrated, arthritic joints and their pains are to be viewed as indicators of water deficiency in the affected joint cartilage surfaces. The body scavenges water from joints, just like it scavenges water from the mucous membranes of your intestinal tract. Salt shortage may also be a contributing factor because the body cannot effectively retain water when there is a salt shortage. So as I mentioned in the previous section, salt is very important, not only for regulating physiological functions, but for maintaining adequate amounts of water in the body. Now, with regard to cartilage surfaces, the cartilage surfaces of bones in a joint contain a significant percentage of water, which works to absorb shock and lubricate the joints. The lubricating property of this held water allows the two opposing surfaces to freely glide over one another during joint movement. In fact, in well-hydrated joints, The friction coefficient has been found to be less than steel on ice. In any dehydrated joint, there will be dehydrated cartilage, and the rate of abrasive damage will be increased. Now, this is a problem because the actively growing blood cells in the bones take priority over the cartilage for the available water. Initially, the pain is an indication that the joint or joints are not fully prepared to endure pressure until it is fully hydrated. Dehydration in joint surfaces will eventually cause severe damage, leading to osteoarthritis. So to avoid such disfigurement, one should take the initial pain seriously and pay strict attention to the daily intake of water. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain. Quite frankly, I would much rather see you drinking water than taking medical drugs to cover up the symptoms of a problem that will only get worse until you rehydrate your body. Low back pain has also been found to be linked to dehydration. In the design of all joints, water acts as a lubricating agent as well as bearing the force produced by the weight or tension produced by muscles acting on the joint. For example, 75% of the weight of the upper body is supported by water volume that is stored in the disc core or nucleus. 25% of that weight is supported by the fibrous materials around the disc called the annulus. When the nucleus becomes dehydrated, the annular rings or the outer rings must bear progressively more weight, which wears them out. Clinically, we see this presenting itself as ligamentous laxity. When the discs get dehydrated, they get narrower, the ligaments of the spine get more lax, and then we have spinal instability, a very common problem that we see clinically today. Eventually, degenerative and osteoarthritic changes are inevitable because when those spinal segments become unstable, it causes excessive wear and tear on the facet joints, and inevitably that leads to the growth of bone spurs and osteoarthritic changes, which unfortunately often compresses nerve roots, which can oftentimes only be corrected by surgery if it gets too far. So to prevent unwanted back and neck pain, simply drink plenty of water. We must also exercise to establish fluid circulation within the disc spaces. The way the discs are fed in the spine is through a process called imbibition, which means pumping. I'm sure you all know that your spine has natural curvatures. The normal healthy spine has a lordosis, a kyphosis, and a cervical lordosis, all of about a 35-degree arc. Those arcs change as you walk and as you breathe. Every time you inhale, those arcs reduce slightly, and when you exhale, they increase slightly. As you're walking and you elevate yourself in a field of gravity, your spinal curves change, and when your foot strikes the ground, your spinal curves change again. I'm sure many of you have watched figure skaters and athletes jumping and twisting and notice that any time an athlete jumps and spins, their spine lengthens to decrease the moment arm of rotation, making it easier for them to rotate. While all these things may seem beneficial to sports performance, any kind of functional movement actually encourages pumping around the spine and through the spine to feed the discs water. If your posture is poor, the weight-bearing relationships of the spine are dysfunctional. When the spine has poor posture and disturbed weight-bearing relationships, it disrupts this natural pumping mechanism we've just been talking about. So it's safe to say that wherever there's poor posture, there's going to be segments of your spine that are not moving enough. They are becoming dehydrated, and there will be segments of the spine that are moving too much. They get excessive wear and tear. So you have two problems. You have discs that are not moving enough due to blocked joint mechanics and poor posture, so they become desiccated and narrowed, which ultimately causes problems, and you have segments that are moving too much to compensate, and they just get worn out from wear and tear, thus you have more problems. The point being is, if your spine is properly hydrated because you're properly hydrated, and you have optimal posture, and you use your body adequately to feed the tissues and nourish the tissues through movement, then you will have a healthy body. Now I'd like to talk a little bit about the renin-angiotensin system of the body because it is related to high blood pressure in those people that are dehydrated. And as you're probably well aware, there are millions of people on high blood pressure medication today. Unfortunately, many of them could be treated just by drinking water. The renin-angiotensin system is a subordinate mechanism to the histamine activation system in the brain. It is activated to retain water. To do so, it also promotes the absorption of more salt. The kidneys are the main site of the renin-angiotensin system activity. Until water and the sodium content of the body reach a preset level, the renin-angiotensin system also brings about a tightening of the capillary beds and vascular system. This tightening can reach such a level if you're dehydrated that a physician would call it hypertension. Now, the kidneys are responsible for urine production, also the excretion of excess hydrogen, potassium, sodium, and waste materials. These functions are maintained proportionate to sufficient availability of water. In other words, if you don't have enough water, your kidneys cannot do their job. Kidneys can concentrate urine, but used to an extreme, it can cause damage in the kidneys. Well, it's safe to say that there's probably a lot of people out there with stressed kidneys because there's a number of people in the world, a huge number of people that are dehydrated. What I would like to tell them is that the natural off switch for the renin-angiotensin system is water and some salt. And I cannot overemphasize the importance of reading Dr. Batman Gillige's book so you can see the many diagrams and exquisite explanations he gives for the value of water in the human body. Now, when it comes to drinking water, there's simply no good substitutes. Processed fruit juices, for example, are definitely no substitute for water. As I've mentioned earlier, processed fruit juices are commonly pasteurized, which literally means that they're dead and void of enzymes. Most of the vitamins have been destroyed or oxidized. This is why they need to fortify or enrich many of these juice products with cheap substitutes, meaning that they put synthetic vitamins in there that are just garbage and oftentimes thought to be harmful to the body, not helpful. Secondary nutrients are likely to be destroyed because many of the secondary nutrients that we discussed in the section on organic foods are heat sensitive. So really all you're getting is sugar water, and it takes more water than the juice that you drank to digest the sugar water, because in order to digest sugar, it has to be diluted. So when you drink a glass of juice thinking you're hydrating yourself, you're really creating a period of dehydration where the body has to pull water from the working tissues, commonly muscles, to dilute that sugar for digestion. Coffee, tea, and alcohol all contain water, but they also contain dehydrating agents. They get rid of the water they are dissolved in, plus some of the body's reserves. For example, some texts say that 1 molecule of alcohol draws 3 molecules of water when it leaves the body. This is one of the reasons people have significant hangovers in the morning. It's partially because they're very dehydrated. Coffee and tea, for example, contain irritants that stimulate the kidney to want to get those fluids out of the body. This is one of the reasons that when you drink coffee or tea, you'll oftentimes find yourself urinating frequently over the next couple of hours. Ultimately, such drinks, if not followed by adequate amounts of water, lead to dehydration. Additionally, caffeine is an addictive drug with a direct action on the brain. Caffeine also acts on the kidneys and has diuretic properties. As I said, it's a dehydrating agent. Many people drink several cans of soda pop every day, bringing in significant amounts of caffeine and sugar, yet often never feel satisfied. They are drinking dehydrating agents that stress the body in place of water. Did you know that diet sodas can cause weight gain? Let's look at some facts. In America, in 1850, only about 13 ounces of soda were consumed per person per year. That's about 1 can per year. By the late 1980s, more than 500 12-ounce cans were consumed per person per year, or about 46 gallons a year. Well, only a few years later, in 1994, the per capita consumption of soda pop was up to 49.1 gallons a year. Now, why that's important to this discussion of diet sodas is that of that 49.1 gallons per year per person, 28.2% of that consumption was diet sodas, or about a third of it. Well, dehydrated people commonly confuse the body's signals for water as hunger and eat more food than they need. As you know, most of these diet drinks have caffeine in them, which has a pick-me-up property to it, or pick-me-up effect. It stimulates the brain even when the person is exhausted. Thus, ATP stores are depleted. This results in the repetitive desire for more caffeine, resulting in stress on the hormonal system, liver, and pancreas due to blood sugar fluctuations. Now, aspartame, as I'm sure you're well aware, is one of the primary sweeteners used in these diet sodas and sugar-free drinks sold all over the world. Aspartame is about 180 times as sweet as sugar, but without any calorie output nor nutrition. In the intestinal tract, aspartame converts into two highly excitatory neurotransmitter amino acids and a toxin. The amino acids are aspartate and phenylalanine. The toxin is methyl alcohol. And as I said earlier in this program, there are no alcoholic substances that the human body is designed to consume. Any alcohol in the body is a stress to the body. Diet sodas cause indiscriminate overuse of energy reserves of the cells of the brain due to excitation from the chemical action of the artificial sweeteners. Additionally, the liver must detoxify the chemicals in these sodas, depleting the enzymes of the body and placing greater energy demands on the body. Caffeine also causes addiction, as we've discussed. Caffeinated diet sodas indirectly stimulate more food intake because of the brain's forced use of energy reserves. In other words, you use up all your energy, it makes you hungry, it makes you tired, you keep eating, you keep drinking, you think you're satisfying your thirst and your hunger, and really all you're doing is further dehydrating yourself because oftentimes your hunger signals are dehydration signals, so you eat. Eating requires more water for digestion. You're not drinking water, you're drinking caffeinated beverages, and you're drinking diet sodas, which further place chemical tricks on the brain, which further requires that the liver detoxify these toxic substances, which further requires the use of water and enzymes. And as you can see, it's a dangerous circle to get yourself caught into, and many people cannot figure out why they're using all these diet sodas, yet they seem to gain weight on them. I've seen it over and over. There is what is called a cephalic phase response that happens with these diet sodas. When a sweet taste stimulates the tongue, the brain programs the liver to prepare for the acceptance of new energy, sugar, from the outside. The liver, in turn, stops the manufacture of sugar from the body's reserve and begins to store what is circulating in the blood. If the sweet taste is not followed by nutrient availability, an urge to eat will soon follow. The apostat is the section of the brain monitoring the blood levels of nutrients and communication with taste and smell sensors. So what happens is, if you've basically ate anything that is artificially sweetened or drank anything artificially sweetened, you've told your brain that you've delivered calories and nutrition. Yet, in a short period of time, if the apostat does not sense the presence of these nutrients in the bloodstream, then it knows it's been tricked. It also communicates with the receptor sites in the gut wall. Well, unfortunately, what happens, and you can see this just by looking at people in society today and the high levels of obesity, is they think they're tricking their bodies by eating these low-fat, low-sugar foods or no-fat, no-sugar foods, yet the apostat simply tells them, hey, wait a minute, you're bringing in something I have to digest, assimilate, and metabolize here, but you're not giving me any nutrition. You're writing a check on an empty bank account, therefore, I want you to keep looking for something that has nutrition in it. What ends up happening is, although you think you're eating low-calorie foods and drinking low-calorie drinks, you drink piles of the stuff and you eat piles of the stuff only to further toxify your body and fill it full of empty calories. It's also very important to remember that if it's on your skin, you're drinking it. Research done by Martin Fox showed that if you took a bath in chlorinated water, you would absorb 60% as much chlorine as if you had drank the entire bathtub of water. So basically, if you're taking a shower in chlorinated water, you are getting a lot of chlorine into your body. Getting chlorine out of the water is one of the most important things that you can do because chlorine kills all bacteria, good and bad. While that might sound good, you have to remember that you have about 400 strands of friendly bacteria in your gut that have many, many important functions for your body, including the production of several important fat-soluble vitamins. So when you drink chlorinated water, it not only kills the unfriendly bacteria, but it kills the friendly bacteria, creating what is called dysbiosis. When the friendly bacteria are gone, there's nobody left to compete with the unfriendly bacteria, and that leads to imbalance of bacteria in the intestinal tract and a lot of health problems that we see regularly at the Chek Institute. Chlorine may also increase the risk of heart disease and some cancers. There's a very famous man named Victor Schauberger who was a genius and was really, really knowledgeable about water. He was actually a forest ranger in Europe, and he wrote an entire book on water called The Living Water. Victor Schauberger recommended that humans only drink artesian well water. An artesian well is a well that pushes the water to the surface all by itself. When I used to drill water wells, we were really excited if we got an artesian because you didn't have to pump it up. It just rose up to the surface all by itself. Now, Schauberger describes how artesian wells are really the only wells that are designed, or the only type of wells that human beings should drink from, because an artesian well contains water that has gone through the full evolutionary cycle of the water coming through the Earth's surface, going all the way down. Then it's going through its natural chemical conversion, and the gases in the Earth are pushing the water up toward the surface. It is only then that the water is ideally prepared by Mother Earth for your drinking. This is important because, as I said earlier in the program, today in the United States alone, there are about 173,000 miles of poisoned waterways in the U.S., from industrial and agricultural chemicals in the groundwater seeping into the waterways. There's also very few locations where you can drill a surface well of less than about 100 feet without running into significant amounts of toxins from industrial and agricultural spill-off or runoff, be it by transport from the rain or through local streams and lakes getting into the topsoil. The important point here is if the water is being sucked out of the ground, it's not ideally prepared for human consumption, and I would definitely have it tested. While distilled water may be good for detoxification, it should only be used for short periods of time. There's a number of naturopathic physicians and health experts out there that advocate the regular consumption of distilled water, yet it can cause problems in the body. For example, I have a couple of friends that are biological dentists that have seen a high correlation between cracked teeth and the consumption of distilled water. The thinking is that the distilled water, being absolutely naked of mineral elements, pulls the minerals out of your body, attracts the minerals out of your body, which these dentists feel is the only logical explanation for why they're seeing spontaneous cracking of teeth in people using distilled water, which makes sense because that's the reason that a lot of detoxification programs use distilled water, is simply that it attracts heavy metals. So if it'll attract heavy metals, it'll attract other minerals as well. Well, interestingly enough, a man named Martin Fox, who wrote the Water Book, suggested from his research that soft waters were highly associated with cancers in various cities. What he found is when he looked at which cities in the United States had soft water and which cities had hard water, the cancer rates were definitely and consistently higher in those cities that had soft water. Well, again, distilled water is the softest water you can get. Dr. Fox suggested that the ideal hardness for a healthy water, or for optimal health from water, was about 170 milligrams per liter, and the hardness factor is based on calcium and magnesium. Many water companies and water bottlers will list the hardness factor right on the bottle. So again, you're looking for a hardness factor of about 170 milligrams per liter. Dr. Fox also recommended a total dissolved solids of 300 parts per million. Now again, many bottles of water have this listed right on the bottle. If they don't, all you've got to do is go ahead and add up all the mineral elements in the water, and it should equal 300 milligrams per liter or more. You don't have to worry, though, if you found a water that you really like, and it's a high-quality water, and it falls below 300 milligrams per liter or more. If you just put a pinch of organic unprocessed sea salt in there, that will elevate the total dissolved solids, most likely well into the 300 milligrams per liter zone. Now, water is best consumed at room temperature. One of the reasons for this is that when water enters the stomach, if it's cold, the body has to heat it up to body temperature before it can let it pass through into the small intestine. If cold water was to make it into your small intestine, it would cause the small intestine to shiver, just like you would shiver if you took a shower in cold water, and this would disrupt the rate of peristalsis and the rate at which the undigested food particles are passing the receptor sites in the intestinal tract or particularly in the small intestine. So what the body must do then is warm the water up to body temperature and then release it into the small intestine for reabsorption into the body. Now, I know there's a number of university studies that say that when they study water absorption, that drinking cold water is the best, but I challenge those studies. The methodology can vary from study to study, but there's a simple test I have my clients do, and that is this. Next time you go to the gym, take a cold bottle of water out of the refrigerator, and when you begin your workout, start drinking your water. At the end of the workout, simply shake your trunk vigorously back and forth, left and right, and you'll probably get a big surprise to see that you've got a liter of water still stuck in your stomach, rattling around. The next time you go to the gym, just bring a bottle of water that's room temperature and do the same thing. Start drinking it at the beginning of your workout, and I'm sure you will find at the end of your workout, you shake your trunk back and forth, and you'll be lucky if there's any sloshing in there at all. Because as your body starts to sweat, and as you exercise, it'll start absorbing that water quickly out of your stomach to put into general circulation to help you with your workout. This is very, very important because most gyms, exercise centers of all types, store water in the refrigerator. When you get it, it's very, very cold.
Checkpoints.
Well, that brings us to our checkpoints on hydration.
Checkpoint 1.
Use a whole house filtration system. All water coming into the house will be filtered. Test your water for contaminants and make sure that your filtration system works to remove any contaminants identified by testing.
Checkpoint 2.
Remember, if it's on your skin, you're drinking it. Don't bathe in chlorinated water.
Checkpoint 3.
Each day, drink half your body weight in ounces of water, regardless of whatever else you drink. If you weigh 150 pounds, you would need to drink 75 ounces of water, or a 100-kilogram person would need to drink about 3 liters of water a day.
Checkpoint 4.
Try adding a pinch of high-quality sea salt, such as Celtra salt, to your water. It may make it easier for you to drink more water. The water should not taste salty. Alternatively, a few drops of an essential oil such as lemon or peppermint can also be beneficial for improving the flavor of the water, making it easier to drink the optimal amount of water for you each day.
Checkpoint 5.
Avoid soft water. Distilled water is good for detoxification, but not for long-term drinking, as it will leach essential nutrients from your body.
Checkpoint 6.
Choose a brand name water such as Vital, Avion, Fiji, or New Zealand Natural with a total dissolved solid content of 300 milligrams per liter. If you find a water that you like, but it does not have 300 milligrams per liter of total dissolved solids or more, you can always add a pinch of high-quality organic sea salt, which will increase the total dissolved solids, improve the mouthfeel of the water, and make the water more palatable and better for your body.
Checkpoint 7.
If you get water delivered to your house or business in large plastic bottles, always ask the distributor how long the water sits in the bottles before it is actually delivered to you. If it has been sitting for several months, you may be getting an increased amount of xenoestrogens leached out of the plastic bottle into your water.
Checkpoint 8.
Check the source of your bottled and household water.
Checkpoint 9.
Store bottled water in a dark, cool place. Victor Schauberger found that sunlight deadens water.
Checkpoint 10.
Water is best consumed at room temperature.
Checkpoint 11.
Drink 2 glasses of water at least 15 minutes before eating. This will lubricate the gut wall and activates a hormone called motilin, which helps improve digestion and elimination, which is particularly important for those of you who suffer from constipation. Don't drink too much water while eating, as this may dilute your digestive enzymes too much. Microwave ovens, a convenience you don't need if health and vitality are your objectives. Microwaves are based on the principle of alternating current. Atoms, molecules, and cells hit by this hard electromagnetic radiation are forced to reverse polarity between 1 and 100 billion times a second. No atoms, molecules, or cells of any organic system are able to withstand the violent, destructive power of microwave heating for any extended period of time, not even in the low energy range of milliwatts. Of all the natural subsystems which are polar, meaning they have a positive and a negative pole like a magnet, the oxygen of water reacts most sensitively to microwaves. This is how microwave cooking heat is generated, friction from the violence in the water molecules. The structures of the molecules are torn apart. Molecules are forcefully deformed and thus become impaired in quality, and this is called structural isomerism. While the friction created both heats and damages the cells of the food being heated, microwave ovens heat food from the inside out, often leaving portions of the food uncooked, as I'm sure many of you are aware from using microwave ovens. I know you've probably had the experience of thawing hamburger, for example, and it was warm or cooked in the middle but frozen on the edges. Because commercially farmed meats come from animals that are generally far more likely to carry parasites, particularly when these meats are ground for burgers, the uneven cooking of microwaves should be avoided. The point here being that many parasites are killed by cooking, and if the microwave only cooks the middle of the meat and leaves some portions of it uncooked, and you're eating cheap meats from unhealthy animals, microwave cooking basically increases your chance of parasite infestation. When it comes to studies on microwave ovens, about the best study ever run that I know of was done by Hans Hertel, a German scientist. He carried out a study on the effects of microwave nutrients on the blood and physiology of human beings. While the study group was small, consisting of 8 people, the study was very well controlled. The 8 people stayed in the same hotel for 8 weeks. They were not allowed to smoke, they were not allowed to consume alcohol, nor were they allowed to have sex. Blood samples were taken before meals and then at defined intervals after eating. Hertel noticed significant changes in the blood of those who consumed food cooked in the microwave. There was a decrease in hemoglobin values and cholesterol, especially HDL-LDL ratios. White blood cells showed a more distinct short-term decrease following the intake of microwave food than after other variants. Radiation and microwaves cause destruction and deformation of molecules of food and the formation of new compounds called radiolytic compounds that are unknown to humans and nature. If you remember my section on food irradiation, this is much the same problem that we had with food irradiation, the production of radiolytic compounds, things that the liver has never had to try to detoxify before. As you can expect, established science argues that microwave food and irradiated foods do not have significantly higher radiolytic compounds than food cooked conventionally. Yet, unlike Hertel, they have not conducted studies on the effects of the food on the blood of people eating such foods. Not surprisingly, when Hertel conducted his study and finished it and began to try to publish the study, a gag order was put on Hertel by a Swiss microwave oven manufacturer. Hertel found anemic tendencies when people were eating microwave foods, a situation more pronounced during the second month of the study. These changes were considered by Hertel to be signs of stress on the body. In other words, Hertel is saying in his study that eating microwave foods is an additional form of stress that is so significant it changes your blood. Leukocyte response, which is increased with microwave food, is often a sign of pathologic effects on living systems, such as poisoning and cell damage. So what Hertel found here was that there was an increased leukocyte response after the consumption of microwave food, and the response was very much like the pathogenic effects that you see when the body is poisoned and that there is cell damage involved. An interesting little fact is that weakening of cell membranes is used in the field of gene-altering technology. This is one of the ways they soften those cell walls so they can inject new genetic material in there. Well, if it'll work to soften the cells to inject new genes, it's probably not doing your cells any favors. I'd like to tell you about a personal experience I've had with microwave foods. Not long ago, I was lecturing in Loughborough, a small town in England, and I was going to my favorite little restaurant there, which I had been to the 2 or 3 previous trips lecturing at Loughborough University, and the food's generally quite good there. Well, this trip, I noticed after eating there for 2 days, I started feeling really quite tired, lethargic, and run down, much more than usual. As I was sitting there eating on the 3rd day, I noticed that the vegetables had a very rubbery consistency to them, exactly the kind of consistency that I had noticed before years earlier when I had experimented with microwaves. My gut instinct told me that something was going on and that they were possibly microwaving these foods. So I called the waitress over and said, "I'm just curious. You wouldn't happen to be using microwave ovens now, would you?" So she looked at me kind of funny. She said, "Well, let me go ask the chef." She walked in, a couple minutes later came out, and she said, "Yes, you're correct. The chefs have now incorporated the use of microwave ovens to speed their food preparations." She said, "To be quite honest with you, the chefs were very embarrassed because you're the first person since they started using microwave ovens several months ago that's ever even noticed it." So I explained to her that I had been coming to that restaurant for a couple of years and I had never, ever had any problems. And since I'd been eating at the restaurant, I was feeling much more tired than usual. So I said, "Please take my food back, redo it without any microwaves, and do not use a microwave on my food." Well, within 24 hours, my energy levels were back to normal again. Research suggests that microwave foods contain a form of energy not normally transferred to food. There was a highly significant association between the amount of microwaved energy in the test foods and the luminous power of luminescent bacteria exposed to the serum from persons who ate that food. This led Hurdle to believe that such technically derived energies may indeed be passed along to man inductively via consumption of the microwave food. Now, just to clarify what that means, basically what they found is when they exposed the blood of human beings that had been eating microwave food to a type of bacteria called luminescent bacteria, what they found was that the energy in the microwave food was being picked up by the luminescent bacteria, which causes them to be more luminescent, which is a measure by which they can determine how much of that microwave energy made it into those bacteria. They can compare this to foods that have been microwaved and not microwaved. So basically what they're showing is that unusual form of energy used to cook foods by a microwave does pass into your body to the point that it changes these luminescent bacteria. In other words, if you eat enough microwave food, you might glow at night. Additional important information on microwaves has to do with the heating of babies' bottles. Several hospitals have now banned the use of microwave ovens to heat babies' bottles, yet continue to allow their use for adult food, not to mention making no effort to inform the public of their dangers, which I find quite interesting. If heating a baby's food is damaging to the baby, why wouldn't you want to not use it for a human being, since babies are just small human beings? It amazes me what goes on out there. Well, microwave food contains molecules and energies not present in food cooked in the way humans have been cooking food since the discovery of fire, as I discussed earlier, as Hurdle showed with his studies exposing the blood to luminescent bacteria. So again, whenever you're eating things that are foreign to the body, it's a tremendous amount of work for the liver. But let's not stop there. Let's go right back to the origin of microwave ovens. After the war, the Allies discovered medical research done by the Germans on microwaves. Russians also retrieved some of the microwave ovens and now have thorough research on their biological effects. As a result of the Russian research, their use was outlawed in the Soviet Union. Carcinogens were formed in virtually all foods tested. Exposure to the energy field itself was significant to cause such adverse effects that the use of any such microwave was forbidden in 1976 by Soviet law. But of course, we can sell billions of them in the United States. Are you surprised? Well, you should be suspicious just by the feel and taste difference in the foods that have been cooked by a microwave. For example, think of what an egg is like after you cook it in a microwave. I mean, if you take an egg and scramble it and cook it in a microwave, it comes out of that thing like a hockey puck. It's more like rubber than it is food. Compare that to a soft-boiled egg or any conventionally cooked egg. Another concern about microwaves is the electromagnetic fields emitted from the microwave ovens. Dr. Robert Becker, in his book The Body Electric, warns of these electromagnetic fields and suggests that you stand several feet away from any microwave while it is being used.
Checkpoints.
So in conclusion, our checkpoints on microwave ovens?
Checkpoint 1.
Avoid eating anything that has been heated or cooked in a microwave oven.
Checkpoint 2.
If you work in a kitchen or anywhere that has a microwave oven, always stand several feet from it while it is running to avoid electromagnetic pollution.
We hope you have enjoyed this program. Now turn to the end of your manual and review the action items that you wrote down. Identify the 3 most important steps you can take right now to move yourself towards your goal of optimal health and vitality. List these on the next page. Under each, write down a plan of attack, including positive action steps that you will take each day. For example, each day I drink 2 liters of water is a much better action step than saying, I will not drink sodas. Read your action steps each day. There is space in your manual to record your progress. It may take 1 to 2 months to turn these into daily habits, but the effort will be well worthwhile. In 2 months' time, turn back to your original list and identify the next 3 most important steps you can take. Follow the same plan to turn these into good habits. You will also find in your manual helpful steps to reduce coffee and soda consumption. These are 2 beverages that many people are addicted to and find difficult to stop drinking. By following the suggested steps, you will be able to reduce your daily intake without suffering too many withdrawal symptoms and will find it easier to stick to your new resolutions. For more information on the other programs, products, and services offered by the Chek Institute, please go to our website at www.ch